It sure as heck is, man. I'm Kyle. That's James. You know, there I was having a good morning. Having a fun. You know what happened to me today?
What's that?
I had something happen to me today that never ever happens. So somehow I have my phone is, I say old. It's not. I got it a couple years ago, but in iPhone terms, my phone is old. So can we say iPhone? In my cell phone terms, my phone is old.
Okay. In mobile phone terms?
In mobile device terms. So the charging plug here at the bottom no longer works.
Oh.
So I have to go wireless charging, which is fine. My case comes off very easily. I throw it on the charger. And somehow my phone did not charge last night. And I go right up against it. I get it to like 3%. And then I'm like, okay, I guess I'll charge it now. So I'm that kind of person. So it was already in the deep, deep red. I had a sliver of battery when I put it on there, but I was good. I was going to bed. So I went to bed at 9:00. My head hit the pillow at 9. That's beautiful for me. A+. Well done, Kyle. Somehow didn't start charging my phone. So my phone died during the night. That's my alarm.
Oh, yeah, that's my alarm too.
Right. And I think probably a lot of people listening, that's your phone alarm, right? So I wake up today and I'm laying there and I go, I didn't turn off an alarm. And panic. Like I've way overslept, right? I turn and look 4 minutes before my alarm's supposed to go off. Shout out, dude. I was so psyched. I got ready with a pep in my step.
Internal clock.
Oh, dude.
Oh,
and I was so worried. Because I'd been on the East Coast and I'd been on vacation, and being on the East Coast is better because you're ahead. So when I'm waking up at 7 a.m. on the East Coast, it's 4 a.m. here, right? So I think that helped. So I don't know if maybe I like I don't know exactly what happened, but I was having a great morning. Okay. Yep. Got in here, no traffic on the way in. Like sometimes because I drive in on the river road, I'm behind a truck, no traffic. And then I'm cruising, catching up on podcasts, having a great time. I get in, I log in, and I'm putting together the rundown. And so I pop over to ESPN. I'm going, hey, any big stories I missed? And I see that they dropped their numbers 50 through 11 in their top 100 players.
Travis Sham mockery.
What?
Travis Sham mockery. That's what it is. You don't know that word?
A travesty, a sham, and a mockery.
All squished together.
I love it.
A Travis Sham mockery.
And part of that is good, right? Because as a radio host, when you're putting together a show and you see a thing that you're going, hey, I can talk about this.
Yeah.
That's something, like, that's good. That's the goal. Like, that's what you want. That's why you do this job. But I just knew that when I clicked on it, I'm like going, okay, Domas and De'Aaron Fox are going to be in this group of players. Like, they're not going to be in 1 through 10, which is the next version of the next edition of the list that comes up. So they're not going to be in 1 through 10. Whether you think they should be or not, fine. If you do, fine. But you know they're not going to be.
Despite the fact that Domas finished number 6 in MVP balloting. But go ahead.
Right. And as a top 15 player as a all NBA guy.
Yeah, him and Fox were number 11 and 12 in all NBA voting.
Total voting. Sure.
Yeah, they barely missed second team, both of them.
But given what we know from the list yesterday, they're not going to be in 1 through 10. Like that's reserved for like the people who've been around, who have done it, who are in the MVP conversation. Like those are the people that they're going to put there.
That people in Bristol, Connecticut just happen to watch.
Exactly. Okay. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm going, okay, let's see where are they going to be? So what I did is I started scrolling slowly because I'm like, okay, if they're in like 50, 49, 48, I'm going to have a conniption. Right.
Yeah. So
they weren't in the like 50 to 45. So I scrolled all the way to the bottom. I'm going, maybe like 11, 12. Nope. 13, no. 14, no. Okay, well, 15 and 6, no. 22 and 23. And I don't hate it. Like, I'm not sitting here like this is a clown show. It's not like they put James Harden at number 11, right? But I do think Harden was like 18 though, or something like that. Harden was way higher.
He can't be.
He was at a spot on the list that I would not have placed him, but that's a separate thing. So I don't hate that Fox and Sabonis are at 22 and 23. Like they had their first year of being really, really excellent last year, and they went to the playoffs, had a really good playoff series, and they got that recognition, and people know the Kings are fun, and okay, they're on the map now. So at least they moved up from where they were last year and into the range-ish that they should be. But then you start thinking about it, it's like, it's not, I don't want to, disrespectful is too far. That's an overused word. I don't want to call it disrespectful.
Okay, well,
It feels, I don't want high, low. It feels low.
Yeah, here's what I would say, Kyle. Like 24 players make the All-Star team. This feels like they should have been higher because these guys they're bona fide all-stars. I mean, Sabonis is a 3-time All-Star. Fox had to get in on an injury replacement this year, but if he plays the same way this season, he won't have that problem at all. He'll make it as an All-Star. So when I look at the list, there are things that jump out. And, if you're going to put Fox and Sabonis at 22 and 23, that's fine. There has to be 21 players that are better. That's it. And so when I start going through the list, like there aren't guys that you just like, oh my gosh, you're so horrible. You shouldn't be in the top 30.
Yeah.
But I feel like, number one, there's some laziness here because while I do believe that this is some sort of the way it used to be created, the list used to be created was like 100 of us would send in our top 500, right? Or top 450. And then they would cycle through that list. They would take all of them together. They would come up with just an average, and that's how it would go. So I think that they still do have like multiple people who throw their list together and then they sort of create this master list. But when you put Fox and Sabonis together like this, 22 and 23, it feels lazy. Like you're like, okay, we don't know who's better between the two, and we're not going to get into that argument. We're just going to plug them in together, and they'll just be Fox and Sabonis. And my point would be that's fine, but put them where they belong. Like if you're going to do that, then put them at 14 and 15 or 15 and 16. We're not saying like 2 and 3 or Sabonis finished 6th in MVP balloting. But, when you start looking at the players around them, I feel that if you look at how it's designed, it feels contrived. It feels
100%
like number 21 is Tyrese Halliburton. I mean, that's just like, let's burn it down.
Right.
I mean, that's when I look at the list and all I can think of is Steven Ruiz. It is. It's like, I hate lists, but I hate that I look at the list and go, boy, does Steven Ruiz like help out from the Ringer and go over to ESPN and create a list for the NBA as well, just to be spiteful to the people of Northern California?
It does feel like they're not trying to get an earnest list of the top 100 players.
No.
They're trying to get this.
They're trying to get us to talk about it on a radio show.
Right. And I'm going to. I'm a sucker. You got me.
They got us.
I don't want to say it ruined my morning, but it definitely made me look like a tiny bit annoyed.
I get to number 20 and
that's the one. Okay,
Kyle,
look, if you're building a team, right? And that's how that's just kind of because this is the list for the top 100 players for 23 and 24. They're trying to project out who the best. That's why Scoot Henderson's on the list. That's why Victor Wembanyama and Chet Holmgren and all those guys are on the list. But that's the part that I don't quite get. Because if De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis were by pick a metric of All-Star or All-NBA or where they were at in MVP voting or whatever metric you want to use, they were in the top 15 range last year.
Yeah.
That's just
top 10.
Sure.
They're right at the, like, Sabonis was, I mean, win shares, he was second in the NBA.
Right. So you're in that.
To Jokic.
Right. You're in that range of player, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is this to say, is this list then to say that they're going to be demonstrably worse this year? Like they're going to take these huge steps back and they're not going to be all NBA guys this year. And okay, they'll still be good, but they're just not in that top 15 conversation anymore. Because like, look, bro, like if you want to put, the Tyrese Halliburton at 21 thing, like let's just take it at face value. Let's not take it as they put him there because he was in the Domas trade. So let's put him at 21 ahead of Sabonis and Fox. Is anybody taking Tyrese Halliburton over Domantas Sabonis? Like if they're starting a team?
They might. Okay, so that's a different conversation.
Okay.
Like that's a coin flip because we are looking at
Okay.
a player who's a few years younger,
Mm-hmm.
who did average 20 and 10 last year.
Yeah.
I mean,
And he can shoot it. He's a
he's
guard.
one of the true 20 and 10 guys in the league last year. I don't think there were many.
Mm-hmm.
Sabonis clearly fits that category as well. He's 22. I think this year he's 23. He'll play as a 23-year-old. Like he is an all-star. He is a very good player, and his team went 35 and 47.
Mm-hmm.
Like some sort of team success has to be at least in the conversation here. And if you're gonna range guys like this, like I'm okay with Halliburton being there like at 21. I just don't think that Fox and Sabonis belong at 22 and 23.
So you don't mind Halliburton being ahead of them?
No, I don't think they're ahead of him. I don't think he's ahead of them.
Okay.
Either one of them.
Okay. Okay. That's that. Okay. So that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to disparage. Like I hate this because this turns into like I'm disparaging Tyrese Halliburton. I'm not.
Yeah, because building a team
really good.
Yeah, building a team and who I think is a better player today is two totally different questions.
Yeah. So So for 23 and 24.
Oh, I'm taking Sabonis.
I'm taking Fox and / or Sabonis.
I'm taking both.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's one that you can have a little bit of a gripe with, I guess. If you want to sit there and make the argument that you'd rather take Tyrese Halliburton because he's a guard and you want good guard play and
yeah,
I guess and you like his shooting and that's important and spacing and stuff, so you want him over De'Aaron Fox because he's a distributor and he's a floor spacer. Like I guess I'm not there. I don't live in that realm, but
okay.
I guess if you wanted to try and make that argument, you can. But there's a couple other players just ahead of Fox and Sabonis that it's beyond the pale. It's I
can't do it. You can't do it.
There's no argument for either of these two guys. Let's hit it on the other side. And then we'll also hear, you were out at practice yesterday for the Kings. Talked with Mike Brown. We got some really good Mike Brown sound on Sasha Vezenkov and what's ahead for him as well. So we'll get to that on the other side. That's James. I'm Kyle. This is the Insiders on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Sweet. Hello, Chatty House. We were talking about the ESPN rankings. The ESPN Top 100. Someone asked.
Probably should have reset that.
In the Chatty House.
My bad.
Yeah. We had a little panic this morning. We went to go like log on and say hi to all you good people and realized that the stream hadn't been created. So we had to scurry. Scurry is a good way to put it. Scramble to get the stream up and going. Hopefully everything is working in the stream. If it's not, you can blame James because somehow I had to create the stream this morning. Sweet. Good. I'm glad we're good to go. These segments are so quick, Kyle. Like for how many clips do we have? Sure.
I did a bad job of time management today, guys.
How much time we got, Kyle? Oh, all right. Cool.
Classic us, dude. Neither of us is a fan of a list. At least a contrived one. If ESPN, we're talking about the ESPN top 100 rankings. They dropped 100 through 51 yesterday, 50 through 11 today, and I'm guessing they will drop the top 10 tomorrow if my pattern following is good.
We're waiting anxiously for the top.
Pins, needles. Where do you think JaVale McGee lands?
JaVale.
I love JaVale.
I don't know where JaVale. Like I'm gonna guess like 280. Like if they drop the whole list,
that I would be fascinated by. Get me the premier NBA journalists and podcasters. Get me the 100 top NBA journalists and podcasters, guys who actually watch and follow the league.
Yeah,
and have a view of the league that gets beyond a hot take, right?
Okay.
Get me all those guys and give me an earnest ranking of all the NBA players.
That's what they used to try to do.
I know. I would love that.
I just don't think that is how that's being accomplished at this point.
It's not.
I don't.
It's not.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell them, but
and if they're saying that, it's disingenuous.
Yeah, I would totally agree. So, we didn't even get to number 20. Number 20 stuck in the craw. Like it's like, oh, I don't like this,
bro.
Like I don't like this. I don't like this.
So remember yesterday, if you didn't listen yesterday, we went down the list and OG Anunoby was, I think, 67th.
Yep.
And so I rolled through and I went, okay, hey, how many of these players from between 67 and 60 are you taking over OG Anunoby? And I think it was like 1.5. I think it was Scotty Barnes and maybe Desmond Bane.
Yes.
Were the only two.
Definitely Scotty Barnes, for sure.
So we talked about this in the last segment. So De'Aaron Fox is 23 on this list. Domantas Sabonis is number 22 on this list. Tyrese Halliburton, number 21. Okay. Like I said, if you want to build the case,
hate it.
I don't. Yeah. There is a case to be made. If you really wanted to build the case for Tyrese Halliburton as being a better player than those two this season. Okay. Like I said, I'm not in your camp.
Yep.
But I'm not going, what an idiot.
Okay. So wait, before you go forward.
Okay.
I want to go backwards for 2 seconds.
Okay.
I just want to do this really quickly. Number 24, Kawhi Leonard. Number 25, Pascal Siakam. Number 26, Drew Holiday. Number 27, Brandon Ingram. Number 28, Lauri Markkanen. Number 29, Trae Young. Number 30, Paolo Banchero. We can stop there because Jaren Jackson is below that. Jalen Brunson. So don't feel like you're getting totally disrespected here. Jalen Brunson is a very good player. There are people on the East Coast who want to compare him to De'Aaron Fox and say he's a better player. I don't agree.
He's not.
One of them,
Jalen Brunson's nice though.
One of them was on Team USA and one of them wasn't. And I'm going to tell you the guy who wasn't on it, Team USA should have been. And then number 35 is Ja Morant. So that's just to clear up like where we're at, right? So go ahead, Kyle.
Right. Some of the players who are not going to be ahead of them. Number 20, Karl Anthony Towns, power forward / center for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I need a pencil to snap in half right now. I
Bro.
need a pencil to snap in half. There is no world at all where Karl Anthony Towns is better than either of these players. The dude played 24 games last year. His team was 42-40. He ends up being like the third best player on the team, and the guy gets in the way of your young star and your defensive-minded center. It's a bad mix of players, but Karl Anthony Towns is in no way possible better than either Domantas Sabonis, or De'Aaron Fox. Your list is invalid. It's invalid.
Just by this. I don't know a single person. I have never heard this. Because when the NBA schedule comes out and you look down and you start rolling through it and you're going, oh man, Luke is coming to town this week. Or now you're going the Kings and Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox are coming to town this week. Or LeBron James or whoever. Not one person has ever been like, I don't know, Karl Anthony Towns coming in. Now, Anthony Edwards, who I think is 12th.
Yeah.
I think Anthony Edwards, I'm in. Anthony Edwards, I am all in on Anthony Edwards being ranked as high as they want to rank him. I'm a big Ant Edwards guy.
He's number 13.
13. Fine. I'm with it.
I would still debate that both Sabonis and Fox are, if we're talking about for 23, 24,
sure,
both of them are better players.
Sure.
Right now.
Sure.
I just think they are.
Okay. And that's fine.
But they're certainly, not 9 spots below. But go ahead.
Karl Anthony Towns at 20, though. What's your favorite Karl Anthony Towns moment? Was it when Jimmy Butler punked him in practice?
Yeah, or that season where he decided not to show up for like the first for like 40 games because he had knee soreness and they never could find anything wrong with it.
Yeah. And I get that he has had unspeakable tragedy in his personal life.
Yes.
This is not about that. And if that is impacting him, I would totally understand it. But even before, he is such a talented player. Like you see it. You see
I get it.
The stretches of where he is awesome. But it's like, this is the ESPN is ranking him theoretically here. Like, hey, Karl Anthony Towns could be this good, or maybe should be this good. And okay, like, yeah, he's 6'11" or 6'10" or however tall he is. I don't think he's a pure 7-footer.
No,
but he's 6'10".
Can shoot it.
He can shoot it. He can rebound. He can pass it.
He used to rebound. He doesn't anymore.
Yeah, right. So,
what gives? I don't know. Like,
the Timberwolves would kill to have Karl Anthony Towns be the player that Domantas Sabonis is.
Kill. They would love if that was a player. No, you're right. You're right.
It's such a, and I totally understand that this is a nitpick because in a list like this, the difference between 23 and 20 is super minute. But I don't think Karl Anthony Towns should be anywhere near the top 20 is my issue.
No, I have him at like
launch him
35, 38.
Sure.
42.
Who did you say was you said Ja Morant was 35?
Ja Morant's 35.
Keep putting Karl Anthony Towns north.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay.
If Ja Morant is the cutoff at 35.
North of the Morant line, we'll call it. North of the Morant line.
Yeah, I don't get it, dude. I don't get the infatuation with Karl Anthony Towns.
I don't either, and I don't even think the Minnesota Timberwolves get it. I don't believe that they understand why they paid him all the money they did and why he's still there, and they're looking around like, what
isn't he making like $55 million this year?
No, it's not that high, but it's a lot.
Not to pocket watch. Like, get your money, man. I'm excited for him personally that he's getting paid. But if you're the Timberwolves,
a pocket watch is something that
yeah, I don't want to steal their bit.
Yeah, he's making $36 million this year. It jumps to 49.2 next year.
There it is.
53.2 the next year. 57 and then 61. Oof. Oy vey, everybody.
That's really tough.
Yeah.
The other one here is we're talking about the ESPN Top 100. The other one here is Paul George at 18.
I can deal with Jaylen Brown at 19. He plays for the Celtics. Yeah, he's always going to get
a good player.
I still think that there's definitely a question there whether he's a better player. We're talking about a true number 2, and even now, we're looking at like his team now just added Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis, and the fact is that Jaylen Brown is going to have a really tough time being even close to the 25 points a game he averaged last year.
Yeah,
he's going to have a difficult time just because of the players on his team.
I will rock with Jaylen Brown because in the 22 finals, he was by far their best player.
Okay.
By a wide margin. So I have a little soft spot for Jaylen Brown, but Paul George at 18 to me is, again, this is, hey, Paul George from 4 years ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is
Sure,
this
he's still really good. And again, I don't want to turn this into dragging good players. But
Kyle hates
why?
Paul George.
I hate Paul George.
He
Can't
hates-
stand him. First of all, I think his podcast is really good. But he said something that blew my mind several months back. He said on his podcast that he knows now that he can't be the guy anymore. He can have a stretch where he can be the guy for a team, but if he wants to be on a title team, he cannot be the number one guy on a title team anymore. And I think that level of self-awareness is A, rare, but B, might actually wind up helping him.
No, I agree.
Over the course of, but in that, if he's not a number one guy and the next best player on his team is ranked 24th, that's Kawhi Leonard. Why
does everyone think the Clippers are going to be better than the Kings?
That's a fair question by itself. But I'm not there on Paul George, man. Again, with all due respect and knowing that he's a very good two-way player, but is he going to be on the court? And when he is on the court, how effective is he going to be? And if he doesn't even think he's a number one, then how is he 18th on this list that includes 32 teams?
I don't know. This is tough, man.
I don't get it.
It's tough. Like Paul George, again, statistically speaking, wasn't nearly the player that either Fox or Sabonis were last year. He played 56 games last season. He played 31 the year before, 54, 48. Like, he has not been able to stay healthy in a long time. And his team is hurt because of it. And even if he was healthy, you can look at his numbers. I don't think he's been as impactful.
Paul George?
Paul George, as De'Aaron Fox has in the last couple of years, either way. So that's a strange one.
And again, like, in theory, you get it. In theory, maximum Paul George, prime Paul George is higher than 18 on this list. Really good player.
Yeah.
But he's just not there anymore.
Yeah, I totally agree. I don't like 17 and Jamal Murray. I don't like 16.
You're not a Jamal Murray guy.
Is Bam Adebayo. And I got to be honest, Bam Adebayo did not make the All-NBA team, and Domantas Sabonis did. He was a better player at the same position last year.
They appeared to, based on what I saw and what I was reading in these rankings, what's Jimmy Butler, 12?
Jimmy Butler is 12.
So they very heavily weight what happened in the playoffs, like last year. Well, this past playoffs.
Okay.
Because Jimmy Butler's 12, Bam was, where did you say he was, 16?
Yeah. So I'm going to just flip that on his head then. If that's what they did, then why is De'Aaron Fox a spot below Domantas Sabonis?
Couldn't tell you.
So, I mean, that invalidates that as
right.
one of their rules of thumb.
Right.
Because De'Aaron Fox was incredible in the playoffs, and Domantas Sabonis struggled. He had, 3 or 4 games where he was either not good or had a subpar game.
Yeah, but when you look at
Fox was incredible.
When you look at Jimmy Butler, it's like, wow, look at him in the playoffs, and he has the best warp of any player in the playoffs over the last 5 years. And no, I get that, and I understand the value in that, but they were an 8 seed last year. It was a really nice run. It was really cool, but we're just banking on the Heat doing that again because Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, just because.
And Bam. They're demonstrably worse. Their roster's way worse this year.
Yeah, they'll be, the ghost of Damian Lillard trade. He will not score any points this year for them.
You think?
Yeah, they had a nice plan and it didn't work out.
That's tough.
Good for the Bucks.
I can't wait for 1 through 10 to come out so we can figure out which players
should not have been above.
Yeah. No, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. They got us, dude. This is what they wanted.
They roped us in.
They got us. They got my click. They got us talking about it.
Oh, man.
And that's fine. That's fine. Luckily, the good news is the games are still going to be played.
That's true. That's true. I'm with you.
All right. We're the Insiders. We're brought to you by Jiffy Lube. James, you cut out of here immediately yesterday. Honestly, and frankly, not as fast as I thought you were going to. I thought you were going to just headset off, out the door, see you tomorrow. But you chatted with Dillon and KC for a minute. You popped in here and said goodbye to me and Jesse.
Well, I'm always cordial.
I know.
And I feel bad, like, if I don't wash my coffee cup. Like, I
Mm,
want to run out the door, but first of all, running is not something I do much anymore.
Sure.
But also, like I'm a responsible human being. I have to, like, say goodbye to my guys. I had to pack up my stuff. I did not pre-pack all of my stuff. So, yeah. But I still made it. I made it on time. And then we sat there and waited for 25 minutes.
So you could have waited around longer.
Yeah, that's my life. Like, if I were to have a running clock on how many minutes I sat in a room,
oh, dude,
hanging out with my Sacramento media friends, waiting for the Sacramento Kings to let us into a door, it would be in the thousands of hours. It would be like
so much hurry up and wait.
Yeah, like 3 months of my life, probably over the last 14 years total, I've burned just waiting in a room.
There was one day the 49ers, and then we'll get to this Mike Brown signing that you got, because it's really interesting. Mike Brown talked a lot about Sasha Vezenkov, but there was one day Kyle Shanahan, because that day after a game he does a conference call, not a press conference. He jumps on a call.
Gotcha.
And it was set for 2:00, and then they push it up to like 1:10. So everybody gets on this call at 1:10, and we wait and we wait. And now it's about 1:18, and they go, send another email. Hey, 1:30 now. Okay. So hey, everybody hangs up. Text messages, what's the group chats going off about, how annoying that is. But anyways, 1:30, it's still happening. Get on at 1:30 and wait like 20 minutes. And then he jumps on. Kyle Shanahan does.
So what was the original start time?
2:00. It moved back 10 minutes.
Oh, no.
And they initially pushed it back like an hour, almost an hour.
So
brutal.
I have
so annoying.
There was a time that one day, I think our longest wait time is probably 2.5 hours.
Oof.
One time.
And in person too. You're there.
Oh, no, I'm there.
You don't get to do stuff around the house while you wait.
No, you're there. I mean, you can't even go get lunch because you don't know when they're going to pop in and say, all right, it's go time. There was one time in all of my time covering the Kings that they came out, and it was just me and Jason Jones were there, which used to be like typical. Like there would be like 2 or 3 of us. Now there's a bunch of local television that shows up, but either way, they said, hey, if you guys want, we don't usually do this. You can go ahead and shoot some baskets. We're in the practice facility.
That's the dream.
And I'm like, oh, all right, I'll shoot in here. That is a moment that I realized that Jason Jones played offensive line and probably had never played basketball before. I mean, he's played basketball before, but I was like,
I'm tapping out of this. This is a you thing.
I love Jason Jones, but that was like, oh, you're an offensive lineman. Like, I was a wide receiver in junior high and high school and defensive back. And like, a
prime athlete.
I played sports. I played volleyball for years. I played baseball. I played, basketball, all the sports.
Sure. Big sports
guy. He was definitely like someone that, well, there was another situation where we found out Jason Jones was an offensive lineman, but that's a totally different story. And I'm not going to go down that road. That's an off the record with the Kings beat virtual happy hour story.
Oh boy. Okay. Very good. So Mike Brown yesterday eventually came out. Hopefully he didn't have to wait too long. He said 25 minutes.
Yeah. It was probably 25.
That's not bad.
It wasn't that bad.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So your plan was to ask about Sasha Vezenkov, which you did.
Yeah, I was upset that I didn't get to ask about it on Saturday because I had already wanted to ask about what the plan was, because we have seen him not be part of the first or the second team in what limited practice we do get to see. And when we come in and we see what jerseys everyone's wearing, they literally like color code the players. There's like the black jerseys are the starters. I think the gray jerseys are the second team. The blue jerseys are the third team, and the red jerseys are the fourth team. Okay. And so you can tell who is on what.
No purple.
Sasha, no. Sasha had not been part of the first or second team in any day. So it was like a question that we were going to ask before the game, but then when we didn't, and then the fact that no one traveled to Vancouver, it left this void. So yesterday was the first day we really got to ask Mike about it.
Do we want to start with what he's seen so far?
Yeah, let's start with that.
Okay, so here's what Mike Brown said he's seen from Sasha Vezenkov so far.
He's he played well for us offensively, I thought, against Toronto, and he's getting better. And again, like I said, we're just taking a look at different combinations. We may throw Sasha in with the second five and Dorte with the third five. We there's the only thing that may not happen is I don't think I'll mess with the starting five, but the second and the third five can change it at any time. But Sasha, again, showed some of his versatility on the offensive end of the floor for us that people will expect to see come this year.
Honestly, that audio was courtesy of you, so thank you. Not as glowing of an answer as I was anticipating.
No, see, I've talked to Mike about this, both on the record, off the record. I've talked to him multiple times, right?
Mm-hmm.
About Sasha and where he is and who he could be and all that stuff. And it always comes down to like, hey, like the defense has to be there. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and like he's gonna play, but in order to play major minutes, we can't have him be a liability. So he needs to figure out the defensive playbook because we know he's really smart, but we also know that he's not very like quick-footed.
Mm-hmm.
His lateral quickness is not great.
Mm-hmm.
And in order for him to make up for that, he has to know the playbook inside and out. Especially he has to know their defensive principles and when to rotate and when to like go help weak side and when to stay on your man. He has to know all that stuff
Mm-hmm.
in order for him to use his basketball intelligence on the court. And so there's going to be a time, but for right now, they're working on this idea. They're working on bringing him along, making sure that even the offense, he made mistakes on it. He kept going and like these cuts were incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Once or twice he cut when he wasn't supposed to, and somebody threw the ball in his stance because he wasn't standing where he was supposed to be standing.
Sure.
And that's okay because he's learning.
Yeah.
But I think the expectations from outside, the expectations from the buildup with the media of who he's going to be this season. Like, again, I think he can average 12 points a game this season.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But there's still this possibility that he takes longer to get acclimated to the league than anyone thinks. And that might be where we're at right now.
I think he's going to pick up the offensive end very quickly. But what Mike Brown said about him defensively, that's I don't want to say the worry, but you just kind of laid it out. And that's ultimately going to be what winds up deciding when he's playing, how much he's playing. And here's how Mike Brown's assessed his defense so far.
His defense against Toronto was at best okay. He gave up middle a couple of times, and we're a no middle team. He's got to keep the ball on the sideline, and then he's got to make sure that he continues to understand the league, and so he's got to watch as much film as he can on guys that he may match up against, so that he can try to pick up on their tendencies sooner than later.
I have a question. How big of a concern is this defensive? Is Vezenkov's defense for you in terms of, man, this might keep him from ever being a major factor, to not concerned at all, give him 3 weeks and he's going to be fine?
Yeah, I think give him 3 weeks and he's the biggest problem I have. I'll throw this out there. Like, if you have so much concern about him on the defensive end, why are you putting him in small forward? Why aren't you keeping him at the power forward position where he at least has an opportunity with, the difference between forwards in the NBA now is smaller than it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. Like, it used to be like, if you're going to deal with Charles Oakley on one side and then Allen Houston on the other, that's, you understand what I'm saying? Right. If you Scottie Pippen is your small forward, Dennis Rodman is or Horace Grant is your power forward, you need to have a big, strong guy, and you need to have a crazy, fleet-footed guy, right? To defend those guys. So I still think that that's the case, though. Even against like stretch fours are going to give him a little bit of problem. I think he can hold his own against stronger guys. He's a physical player, and he's kind of scrappy.
Sure, and he's 28. Like, he's matured into his
he's a grown-ass man.
Yeah,
there's no question there. He is. So, I have no problem saying that. But at the same time, if you're worried about him in space, which is when we talk about lateral quickness, you're always talking about in space, right?
Mhm.
Like we're not worried about lateral quickness when a guy is in the block trying to go around you. That's not what we're talking. We're talking
Right,
about
right.
like when you run out to defend somebody at the 3-point line and he fakes a 3 and then runs right around you. Like that's where the lateral quickness comes in. If you're in transition, you got to be able to stay in front of somebody, all that stuff.
Mhm.
You got to funnel guys to the sidelines, not to the middle, like what Mike's talking about.
Right.
The Kings, without a natural shot blocker most of last season, you got to funnel guys away from the rim, not to the rim,
Mhm.
right? Where a lot of teams do funnel to Rudy Gobert. They funnel to him because like, okay, go ahead. What are you going to do now? We
Right.
funneled you right to the giant French dude standing in the middle who's going to swat your shot.
Right.
So, yeah, I think there's a lot of things here where the nuances of the game that Sasha has a lot of advantages of on the offensive end.
Mhm.
You're kind of putting him in a situation where where does he fit best? And clearly for the Kings, if they want to put him at small forward, that's fine.
Mhm.
But just know that that's gonna like shine a glaring light on the fact that he's not very quick laterally.
Yeah, it can't be a situation where he doesn't need to be like a lockdown defender or anything.
No,
But it can't be a situation where a team's just going to hunt him and just destroy your defense by putting him in pick and rolls or getting him in switches, getting a guard going past him, and now your defense is scrambling.
yeah, treat
That's
him
what teams did to Jordan Poole last year.
It's what they did to Austin Reeves all the way through during his time with Team USA. They hunted
Speaking of
him.
the top 100 list.
They just hunted him the whole time. You're like, oh, look at that. They're hunting him.
Yeah, just get him in the block, get him on the perimeter, blow by. It just, yeah. And that's what you cannot have. He just needs to be a not minus defender.
Yeah, just
not
try to be league average, and we're okay.
Yeah, like hit that league average mark, man. That's going to be the ultimate goal. We got more sound about Sasha Vezenkov on the other side. Is he going to be in the rotation? Mike Brown answered that question yesterday. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. Claire.
Yeah. Hey, Zabo, we're going to answer this question. I think this is a good question to answer, when we're coming out of the break. But, like what you have to look at, Mike was very clear about this at practice yesterday. They have a five-man starting group that's played together and looked like, in all honesty, the starters looked incredible. Like, I don't care what the scoring was or anything else. Like, their off-ball cuts, their motion, their movement, everything was spectacular. And we didn't even really get Sabonis like having to go into the post and do anything. But what Mike has done in the preseason, early in preseason, is that you used a 5-man group and then a second 5-man group, and players who have played together in practice, you're keeping together on the floor. There will come a point where you start mixing in groups together. But for right now, this is where we're at. Oh, see, I like you, Johnny G. Johnny G, you're always coming
Johnny's
up with
the
these
man.
things. Yeah. Would we be the insliders? I like it.
Damn it, Johnny.
God damn it.
Son of a...
The Mad Hammers. That's what it would be right there.
My radio DJ name in college was, sorry, I thought I heard a song on this spot that was my favorite K-pop group.
Oh.
It's not.
Carry on, Kyle.
my DJ name in college on my radio show in college was the Mad Hatter.
Oh.
Last name's Madsen, wear a lot of hats.
Nope, that all makes sense.
Alice in Wonderland guy.
Yeah, I think the Mad Hammers was something. I think John Bull might have come up with that. Somebody came.
No, he didn't.
It wasn't.
Even if it was, I'm not giving him credit.
Because you want to punch him in the face.
Right in the kisser. Just John, just the nicest guy in the world, and I just hate him.
Just for no reason. Irrational hatred of John Bull. He was here earlier. I don't know if he's still here. Hi, John, if you're here.
Oh, I thought you meant here. I was like, ooh.
Oh, no.
Oh.
No, he lives.
We're going to have fisticuffs.
I don't think he lives that far away. Like, I could tell him to show up one day.
Oh, man. We'll do that last bit of Mike Brown sound on Sasha here.
Okay.
And then I have a couple other little things to get to.
Okay.
And then we will push the Armstead stuff into the 11 o'clock.
Excellent.
The chatty house is cool because they're in on the idea of, or they just kind of get what we're doing. And so I can just on the fly, just kind of produce and nobody cares.
Yeah.
Like that's great.
No,
That's really cool.
they're friends. Like, is it dropping the fourth wall?
No longer. Jill Adge is the new King's Twitter MVP.
Plus, I think John gave up Twitter. He's moved to the Instagram version of
Threads.
Oh no, John Bull said he's gonna punch Kyle with his mouth. I don't
Pause.
understand. I don't know what's happening.
10 seconds. Board's live. I'm punching our listener John Bull right in the mouth next time I see him. Just getting a right hook into the chin.
Awesome.
John's great. No. Anyways, last segment, you were out of practice yesterday with the Kings. Got a lot of good sound from Mike Brown, and we'll dig into some of the other stuff later. He also talked about the Malik Monk, JaVale McGee pick and roll. Talked about what he wants to see against the Lakers. We're going to talk Kings Lakers a little bit later. The Kings play their second preseason game down in LA tonight. But I want to finish up this conversation that we were having about Sasha Vezenkov and where this all kind of stands, because there was all this hype of when, hey, he's going to come over. I believe it was Sean Cunningham reported that he was going to come over and sign with the Kings. And then there was the big press conference, and then he hasn't played till the third quarter in the first preseason game. There's all this kind of consternation about where he stands. And so we've gotten a couple answers, and we heard it last segment from Mike Brown about, hey, he's figuring it out offensively. He's got to figure it out defensively. But somebody asked yesterday, and I wish I could remember who it was, but somebody asked him yesterday if Vezenkov is in the rotation. Like, is he going to be in the rotation come the season opener? And here's what Mike Brown had to say about it.
If he will be or not, he's just got to keep fighting his behind off and getting better every opportunity that he gets, whether it's in practice and shoot around and or in the game.
The first part of that got cut off, but he said, I don't know if he will or not.
Yeah. Okay.
That surprised me.
So the way that Mike Brown started his media session yesterday was saying, I don't know why he said this, like we were messing with him about something. And he said he can't help but be honest and be who he is and be forthright. And that's like what you hope from your coach, right? There's nothing worse when you're in a media session and you feel like somebody's being dishonest with you. And, and that's not something that I typically have seen from head coaches in Sacramento. It is something I have seen from at least one general manager in the past, where you're like, hey, man, like, that I know what you're saying isn't true. And that that I know that what you're saying isn't true. And we're just both looking at each other while your mouth is moving. That I know that you're lying. And that's a really awkward situation, because then trust is gone.
Right.
And if trust is gone between us, then like gloves are off. Like there is no more, if we're not going to do a mutual respect thing, then we're not doing a mutual respect thing. And so game on. Like, don't treat me that way. And so I like that Mike is super honest about these things, that he's straightforward and he gives you exactly what it is that you're looking for in a soundbite. And I know a lot of people in Europe, like they listen to the audio, and that's, again, when I block quote somebody, when I quote somebody in a story, most of my quotes are way longer than other people's quotes. I do not like doing a 6-word comma Brown said and then one sentence, because I think context is huge in most discussions.
Mm-hmm.
And when I do videos on Twitter, now that I can put a 7-minute long video.
Mm-hmm.
I would much rather let Mike answer the questions in his own way, in their entirety, let people get that. And then we have this dynamic right now where like getting a good follow-up question has become extremely difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And unless there are 2 of us that are on the same thread or 3 of us, man, if we could get 3 of us that are pulling on the same thread where we start to see something, then we could start getting more and more content, especially content that's all bunched up. Kyle has to go through an 8-minute sound thing of Mike Brown in order to get all these clips. Those clips should have been together. We should have been better as a group.
Mm-hmm.
And it's something we should probably discuss as a group. When there's something interesting, we probably should stay together here and try to figure this out, try to help each other develop the story further.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what we got going on right now. Like,
sure,
it's early, it's preseason. We look like the Kings' second team. We're discombobulated as a media group.
You're not rebounding.
Yeah, exactly. So, somebody's missing 3-point shots and somebody's not rebounding, and like all this stuff is happening at the same time. But I think it's part of like the conversation here is like, we should be able to chase something. We should be able to get in pretty deep into a discussion, especially with Mike Brown. Mike is okay, like sitting there and bearing his soul a little bit about a player. And that's just not what we've gotten so far. So it leads us to like a cut up audio track.
The good news is I've listened to enough press conferences that I can just click through it and I know exactly what to listen for. So I didn't have to listen to I did listen to all 8 minutes because I wanted to listen to it, but I didn't need to, just so you know.
Yeah. It's something like we'll work on it. I'll work on this. Like there are times where Sean Cunningham and I, we're not even looking at each other. We see something and we're like sharks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh no. We're going to pull on this thread until the whole sweater's gone.
And you guys get pretty lucky too, because Brown gave 3 answers on Sasha Vezenkov.
Yep.
And they were all he wasn't not dragging the guy. He wasn't going like, yeah, he's going to be in the G League.
Yeah.
It wasn't like that. But it wasn't, yeah, no, we're thrilled. Like we're super happy and he's doing great. Defensively there's some stuff to work on, but we're really happy with what we've seen from him there. Like, no, he's not saying he's done a bad job, but he's saying, yeah, he needs to be better on defense. He gave it the middle. We don't do that. Like, and it's just specific about like, this is what he needs to work on. He's doing well offensively, still learning the league, needs to get better defensively. That's just a more honest and kind of informative answer than I think you're going to get from a lot of coaches.
Yeah. And I would also add in Sasha will get to play at some point and he'll play minutes, like a lot of minutes this season for the Kings. But Mike hates when players don't do the basic fundamental concepts of their defense or their offensive sets.
Yep.
You have got to follow the rules. So you might be slow-footed. We'll make up for that as a team because your teammates know that you have an issue.
Right.
And we're going to work to help you with that.
Yep.
Right. We got your back. But what you can't do is, while that guy has to have your back, put him in a situation where his guy is killing you because you didn't do your basic concept thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we're at with him right now. He needs to learn the basic concepts and he will. And he's still got like 2 weeks before the season starts. Like there's plenty of time here. There's games. We got a game on Wednesday. We got a game on Sunday. We got 2 games next week. There are times for him to learn this stuff. And he's a smart enough player that's what we're talking about. He can build out what he's supposed to do over that amount of time. And it's possible he makes his way into the lineup. I would point to the fact that, again, KZ Okpala started the first 3 games of the season last year. The last game that he started, he played 3 minutes or 4 minutes. And then Keegan Murray took over. Like, that's a possibility here where it's just you're trying to make somebody work and show that they can earn it and that they're understanding and that they're not doing the same exact thing multiple times. But everyone knows Mike Brown, he'll call a timeout 15 seconds into a game. If you break a defensive concept, he'll call it right then. No, we're not doing that.
Yep.
Well, what do you do when you got a guy coming off the bench. You can't waste timeouts on a guy coming off the bench like that all the time.
Yeah, if where I'm at with Vezenkov is if it's December and he's getting DNPs, okay, now let's talk.
Yeah.
But until then, like he's a rookie. He's an NBA rookie. I know he's 28. I know he's been playing professionally since he was 15 or 16 or however long he's been
15,
playing professionally.
yep.
But like, he's a rookie in the NBA. This is the best league there is. It's going to be an adjustment.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at. A couple more things here. We're the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Did you see what happened to Dillon Brooks last night in his Rockets debut?
It always happens.
My man got tossed.
Stop
4.5
grabbing
minutes.
people's privates. Stop touching other people. This is something you learned in preschool. We don't touch other people's privates. It's such a basic concept, Kyle. Stop touching people's below the waist. Stop
if you
doing
didn't see it, Daniel Tice sets a screen. Daniel Tice to the Pacers sets a screen. Dillon Brooks goes to go around it, hits him below the waist, gets ejected for punching a player below the waist. He didn't wind up and throw a punch, but he definitely hit him. After the game, said, I tried to navigate a screen. This is a quote from the Houston Chronicle. I might have tapped him below the waist, but he got right back up. I don't know. It's weird that every time it happens to me, I get picked on. I guess it's part of reputation. Like, yes, dude. Yes. You've been a jerk for so long. Yes, you have a reputation now. Like, that's what happens,
doing
dude.
that.
For doing that. Yes.
Hey, DeMarcus Cousins used to ask me all the time, why do I get all these technicals? Oh, no, he said, why do you keep writing about all of my technicals? And I said, because you keep getting technicals. I'll make you a deal. You stop getting technicals, I'll stop writing about them.
Let's see that. It's that easy.
That easy.
It's that easy, bro. It's Dillon Brooks. I'm so happy the Kings didn't sign him.
Yes.
So happy. Eric Armstead joined the show yesterday. He said something interesting about Brock Purdy that dovetails nicely with some new rankings from Stephen Ruiz, your favorite guy. Brock Purdy moving on up. Where did he land? And is it justified? We'll talk about it on the other side. That's James and Kyle. We're the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
At Jiffy Lube, it's our job to keep you moving. With a full range of services from oil changes and tire rotations to filters, wipers, and more.
My bad, Chatty House. Sorry about that.
How's it going, friends? What'd you do to the Chatty House?
I accidentally played commercials in their ears.
Oh, I didn't hear them.
Oh, yeah, I took them out of your ears.
Well, as long as it's out of my ears. Sorry, Chatty House. Yeah. Yeah, Drew Down. He DeMarcus, like he would pull me over like, hey. Don't touch other people's privates. Oh, yeah, great. Thanks, Kyle. I hear that. We don't touch other people's privates. I hear that. Is that, are you using that? Oh no. Yeah, DeMarcus used to like, hey, come here. I'm like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, hey, did I deserve a tech right there? Because I don't think I deserved a tech. I said, no, man, but I was watching like the 4 previous plays and you were yelling at that official the whole time. You just happened to say the magic word after berating him the whole time. So maybe you didn't deserve it that time, but you probably deserved it like the previous 4 times. He goes, fair enough. And then he was like, hey, man, why do you always write about all the technicals I have? I'm like, because you keep getting them. It is what it is, man. Not a lot I can do about it. Stop doing it. Anyway. Sometimes you have to have honest discussions about people. Like, Kyle, do you have a button that you want to push now?
So I can't upload it where it needs to go from here, but what I can do is I can rig this where I have my mic on and this up.
Don't touch other people's privates. I can hear it in the background.
I don't know how well you can hear it.
I can just hear it in the background. Hi. Kenny is here.
Must be on break. I wasn't sure.
KC in the building.
What's going on?
We're on break, but just for another
Rocking
minute.
his Braves hat. I need to. I gotta up my hoodie game, man. Do you know how hard it is being friends with D'Lo and Casey?
They're cool dudes.
Just from a standpoint of like, I bought new shoes to work here.
Oh no, see, I don't buy in.
I did. Oh,
No,
dude,
no.
I bought new shoes. I'm looking at.
No.
I got some new jackets I'm pulling out for winter. I gotta keep up, man.
They're well-dressed men.
I'm not
but
gonna keep up. I gotta be in the realm, though.
I have my own style.
10 seconds.
All right.
Let's go, man. Second hour. Dillon and Casey coming up next. That's James. I'm Kyle. Dillon and Casey coming up at noon. It's a good fade by me. We had Eric Armstead on the show yesterday.
I enjoyed that.
That was super cool.
You were so panicked that he wasn't gonna be here. You
I
were
was pretty
like,
bummed.
you like gave up at like 11:15. You were like Charlie Brown kicking the can down. Like, oh
Yeah, no, and that happens sometimes. You know, you're trying to get an athlete or a high profile person on. They're busy, even on a day off. Like they're with family. They're with their teammates. Maybe doing something. They're just taking a day to not talk to anybody, and that's fine. And so I just figured, hey, his team set something up, and he decided, I don't want to. I'm not going to do that, and that would have been fine. So I was just a little bummed, but he came through.
Yeah, I felt like we went from the Charlie Brown moment, and to stay with the Peanuts analogy,
Yeah.
There became a moment later where I was, is it Schroeder on the piano, and you were Snoopy dancing on top of my piano. Like I could see you in the other room, like going, oh, and I'm like, oh, he's got something. Fish on, fish on. Like
I was there, dude.
It was fun.
There.
You were like, oh, I gotta go. Keep talking.
You talk. You do this now. No, you did a great job, and I appreciate it. But Eric Armstead was on, and we talked about the Armstead Academic Project and all the really cool charity stuff he's doing. But we had to talk a little football with the guy as well. 49ers defensive lineman. And you asked a great question about Brock Purdy and how he's handled this kind of, hey, Mr. Irrelevant, who had, keep in mind, you get drafted as Mr. Irrelevant, especially as a quarterback, and you look at the history of that position at the last pick of the draft. No Mr. Irrelevant, no final pick of the draft has ever been a quarterback that threw a pass in the NFL.
Oh.
So he's looking at the history of this and going, oh, quarterbacks picked where I got picked don't play. Ever.
Yeah, they don't make it.
They just don't make it. One had taken a snap. It was Chad Kelly from Ole Miss who took a kneel down for the Broncos in like 2016 or 18 or whatever that was.
Okay, how many quarterbacks that weren't drafted that worked? Like, I mean, is Kurt Warner the only one that like worked in a grocery store and then came and actually?
Yeah, I think so. Tony Romo was undrafted.
Okay, so we need the stat though. Undrafted that worked in a grocery store and came in to throw over 4,000 yards and 40 touchdowns in the season.
I'm confident saying it's just one, but I can't say that. I wouldn't bet my life on it.
I think it's one.
I would not bet my life on it just in case. So Eric was talking about Brock Purdy and how he's handled this transition from Mr. Irrelevant to perhaps being the MVP of the NFL through 5 weeks.
Yeah,
certainly in the conversation. And I thought Eric gave a really thoughtful answer here. Here's what he had to say.
When you're a later round pick, people question you, and there's a narrative around that you have to prove yourself, or I think however you enter the league, you have to prove yourself. And all Brock has done is, with his opportunities, played exceptionally well and done amazing things. So I think the narrative needs to change on him, and Brock's definitely in the MVP conversation in the league, and being the last pick of the draft to the MVP conversation is one hell of a story, and he's definitely deserving of it. It's proven that week in and week out.
Hey, Gary, that's 49ers defensive lineman Eric Armstead. There is a belief in the locker room in Brock Purdy that I just don't think they've had in any other quarterback. Like, they like Jimmy Garoppolo. I think they thought Jimmy Garoppolo could help them win a Super Bowl. But I feel like you never, ever heard somebody say, dude, he's in the MVP conversation. Eric Armstead also said, I don't have the sound cut, but he also said that this is the best Niners offense they've had since he arrived. And granted, they weren't very good for a lot of that time, but
yeah, but no lies.
That's a fact.
It is. I mean, it is what, like, he's played that well. Like, when you
Mhm.
play yourself into this conversation, it's not some fluke.
Mhm.
And it doesn't matter how many people want to, like some sort of, like, take something away because, oh, someone else could do it. Like, no. Like, okay, so
But even
look, the New
Sure.
York Jets
Mhm.
built an entire roster around a 39-year-old dude.
Yeah.
He didn't cut. He got hurt like 3 plays into the season. Did his
Give him credit.
roster
It was 4.
four plays? Did his roster all around him all of a sudden get horribly worse?
Right.
No, he still had like 2 stud running backs. He still
Mhm.
had at least one really good wide receiver and a solid wide receiver. He still has pieces in place. Former top number 1 pick or number 2 pick, number 2 overall pick steps in, and they are horrible. They are not a playoff team. They are struggling. The struggle bus is like stopped by and picked up their entire team and took it away.
Mhm.
Okay, like those things matter. That's where, like, when you're looking at Brock Purdy, he's better than Jimmy Garoppolo ever thought of being in a San Francisco 49ers uniform.
It's not close.
It's not even remotely close. So I don't understand how we can't just compare him to the people that he was with, him to Trey Lance, or him to Jimmy Garoppolo, or any other quarterback that has played in San Francisco. Like, he's just better. It is what it is.
He is. And so let's insert the Steven Ruiz list into this conversation because it's become a weekly topic. And it was a huge thing this week because he went on his podcast and said that he watched the film and Brock Purdy doesn't do anything, which is just objectively false. Like, that's wrong. If you want to knock him for not having a big arm or not being super fast, or sometimes he makes some risky throws that his receivers bail him out on, fine, man. Like, that's cool. I don't even disagree. But to say he doesn't do anything, that's nuts. That's false. That is just wrong.
Well, I mean, you're right. He doesn't throw interceptions. He doesn't fumble the ball. He doesn't get sacked a whole bunch of times doing stupid things. He doesn't force anything. But what he does do is average 9.3 yards per pass attempt.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good. He does lead the league in QBR and QB rating.
But a guy like Steven Ruiz will tell you those are team-related stats. Like, that's receivers bailing him out and all this other. And that's the thing is if you're trying to pick up, if you're trying to say, hey, would Brock Purdy be doing this for the Steelers? No, he wouldn't. But would he be better than Kenny Pickett? I think he would be.
Yeah, he'd be better than Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, but would he be leading the league in EPA and yards per attempt? No, I don't think he would. Now, Patrick Mahomes, if you pick him up and put him on the Steelers offense, I think takes off, which is the difference. Like, and that's different. Nobody's trying to put Brock Purdy in the Patrick Mahomes tier.
No,
that's never. So Steven Ruiz now has him ranked 22nd. Okay. I don't have any gripes with anybody behind him, but immediately behind him, it's Baker Mayfield, Mac Jones, Anthony Richardson, Justin Fields, Jimmy G, Jordan Love, Sam Howell, Bryce Young. It's that kind of group.
Okay.
So I want to play the game we played with OG Anunoby yesterday. And I'm going to start saying quarterbacks, and you tell me if Brock Purdy is a better player than that quarterback.
Okay.
So put Brock Purdy on their team. Does their team improve? Okay.
I'm in.
Okay. Deshaun Watson.
Yes.
I agree. Deshaun Watson is a shell of himself.
Yeah. You can't even massage it there. He's just a shell of himself. Go ahead.
I'm not even going to, number 20, Daniel Jones.
The human bobblehead.
See, I don't think the Giants get better if you put Brock Purdy on their team, but I think the 49ers get worse if you put Daniel Jones on the 49ers.
There is no way that Brock Purdy couldn't help that team. Like, Daniel Jones just
they are
stands back
really
there.
bad, dude.
They are, but Daniel Jones just stands back there and waits to get launched on.
And this is pause.
Yeah. I'm just saying,
this is where we diverge a little bit. I agree with you on Daniel Jones. I think he's not good. I think the Giants, if they could redo that contract, they would, or have a do-over on that contract, they would. But I don't think that their offensive line is awful. Their receivers are bad. Saquon Barkley's hurt. I don't think Brock Purdy is helping the Giants be better than, what are they, 1-4 now? I don't think he's helping them. But on that same token, if you put Daniel Jones on the 49ers, I don't think the 49ers get better.
No, and I'll say,
I think they get worse.
Daniel Jones is a better runner than Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is a more mobile quarterback within the pocket.
Mhm.
Daniel Jones inside the pocket literally looks like, and this is why I call him like the human bobblehead. Like his feet are stuck in one spot and his head is just bobbling on his head, waiting on his neck, waiting to get just crushed.
Mhm.
That's what happens. I mean, that dude got sacked 11 times in a game. Like
Yeah, that's
that
a
just
lot.
can't happen.
That's so many.
You got to move, bro.
So number 19 now. So okay, so we agree that 21 and 20. Okay. CJ Stroud.
See, I like CJ Stroud.
I'm in on CJ Stroud being above Brock Purdy.
I'm in on him being equal to.
Okay. That's
Okay.
fine. Because the Texans don't have nearly the weapons the Niners do, and he is putting up numbers as a rookie.
Numbers.
And Bobby Slowick, their offensive coordinator, came from the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan. So I'm all in on CJ Stroud. Derek Carr.
Oh, I'd take Brock Purdy every day.
I wouldn't have before this year, but now I
Yeah.
would.
Well, you would
Derek Carr has been so unimpressive.
Yeah, and the problem with Derek Carr here, like again, I've always liked him, and I thought he's got a bad rap, right?
Mhm.
The problem is that Derek Carr, anytime there was a big moment,
Mhm.
blew it. Like he would throw a high ball and it would get picked.
Yeah.
He would
He'd throw it away on fourth down.
Yeah, he didn't have the composure in crucial moments, and we're already seeing that with Brock Purdy.
Yep.
Like it's okay. It's okay to say one quarterback is better at that aspect. Does Derek Carr look like a better quarterback? Sometimes, sure.
Yeah,
Like
he's more physically talented. Yes.
yeah. Okay.
Yes, 100%.
But winning matters,
Mhm.
and actually making the throw that you're supposed to make matters, and making the right decision matters.
Yeah.
So yes, I take Brock Purdy above him.
I totally agree. This is a fun game. How high can we get Brock Purdy? We'll talk about that on the other side. We need to revisit the ESPN Top 100 rankings. There's a couple of things that we did not get to dive into when we talked about that I want to. And then Kings Lakers tonight. We'll preview that as well. That's all coming up on the other side. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Ron had a text.
Okay. There is a question.
Optima Tax Relief. Yeah, you're welcome. That was free, everybody.
That was awesome.
What? Oh, NBA Mexico City games. Just got an email about getting credentials for that.
Oh.
I'm not going to.
You're going to go down? No. I have a buddy in Mexico City. I could get him credentialed for that. Oh, I do. He was my old partner at Cowbell Kingdom. Where in the World is John Santiago is a game that we could play on the King's Beat podcast. John Santiago is now in Mexico City. I spoke to him. See, do you have friends that you talk to that like travel and that call you like from random places?
I don't have any friends, James.
You don't have friends? It's
not any that call. If you're calling me, we're no longer friends. Text me, bro.
Oh, really? Okay.
I have a few friends I talk to on the phone sometimes.
Okay.
But they don't travel and call me from random places.
So my guy John, like how much time do we have here?
14 to 30, about a minute.
Okay. So my guy John, he's called me from the Adriatic Sea on a sailboat. And when he calls, we chat forever. He's called me from Poland. He's called me from Colombia. He's called me from South Africa. Now he's in Mexico City. He did move to Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Does he just vibe, or does he have a job that takes him to these places?
He does everything remotely. So he's one of those people that all he needs is his laptop to work. And so wherever he wants to go live, he lives. Like it cost him $400 a month to live in like a really, really nice house in Colombia, with like maid service and like all of you utilities and everything.
Tough life.
Yeah.
I love that for him. Shout out to John Santiago.
Yep. Have you ever met John?
No.
Oh, you probably have. You just don't remember.
10 seconds.
All right.
Everybody laughed at me when I freaked out about 10 seconds last time. So we have 10 seconds, James. Your board is live. Yeah, you're dang right it is. Apparently my teas fit in perfectly with what the chatty house is talking about.
Oh, that's not great.
I said, how high can we get Brock Purdy? And they were talking about THC.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Specifically edible versions of it. Anyways, so what we've been doing, we've been talking about, we're going to get to the ESPN Top 100 NBA player rankings. We're also going to get into the Kings-Lakers game here coming up, but we're talking right now about Brock Purdy and his place in the Ringer quarterback rankings. And he's at 22. And so far, the only quarterbacks ahead of him, we got up to number 18. The only quarterbacks ahead of him who we would maybe take over him are CJ Stroud, or is CJ Stroud.
Okay.
Rookie for the Texans, who's awesome. I'm a big CJ Stroud guy.
And again, I think if we're going to talk about this, we should, like, if you're building a franchise, like CJ Stroud is young. He's like top tier pick. Like, he's super impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson.
Oh no, every day of the week I'm taking Brock Purdy.
You definitely are.
No? Am I crazy?
No, I don't. No. I think you're probably right. It's just that Russell Wilson's looked better this year.
But better isn't good.
And I just kind of wonder, would getting in an offense, but then again, he couldn't run the offense that Shane Waldron, the Seahawks offensive coordinator, was running.
Yeah.
Because it's Shanahan-esque. It's a lot of stuff over the middle of the field. It's taking the easy throws to Christian McCaffrey in the flat. And that's not something that Russell Wilson has always been great at. So the way I'm viewing this is, am I taking Russell Wilson for this Niners offense or Brock Purdy? This is so tough. I think I'm taking Brock. I think
I'm taking him. Yeah.
Okay.
I
I just need to see a little more from Russell Wilson to make sure he's not washed.
I feel like Russell Wilson's washed, and I also feel like, I mean, him and Sean Payton like getting into it on the sidelines, or Sean Payton unloading.
That's it. You know what, dude? Russell Wilson's. I'm out on him as a dude. We just heard Eric Armstead on our show yesterday. We played the sound in the last segment. They love Brock Purdy in the Niners locker room. They have loved him since he was cooking their defense as the scout team quarterback last year. So I for that factor alone, maybe Russell Wilson's better at football. I want Brock Purdy in my locker room.
Of course.
Way more than I want Russell Wilson's rear end in the locker room.
How far up on the list are we at
17.
This point? Yeah.
Ryan Tannehill is at number 16. See, so this is an interesting one. I get it. You're laughing, and I get it. I would love to see what Ryan Tannehill looks like in Kyle Shanahan's offense or with this group.
I wouldn't. No, I mean,
no, but there is a decision-making issue with him that can derail your offense.
Well, that, and he's a long wind-up quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's a guy who likes to throw.
He's a wide receiver. He
takes forever to get the ball in position. He has a really long release. Tannehill's fine, but we'll go back to 3 years ago, the Niners are in the playoffs, and the final the final 8 quarterbacks it's like Burrow, Mahomes, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen,
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow.
Did you say Joe Burrow?
I think I said Joe Burrow.
Oh, okay.
One other I think was Matthew Stafford, and then Ryan Tannehill and Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
And it was like, you knew that if you were the 49ers, you had either the 7th or the 8th best quarterback of the group.
Yeah.
Well, that's Tannehill. I put in that situation still.
Okay.
I just is he okay? Yeah. As a game manager, hands the ball off a lot. But if I need somebody to make a tremendous play, It's not Tannehill. And like I think right now, Brock Purdy, I would take him without any
Do
question.
you by any chance remember that year how the Titans-Bengals playoff game went? Where Joe Burrow got sacked like 9 times.
Okay.
And the Titans defensive line just cooked, but Ryan Tannehill threw 3 interceptions and the Bengals won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I
see, you got me. I'm taking him. There's no question.
Who's
next?
Next is number 15. And I think this is where I stop. And it's Jared Goff. Jared Goff is having a really good year.
He is having a good year.
And he was really good last year, especially towards the end of last year.
Yeah, he's become fun.
Yeah.
And he's also like embraced like, hey, I'm really not that bad. You should probably stop talking about me.
Well, and I think he's capable, and this is the next guy too. Kirk Cousins is at 14. I think both of them are capable of doing what Brock Purdy is doing, but they have more physical traits.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I think I stopped at Tannehill.
I don't want to talk about Goff because I feel like he'll show up in the chatty house and like, like say something back. And I don't want to talk about Kirk Cousins because I feel like then he's going to wear like a gold chain with no shirt and say something silly back at us. But no, I mean, like both of those guys. See, here's the thing. If I'm starting a franchise, I'm not starting with them because they're just much older.
Yeah.
Like, do I think they're capable? Sure. But like if I'm this whole 49ers thing, this, you know, at the start of the season, everyone's like, oh, well, look, if it doesn't work out, you know what they're going to do?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to go get Kirk Cousins in the offseason. Kyle, they're not getting Kirk Cousins in the offseason.
No. But I was there because we saw 5 games of Brock last year, right?
Yep.
5 regular season games. He was pretty good in the Seattle playoff game. They put up 41 points, but he was kind of erratic and figured it out in the second half. And then that Cowboys game, he wasn't awful, but it was like, oof, they scored 19 points. And they needed a miracle catch from George Kittle to kind of get there. And their defense was lights out. Dak threw a couple of picks, but it was fine. And then he gets hurt in the NFC title game. He was a huge question mark coming into this year for me. He has 5 games of regular season. He has seven starts, ostensibly.
Yep.
He has 7 starts, and he's coming off major elbow surgery. I got to see it. And I'm seeing it now, especially with what we saw Sunday night. Like I'm there. Like I'm just, I get it. Like Brock is good.
His arm strength is going to get better as the season goes on. He's going to continue to get stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
Like as long as he doesn't get physically injured and take steps back.
Right.
Like he should be getting stronger with each passing week.
Mm-hmm.
That's just like the nature of injuries.
Yeah.
And whether he was ready or not at the beginning of the season, he sure does look like he was.
Yeah, he's been really, really good. And that's, like I said, but the 15-16 range is where I would have him. If I just off the top of my head,
yep,
that's about where I would have had him. And I don't even have a huge gripe with 22 because there's a couple guys, like I said, like Daniel Jones, who I'm definitely taking him over. And who is it?
Does he still have Kyler Murray and
yeah, Deshaun Watson was 21. But real quick, I want to get to those guys.
Yeah.
I've always been of the mind that there's a top tier of quarterback. That's Patrick Mahomes and whoever you want to, Josh Allen, if you want to put him in there, Joe Burrow, whatever.
I think there's one tier and then there's a really good second tier. There's one guy in the top tier and then there's a bunch of guys.
It's Mahomes and then
it's Mahomes and then there's a second tier with Allen and Burrow and Herbert and
Hurts. Lamar Jackson.
Hurts, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. And then there's this huge like third tier. And that's maybe 14 through 23. And pick a guy. They're all roughly the same ish. Like you can order them how you want, but I'm not going to like plant my flag on one of those guys in like a very specific spot because I think in general, they're going to give you a lot of the same stuff.
No, I get
from
you.
a production standpoint.
Yeah. And there might be some nuance to, you know, whether they run the ball better or, you know, whether they can throw a better deep ball, whatever it might be.
Yeah. So that's why I don't gripe too hard at 22 because like, sure. But I go and let it look like Joe Burrow's at 13 right now. He hasn't been playing well this year, which is why he's fallen down the list.
Of course.
But like Burrow without, like, it's not even a discussion for me. He still has Kyler Murray at number 12.
I mean, come on now. Come on now.
I'm not even going to bring Kyler into the discussion because I tend to think Kyler is pretty good. but he's hurt. So he's not even playing right now. So it doesn't.
And if you put him in the 49ers offense, would they be better? No. No, he cannot make the throws that we're seeing from Purdy. He can't sit in the pocket and not have happy feet. He can't process the game where the first instinct he has is to run down the field.
Mhm.
All of those things would not work in this offense.
I think Kyler's pretty good. I think his arm talent. I think you're underrating his arm talent a little bit.
Okay, but arm strength, accuracy, everything, like put it all in one thing. Like, I don't think he's a great throwing quarterback. I know he would not be averaging 9.3 yards per attempt.
Okay, that's fair. And then there's knowing the offense and timing and all that and anticipation, all that. Okay.
Did he remove Tom Brady from the list, or is he just did he move him up?
Nope. Tom Brady has been moved up.
He moved up the list.
Yes.
How many spots?
He's waffled between 11 and 10 a couple of times. He's now back up to 10 ahead of Tua, who's at number 11.
Okay. So again, I get it. But what is the point here? Because Tom Brady is a late round.
I don't understand. I think the Tom Brady thing is a bit.
No, it is a bit, but how do you do that? How do you put a guy on your list? Two guys should be eliminated from the list right away. And then I'm not happy about number 20, but at least Brock Purdy is number 20.
Yeah. Tom Brady being in there is wild. Kyler being in there still, despite not having played, is wild. Dak at number 9. Dak is another player that I'm personally taking because I blame Mike McCarthy for Dak.
Okay.
Dak is a way better player than he's been the last couple of years, and it's their head coach's fault. And that they continue to let him be their head coach is baffling.
Didn't we do this thing the other day where
Probably.
We figured out that Brock Purdy has more playoff wins than Dak Prescott?
Yeah, that's definitely the case.
In his career.
I think Dak has 1.
Yeah, and Purdy
Brock
has 2.
Yeah. But that's not I don't think that's a Dak problem. His head coaches have been Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy.
Okay.
I'm not Dak is crazy talented, dude. Dak's really good.
No, I think he is crazy talented. And again, fantasy football was up until this season. He was brilliant.
Just a monster.
Go ahead and have him on your fantasy team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the turnover stuff is definitely a question for me, but I think if straight across, I think I'm taking Dak. But that's it. That's where we're gonna stop. I can't wait to continue talking about this all year.
You're gonna put
and
a
for
pin
Purdy,
in it.
I'm putting a giant pin in it. No, this is going in the locker. This isn't even on the pin board. We're gonna put this in the locker till next week.
All right.
Yeah, just because we don't.
Now
and
we
I'm
have
excited
pens and a locker and a whiteboard.
I'm excited to see how far up Purdy goes. If he continues playing this well, maybe he regresses and has a couple of bad games, and Ruiz does a victory lap and puts him at 29, and that's all good. But if he keeps playing this well, he's just gonna have to keep moving him up. Because at some point, you have to start saying the quarterback is more and more the solution the longer this goes on.
I totally agree.
All right. We got to hit the break. On the other side, ESPN is releasing their top 100 NBA players. They released 50 through 11 today. Domantas, Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox, where do they rank? Is there a fair ranking? We'll talk about that on the other side. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
Oh, these shows, they go quickly.
What?
I said these shows, they go quickly.
They fly, dude.
Yeah, I was doing research there for a few minutes on how Mike Brown handled the player minutes for last season and preseason. So I've got that.
I'm sorry. I was cutting sound. What'd you say?
How Mike Brown handled minutes for players in preseason.
Okay.
So we can have that be part of our discussion.
Oh, geez. We're in our last segment.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Nope.
You said it.
That's my fault. It just oh boy is a thing that I'll go, oh boy, but it just it's like a tick. Okay, we're just gonna tie all this in. Luckily, this all works.
We're gonna tile what in?
The last I have 2 little segments left on my sheet, but they all fit together.
Oh, okay.
That was on purpose, by the way.
There are swaths of stuff in the rundown I do not think we got to today.
Is there?
Maybe not.
No, I think we got to pretty much everything.
I think we did. You know what? We did. Well, we didn't get to Armstrong sound. No, we did.
Armstead, we did.
We did. Armstead. I don't know why I said that. Armstead. Huh. Wow.
Yeah, good for us, man. Look at us go.
Good for us.
Hey, who would have thought?
Kyle. Good for us.
I'm about to ram my fist into your face, John.
I knew it was coming.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Boards live. Somehow it's the last segment. I was sitting there, I was going through my notes. I'm like, okay, we can do this segment, and then we can push this to here, and then we can circle this back. Nope, we're doing it all right now.
It's over, Kyle. You're
Sure.
on the clock. You're on the
Yeah.
clock. You've got roughly 26 minutes to finish this thing.
All right, here we go. Speed talking. No, ESPN's releasing their top 100 NBA players list. They released 100 through 51 yesterday, 50 through 11 today, probably 1 through 10 tomorrow. Harrison Barnes is on the list at number 96. De'Aaron Fox made the list again. He was number 54 last season. He jumped 31 spots this year to number 23. ESPN credited his the jump because they put in there, why did they move up or move down? Or why did they make the list for the first time or whatever? ESPN credited his huge breakout year. But I thought this was cool because Malik Monk wasn't on the list, Kevin Huerter not on the list, Keegan Murray not on the list. Okay. But they did credit for his breakout the very strong supporting cast that he has. And not in a way I paraphrased, but it wasn't like, hey, he was only good because of these guys. It's like, no, he was really, really good. And then the Kings were awesome because of all these other guys as well.
Okay, I'm just going to, because I hate lists, I'm just going to tell you
Buckle up.
another reason why he was able to move up 31 spots on this magical list in one season. This gigantic leap. 31 spots, Kyle. Maybe you put him too low the year before. Just saying. I don't, maybe your list was invalid the year before, and that's why he was able to move up 31 spots, because De'Aaron Fox should have probably been like the 30. He should have been right at the Morant line of 35. Like no lower than the Morant line after his season before. It wasn't a great season, but you also saw how good he was late in the season before he got hurt. You saw what he looked like with Domantas.
That feels like a
Sabonis.
stretch to me. 35 based on his 21-22 season.
He averaged like 23.5 points a game. He averaged like 7 assists a game.
Yeah, on a bad team, though.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Tyrese Halliburton then, because he also played on a really bad team last year, and he's number 21 on the list.
A 2010 guy and an all-star, though.
2010, yeah, on a team that's like 36 win team.
Sure.
That doesn't sniff the playoffs.
Yeah, but they had Reggie Miller once, so
yeah, they also have
Larry cachet.
Larry Joe Bird for a season or two, right?
Yeah, no, it's very clear trying to justify and figure out any kind of. There's no methodology here. There's no methodology. It's just winging it. Yeah.
Oh, that's stuck. Right a minute 54. It's stuck.
Domantas, it feels like they have probably 7 people. They sit in a conference room or sit on a Zoom or sit on a conference call or whatever, and they just start naming players. Like, hey, all right, number 100, who comes to mind? Mitchell Robinson. Oh, I like that one. Yeah, Mitchell Robinson. All right, yeah.
Okay, Mitchell Robinson.
Okay, put that. You write the blurb.
You said it. Now you got to write the
Yeah.
blurb
All right.
about how he moved up more spots than De'Aaron Fox did. It's okay.
A really good example of there not being a ton of rhyme or reason to this is the fact that Domantas Sabonis is one spot ahead of Fox at 22. It was like they got to the top 25 and went, oh, we got to include these guys. Like, we got to fit them in here somewhere. And
You know
just
what they should have done?
throw
They
them at 22 and 23.
They should have done a 22/23 and left them together and written one blurb. It would have been cute. Tools. Seriously.
You're so mad.
Seriously. Just give them a co-spot. Co-spot.
Just tied for 23rd. Domantas Sabonis, he jumped 25 spots from number 47 to number 22.
Because they
Yeah.
had him too low the year before, Kyle.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Pretty much. That's how it goes, though, man. Like, that's just, there's not
Kyle.
on this type of project. It's not going to be, there's not going to be deep dives. There's not going to be, I saw how much tape do you think these people, I don't even know who voted for ESPN, but if it's not like Zach Lowe, how much Kings tape is a person in Philadelphia grinding?
No, it's true.
And so it's just kind of a like, okay, let's see. Let's look at these. Who's recognizable? Okay, Paul George. Yeah, he goes at 18 because like Paul George is just a notable name in my head.
Okay.
It's just kind of like.
And how do you give Paul George a pass for his injuries, but then Kawhi Leonard, you
dude,
don't?
I'm not making the list.
Kyle.
I'm not. I'm trying to tell you. I'm getting to the why of what you're talking about. I'm not justifying it.
Okay, so here
I'm agreeing with you and adding some context.
Okay, so again, we talk about the cataclysmic leap that Domantas Sabonis
25
took.
spots to be exact.
So this last year, he averaged 19.1 points, 12.3 rebounds, led the league in rebounds, 7.3 assists per game. The assists per game is incredible.
Mhm.
Let's go back to his stats for the previous year. So 19.1, 12.3. The year before, 18.9, 12.1.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but he was the engine of the number 3 team in the West.
That 0.2 points and that 0.2 rebounds equated to 21 spots in the ranking.
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
Because he started impacting winning.
But see, here's the problem. You can't say he impacted winning, and then the next player above him is Tyrese Halliburton.
I told you, I don't get it.
Who did not impact winning at all.
I did not make the list. But Tyrese Halliburton was like the darling, right? And he was on Team USA.
I love him.
And he was
I love him.
No doubt. And this is not us dragging Tyrese Halliburton. It's trying to figure out kind of the methodology here and justifying it, or trying to figure out a justification for it. And it doesn't make sense, because I guarantee you, if De'Aaron Fox doesn't break his finger and the Kings beat the Warriors in 7, and then they go and take they take the Lakers to 7.
The Lakers team that they
4-0
against mollywopped.
I'm not trying to say how the series would have gone. I'm making a point.
No, go for it.
So had they just made it even to the second round and gone to a game 7, and Sabonis and Fox were awesome in the game 7 against the Warriors, and they were awesome throughout the series against the Lakers. But you know what? Anthony Davis and number 66 ranked Austin Reeves and LeBron James just got him over the hump, and that's just kind of what it was. They would be higher based on an extra 6 or 7 games. And then if you make it around past that, if they beat the Lakers and they go to the conference finals and they lose to the Nuggets, it's probably worth a couple more spots. Like, that's how they're building this thing. And then they throw Tyrese Halliburton at 21, because if Tyrese Halliburton hadn't played for Team USA, I promise he's not 21.
Okay, well, maybe, but maybe not, because I mean, again, he's been a darling,
no doubt,
for a couple of seasons, and his previous rank was 59, so he did move up a massive 38 spots. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know, like we get to number 20 and it invalidates your entire list, and that's it. That's all I have to say about this.
Karl Anthony Towns at number 20 is crazy.
All I have to say about this.
That's so nuts. I was so mad. He had a game so the night before they played the Kings, when they could have clinched against the Timberwolves at Golden One Center.
Mm-hmm.
The Wolves played the Warriors the night before that. And Karl Anthony Towns had a game-winning 3, and it was so annoying. Because if De'Aaron Fox dots a game-winning 3 on you, it's just like, well, that's how that goes. Or if, I don't know, pick another. If Damian Lillard hits a 40-footer on your team to eliminate you from the playoffs. It's like, yeah, well, that's Dame. When it's Karl Anthony Towns catching and chucking from three, I understand he makes him at a good clip, but it's just like, you don't expect Karl Anthony Towns to, it's so annoying. It's so
It hurts
annoying.
twice as bad, Kyle.
It's
It hurts
so
twice as bad.
See Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube, the homies over at Jiffy Lube. Shout out. Kings and Lakers tonight, James.
Okay.
7:00 tip. That game's on NBA TV.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess my first question, because again, it's not like these games matter and this and that. And I want to get to that. But the first question for me is, are the rotations going to look different, do you think? Not necessarily look different, but maybe do we see the starters for a longer stretch as they try and kind of get them in game shape and stretch out their minutes?
Yeah, so I went back and looked at Mike Brown's sort of the way he worked last season, right? And that's really the only way to do this, is to try to compare what he did last season in his first year with the Kings. And it could be different because you have different situations. Like there wasn't like Keegan Murray was off the bench even in preseason last year with KZ Apollo starting. Last season, so look at this, the first game, everyone played, all the starters played, 15 to 17 minutes. In game 2 last year, Fox 22, Herter 21, Keegan Murray 23, Barnes 24, Sabonis 23. We get to game 2, 22 for Fox, 20 for Herter. Keegan missed with COVID, 25 for Harrison, 23 for Sabonis. And final game, Fox played 24, Barnes played 28, Sabonis played 27. So there's a subtle, gradual like increase in minutes here that we'll see. Last year they only played 4 preseason games. This year they have 5.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you're going to see a little bit more like uptick in minutes right here. So I think we'll see the 23, the 21 to 23 minute range, 24 minute range for the starters. In the next 2 games, I think they'll start to taper off as we get closer.
It's a tough line to walk, right? And you see NFL teams deal with this too. Granted, they only have 3 games to deal with, but it's like these guys have to play some because their first in-game basketball can't be night 1.
Yeah.
But also you have to mitigate possible injury or overworking them as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that really, really tight line to walk. But I'd rather see them play less than more, though. For me personally.
Yeah,
like this group doesn't, the starters specifically don't need to play it. They got it.
You know what, though, I do want to see, because this was part of what Mike Brown talked about yesterday, that so far this year he's used 5-man groups, and this is what he did last year during preseason as well. And I thought it was part of the reason why the Kings struggled the first week of the season, because they kept doing these 5-man groups. So you had your starters, your second team, your third team. We already talked about it, the black jerseys, the gray jerseys, the blue jerseys, the red jerseys, and there is no like intermingling. Those groups are supposed to like start playing. I think when we get to game 2, maybe you start seeing a little bit more of like what we saw in the first game, Davion Mitchell and name that player, whether it's Malik Monk or it's Trey Lyles, they come in earlier, and then you start seeing a little bit of the stagger. So that's where I like that starters might play into the third quarter a little bit. They should open the third, and then you should bring in and start mixing and matching these guys a little bit. But I think overall the rotation is probably the top 5 and the second 5 for game 2, probably the same. Mike isn't going to have some knee-jerk reaction.
No. And you don't want that either. What I would like to see, though, and we'll get to Mike Brown answered yesterday what he wants to see tonight in LA, and we'll get to that in a second. We've talked so much about Sasha Vezenkov today and why he is playing and why he's not and what he's got to work on both ends and this and that. I legitimately think that at some point, and maybe it's now, and I think it should be now, you just have to play him. Let him get in game situations because, okay, he makes 10 defensive mistakes. This is when you want him to do it. And this is when because it's not a controlled practice environment. It's not the same guys he's always going against. No, it's a live game situation. Let him make those mistakes there. Mike Brown talked about he has to watch tape of guys he's going to be facing, and he has to do that. Well, hey, here are guys he might be facing. And these are game situations that he is going to face that you can't necessarily replicate in practice. And this is a perfect time to do it. So is he ready to play 20 minutes in a preseason game? Probably not. But you'd rather him hit these roadblocks now than in the second game of the year because he didn't play enough in the preseason.
No,
I'd rather start that train now.
I think that's gonna be something that happens. Like he's going to play,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
but the fact is, you need to give Chris Duarte that opportunity as well.
No doubt.
To learn to play with the second unit, learn how to play with the first unit, start seeing some time with Sabonis, who he's very comfortable with. Like you have to start seeing that as well. So this isn't the training camp of Sasha. It's just not, right? So like if you're going to be a good team, this is not JaVale McGee's training camp. It's everyone's training camp. Yeah. Like, well, I think JaVale does believe that, he likes to think of himself like as the leader.
I can't wait to buy a JaVale jersey.
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for it.
Like I'll be there with you and I'll buy one for Jason Jones.
Come on.
Yeah.
So me and Jason are going to go together.
Oh yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, Jason Jones is a huge JaVale guy.
See, smart man.
Yeah. So, but you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is we have to mix and match, and we've got to see. Like, sure, Sasha needs to get out there and play a ton, but what he also needs to do is he needs to play against third teamers, and then once he gets past that, he needs to move up and start playing against second teamers, and then if he can get through that, like maybe he gets to start seeing some action against. Not with the first team as much as like he's not going to be a starter, but he needs to see action against first team players from the other team. Like, does anyone at this point, want to see what he looks like against LeBron James?
Nope.
Because that's what we're talking about here.
You got to see it. You need to see it, James.
No. I don't think I want to see him.
I know exactly how that would go.
I don't want to see him against Rui Hachimura right now because I think that's a problem for him. Like a guy who's that physical, that attacks the rim, that tries to get past you in space. And that's where we're talking about. Like Mike Brown's job is one thing. It's to put every single player in the best position to succeed. And some of those players, I know this sounds horrible. What I'm going to say here sounds horrible. Some of the players that he has, the best position for them to succeed is for them not to play at all, for them to sit on the sidelines and watch what true NBA players look like. And that goes, there's a group of them. That's
Jalen Slossons of the world.
That's like, not to be disrespectful. That's the rule that like when you come into
that's
the
where
league,
he's at. Yes.
Yeah. And so some guys, that's the position they're in. Mike was asked about Jalen Slosson and him being a two-way player on the court and how well he's looked defensively and offensively. And he said, yeah, he's a two-way player. He's going to be playing in Stockton as a two-way player.
Right.
That's who he is right now.
And that's fine.
And that's okay. But what Sasha has to do is he has to separate himself from this.
Yeah.
And he has to start moving up through the ranks where you feel more comfortable with him going up against, do you want to see him even, what is it? Jared Vanderbilt. Like, do you want to see him up against Jared Vanderbilt?
He could Jared Vanderbilt can't play offense. He could guard Jared Vanderbilt for sure.
Okay. Maybe.
No, I don't. Jared. No, it's fine. It's fine. I was gonna go on. I have a weird Jared Vanderbilt rant, but I'm not gonna get into it. He can't shoot. My man can't play offense. And the amount of I get what he does and he's good defensively, but the amount of Jared Vanderbilt, no, he's a fine little player.
Do you want to see?
It's not like he's a 3-and-D guy.
Do you want to see Sasha Vezenkov against Christian Wood?
No, not even a little bit.
That's the backup power forward for the Los Angeles Lakers.
Sheesh. The Lakers might be good this year, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying. Like we're not expecting him to just be man up against these guys, but you have to be realistic about who he is today, who he is a week from now, who he is a month from now, who he is 40 games into the season is going to be something different every step of the way. Yeah. What we know right now is he's going to back cut the living. He's going to kill you there. He's going to hit his threes for the most part, and he's going to be perfectly fine offensively. Can he take the next step and be strong enough on the court defensively to earn minutes? And that's Mike Brown.
That's all TBD. It's just he's going to play, and we'll see.
Yeah, I think one of the questions I have is is Chris Duarte a more Mike Brown guy? And I think the answer is on paper, probably. He's more of a
defensive minded
Mike Brown style of player. And if you have to choose between the two, it's tough.
Yeah. Here's what Mike Brown said. This is via you, James Ham, at practice yesterday. Here's what he's looking for when the Kings face the Lakers tonight.
To see if we can string a few more possessions together of playing fast, but also playing together and playing the right way. And then defensively, taking care of the transition game and being physical without fouling. I thought those were some of the things that hurt us against Toronto, especially when we turned the ball over. We didn't necessarily have that next play mentality, meaning that, hey, immediately you got to transition as opposed to drop your head or your shoulders and then transition.
It felt like I didn't cut the sound of him talking about Chris Duarte, but that last bit sounded like he was talking directly to Chris Duarte.
Yeah, there's a
defending without fouling.
Yes.
Not turning it over. And if you do turn it over, get back and play transition defense.
Yes.
Like you're going to turn the ball over sometimes, man. You can't make two mistakes. You can't compound it.
I had asked Mike about the rebounding issue. And he said, look, if it's still a rebounding issue, like 2 weeks from now, then I'm going to be all over it.
Yeah.
He's like, but I think sometimes, we have to look at the game and there's going to be anomalies in the game.
Yeah.
Like the 10 for 45 from 3. We're not going to stop shooting threes because,
pack it up.
We're not shooting
no
threes
more
anymore. 10 for 45 one time in preseason. It's over.
Kevin, start working on that back to the basket game.
Kevin, we're going to need all those flips in the lane.
I swear, dude, that's legit. You had mentioned a couple weeks ago when we were talking about things the Kings can get better at and who's going to get better and this guy can improve and here's how this guy can improve. I want Kevin Huerter, anytime he can get to that little 12-foot pull-up, to do it every time. I get he's a three-point shooter, and I get that that's what he's doing in the offense, and I understand the modern NBA. I'm there. I'm with you. I get all of that. I am pro three-pointer. But there's nothing more terrifying than when Kevin Huerter pump fakes, puts the ball on the deck, and just gets to the lane and then stops and hits that little floater. I swear he never misses it.
His stats last year, he's something like top 5 in the league in top 10 in,
let's say top 5. It sounds better. It supports my argument more.
In 2-point field goal percentage. He's crafty. Like he's not going to dunk on you. And sometimes it looks funky. It doesn't matter. It goes in.
Yeah. There's sneaky athletics, some say. No, that's the whole thing with the mid-range shot though, is the mid-range shot in a vacuum is not bad. The mid-range shot is bad when you're going to shoot it at 40%. Because if you're going to do that, then take 2 steps backwards and try and make it a 3. Like that's the whole thing with the mid-range. But if you're Kevin Huerter and you're going to step into a 16-footer and you're going to hit that at a 76% clip, I know it's not 76, but a really, really high clip.
Yep.
Take it.
That's 1.52 points per shot. If you can get 1.52 points per possession, you win. You win the game.
Yeah, that's it.
That's why
not a bad place to be if you're
why,
scoring a 1.5 per possession.
But when guys shoot 40% on a jumper, and that means on a 2-point jumper, that's only 0.8 of a point. If they back out to the 3-point line, they still shoot 40%. Now you're looking at 1.2 points per possession.
Right.
And that's basically how you lose games and why the 3-point shot has become so prevalent in the NBA.
It's so funny that whole analytics movement of shooting more threes is legitimately just that.
It's so
like,
simple.
3 points is worth more than 2 points.
Yeah.
Hey, but again, it's about efficiency.
It's about percentages.
If you're a bad mid-range shooter, then that is a bad shot for you. But if you're Steph Curry or Kevin Huerter or pick a DeMar DeRozan,
De'Aaron Fox, one of the best mid-range shooters in the game, and the Kings are saying, go ahead and shoot it, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead and shoot it, bro.
Because teams aren't going to defend it.
Yep.
And if you're wide open from there and you're going to knock it down at 60+%, then go for it.
Go for it.
That's it.
Kyle,
so that's what I want to see from Kevin Huerter.
Kyle, somehow we survived another show.
We did it, man.
I'm excited to see Kings basketball tonight.
I am too. It feels like before you have like a big speech or something, or you have something exciting and you're like a little bit amped up for it, and your heart rate starts to go up a little bit. You start to kind of feel that excitement, that anticipation. That's where I'm at for the NBA season. I can feel it, dude.
Oh yeah. I just know I need that energy because it's gonna be a long season.
I got you, dog.
Like I gotta adjust.
That's what I'm here for.
I gotta adjust.
That's what I'm here for. I'm throwing gas every day. No, we got a couple things we didn't get to though, and we can push those to tomorrow. We will have plenty of breakdown of Kings Lakers for you tomorrow. D'Lo and KC are coming up next. Can't wait to hear those guys. Those guys talking NBA is one of my favorite things. And that's coming up next for you. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We've been the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320. D'Lo and KC next. Bam!
Thanks, Chatty House. Good to see you all.
Clear. Good work, everybody.
Oh,
Chatty House, you were great today. Appreciate you guys, except for John. Everybody else, though, shout out.
John Bull was in Chatty House a lot today.
No, I'm joking. I love John. Just in case nobody's in on the bit, I love John. John is a terrific person.
Do you say that now?
But, dude, the minute I see him, it's...
Boom.
All
In
right.
the kisser.
See you, everybody. Appreciate you guys.
Brand. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. What? Better.
Hammer.
What up, dude?
What's up, man?
What's happening? Oh, this up. This over. Back. Oh, got my ears in.
James, remind me. I'm not even going to say nothing. I want it to be completely. I said, remind me. I'm not even going to say nothing because I want it to be completely organic. When we talk at 3, remind me. There's something I wanted to ask you.
Okay. Do you need to associate it with something? So if I say banana,
Sure.
oh, I got to ask him that question.
How about how about let's see. Will be a good one. Yeah, young MA. How about that?
All right.
Young MA.
All right. Hell yeah. That show went like the last couple of days. Holy cow, it's gone fast.
That's how it's gonna be during the season. Just think about after a game day. Like that thing probably gonna
We
go
looked up and
so
Kyle was
quick.
sitting there like thinking about the 3 blocks we had left, and it's like, bro, we're in the final block. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
Move that stuff on over.
this thing is
Just move it over.
It's over. The Dillon Brooks stuff.
Yeah.
I went a little loose on that.
Well,
one.
Dillon's a wild boy.
That
man.
might become a thing that we use.
Dillon is.
A button that Kyle programs in. Where's James? Stop touching people's privates. Like we learned in preschool, bro.
I'm gonna need that drop if that's what we do. I'm gonna need that.
We do not touch people's privates. Like, pretty basic shit.
My man.
All right, good seeing you. I'll
sir.
see you guys at 3, right?
Yep.
Is it Wednesday?
Yep. This Wednesday.
I have no idea where I'm at.
It's Wednesday.
You're like a baseball player. They don't ever know the day of the week.
No, you just show up. Show up every day.
What's up, guys? What's up, team, lady, squad, crew?
What up? What up? What up? What up?
We'll stay with the KSFM promotion. What's the deal on Kick? We got to get that little fixed.
It's Wednesday. We that much closer to the weekend, baby. It's a good time, baby. It's good vibes. It's good vibes. Niners are 5-0. It's good vibes. Might be the last baseball game of the season for the Dodgers. It's good vibes.
You can catch the Dodgers sweep today at 5:32 on ESPN 1320.
Uh-huh.
The Clippers and Jazz
Check
played in
one.
Seattle yesterday. Yeah, they sure did.
Clippers and Jazz did?
Yeah.
Oh, there were a ton of games.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, we your number one spot.
Vibe check, baby. Where y'all at? One more time. Vibe check. What's good?
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Welcome in here to the Wednesday, October 11th edition of Dillon and KC. I am Damian Barlin.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with us. We've got a day planned for you, as we always do. We're going to hang out. We're going to have some fun, man. We're going to talk sports. We got Kings basketball. Tonight, we'll talk about ESPN's player rankings that are dropped, where they got De'Aaron, where they got Domantas, and who's ahead of them, and why they moved them up. Spoiler alert, they moved them up quite a bit, both of them. So we'll dive into all of that. May have a few surprises along the way. Yeah, some respect for sure. They had to throw one dig in there, though.
Well, you know you got to. You know you got to.
They had to throw one dig in there, but we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We welcome those watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We welcome everybody watching on Twitch or on Twitter, on Facebook. We welcome those listening on the Odyssey app, on TuneIn, on 98.5 FM, HD2, and, of course, on ESPN 1320.
Did you happen to catch opening night last night, Damien?
I didn't.
I did.
I saw
just a little bit. I did.
I saw the lead into it, but no, I
am
puck
curious.
drop.
Yeah,
I was.
We're talking NHL opening night. I was thinking, like, maybe I'll try and follow hockey. I just don't have enough time. There's too many things going on. But I did want to check out this guy that's, the rookie who's supposedly the next Gretzky.
Oh my!
For Chicago, you hear about him?
I have.
Yeah, he's like the next phenom, better than Sidney Crosby. I guess he had 1 point yesterday, maybe an assist or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, it was an assist.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of the Golden Knights in the Kraken. Golden Knights, defending Stanley Cup champions.
Yeah,
I watched, and when I mean a little bit, I mean 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay,
I saw a goal though.
Okay, well, congratulations.
Yeah.
That's a big moment. It's a big deal.
Ramsey will be calling in, and
he will.
A little bit.
He'll give us his hockey breakdown, and we'll probably have to hang up on him or fade him down or something as he tells us about who's next. Like see. That's the. I mean, there's no bad thing about the insiders being on the air, but I do love to know whatever like random nonsense Ramsey tweets the second he gets into the chat. In fact, I think I can scroll all the way back. It'll take a few minutes because the insiders are very popular, and the chatty house was buzzing.
Yeah.
But Ramsey's always good for a NHL last night was the best league in sports.
Stop. Oh, stop, Ramsey.
Now,
stop.
I didn't. Now that's not what he said.
Oh,
that's an example of what he would say.
But the fact that you said that and it's Ramsey, and I believed it. I could believe it.
And you believed it. He hit us with a let's go on this Wednesday. 101 wins in the regular season, but 0 in the playoffs for the Baltimore Orioles.
Oh, I thought he was talking about the Dodgers.
Leave
the Orioles alone, man.
That's a very Magic Johnson type tweet, right? That's a very Magic Johnson message, right?
Hopefully, we get a tweet like that from Magic this evening tonight.
My Dodgers show no heart.
Gonna go in on him.
Him and the football team just no heart. Heart won't be a question tonight. See that segue there as the Kings take on the Los Angeles Lakers in Anaheim. Feels like following yesterday's media scrum. I guess all we're tuning in for is Sasha. Where's Sasha playing? How much is Sasha playing? And I'm titled the show, Does Mike Brown Hate Sasha Vezenkov? Because man, the takes were flying yesterday. After that media scrum in which Mike said, I'm not sure, where if Sasha Vezenkov will be a part of the rotation at the very beginning of the season.
So I'll ask you the question because I was listening to the Kings Beat, our guy Sean Cunningham, very good show. He's not the only one. A lot of people feel like that's being blown out of proportion.
Sure.
The quote, the idea that he won't be in the rotation is being blown out of proportion. I think.
Well, to be fair, that was the quote.
Yeah. I mean,
that's what he
literally,
said.
And they keep comparing it to Keegan Murray, and Keegan Murray's question was starting. It was never whether or not he was going to play or he was part of the rotation. That's where I don't have the same correlation for this one that people are making with Keegan Murray. Like, that was never in question. It was, yeah, he's got to earn this, he's got to earn that or whatever. But he never said anything to the level of, well, I don't know if he's even going to play.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the same.
Mike jumps in. I thought his 12 points in 11 minutes was trash, to be honest with you. I really needed him to score 19 to get my attention, and he scored 12. What am I going to do with that?
I do think he's going to be playing, but we talked about it a little bit yesterday. I think we all, myself included, underestimated how much JaVale's going to play.
Or maybe we, for some reason, because if anyone can do this, if you can't participate in this exercise, no problem. I understand. This is a difficult exercise I'm going to ask you to go through. Remember, Sasha was supposed to be a king like last year, and there was conversation: is Sasha coming over? Is Sasha coming over? Is Sasha coming over? And we would have the conversation: is Sasha coming over? I'm not sure. It doesn't look like if he did, is he really going to leave Europe to be like the 13th or 14th man on this roster? Last year, mid-season, we had a minimum amount of expectations for Sasha. Postseason gets here, Game 7 ends, King season is finished, press conferences are over. The fan base is cut, but overall, that wound is going to heal quick. Everybody going to be feeling good, and everybody shifts their attention to EuroLeague basketball. Now we're not watching De'Aaron. Now we're not watching Domas. We're watching another guy that we believe is going to be a Sacramento King, and no one else. And man, he went from being a 13th or 14th man on the rotation to all of a sudden this dude could be the savior, to questions of whether he's going to start in place of Harrison Barnes, to is he core? Like, the conversation escalated quickly. Maybe we, and I'm talking all of us, maybe we didn't underestimate JaVale McGee. Maybe we overestimated where Sasha Vezenkov was going to be.
Yeah, quite possibly, for sure. I was thinking about where he might be. Would it be, I don't think it would shock you at all, but I'll ask the question. Would it shock you if Sasha was Metu this season, as far as when he plays, how much he plays? Because there was times when Metu would play a lot, right? And then we wouldn't see Metu for 3 or 4 games.
That would surprise me. That would surprise me.
I don't, because I think he's going to be in the rotation. I think he's going to play
nightly.
Yes, right now I do.
Ooh, that was
because we talked about. I don't know
that's not a Dillon and Casey pause. That was a real pause.
The minutes distribution is a thing, because I think JaVale's
now you in on JaVale.
Yeah, I think he's gonna play all the time.
But JaVale's not playing 82 though, right?
Yeah, I think he might. I think Mike Brown. This is just my thought. I think Mike Brown looks at JaVale and said, and to a certain degree, how the Kings played last year and the way they played on defense and rebounding and rim protection, it was like, man, I'm not trying to go through that all again this year. Like, I need one of my dogs, for all my dogs. Shout out Drake. Let's listen to it again.
I'm done. I'm not done. I'm done with Drake conversations for at least 6 months.
But I got JaVale. I'm playing JaVale. We need defense. We need rebounding. And we'll figure out everything around him. But I need that 15 minutes a game with JaVale McGee. I think he's in there. I do.
So just by process of not elimination, but we'll say reduction, with your belief that JaVale is going to play more minutes probably isn't the way. Is it fair to say we might have originally thought JaVale was going to be in that Metu role, and not because a particular skill set or lack of skill set was driving Mike Brown crazy, but just because that's how they were going to play JaVale at 35 years old with this team? They were going to use him in very specific situations. Is that fair? Maybe not to compare him to Metu, but just in the fact that he was probably going to be used in specific situations. Now we don't believe that's the case, which changes the Trey Lyles conversation a little bit. The Trey Lyles being the backup 5 conversation has to change because Trey Lyles is a part of the rotation. It's just now he's probably at the 4 spot. What about the footnote? Now, this is, Mike talked on, I think it was yesterday or it was recently. I think it was yesterday where he talked about the first 5, the second 5, and then the third 5. Those are like line changes. You open the show with hockey, which is a wild statement to utter, but those are line changes, right? Those are hockey changes. Those are, hey, everyone out, let's go. Those are pissed off basketball coach changes. Everybody get out and go sit down. So his thought of playing him with Trey and Alex Lynn, is there any thought that there's room at the 3 position?
Yeah. I would
Because I would have said no.
I mean,
I was gonna be like, nah, but that's a lot. No.
Who's that guy at the 3 though? The backup 3. I think there's a conversation to be said that there might be an opening.
Okay.
You got Kessler. You got Duarte.
That's what I was. And I feel like, but I don't feel like. So that's the interesting thing. I feel like it's Kessler or Duarte, but I think it's one or the other. I don't think it's both. Does that make sense? Like, I think one is going to top the other.
Yeah.
When it comes to how this works.
Here's the crazy thing. We can answer this on the other side.
No good.
Where does Sasha have a better chance of potential? Like if there is a spot where he needs to, crack the rotation, where is his chances better? With JaVale, like taking some of his minutes or taking some of Kessler and Duarte's minutes?
Okay, I'm going to answer that. Not now, because this is my trick to get everybody to stay tuned and not go anywhere.
Well, they got to wait and listen on the other side.
This is Radio 101 right here. We'll come back. We'll address that. We'll talk about the ESPN list. We're going to talk a lot of Kings basketball here. We're so happy that you're with us. We're just getting started. It's Dillon and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good Kid, Dad City. What up, baby?
Good kid.
John Bolin here with us. Very nice. Wow. Why? What did Kessler do to you?
Man.
Did Kessler hit on Melanie? What happened? What we got to do that for? Yeah, you know what, Brian? I'm actually good with all of that in the preseason. I'm completely fine with that. Completely fine with that. Figure it out. Let Sasha figure it out. Let all of them figure out. Oh, right on, Michigan. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. I felt pretty good. I felt pretty good about how I looked today until I walked in and saw me and Stacy were matching. Then I thought, well, okay. All right. Okay. I mean, she looks great. I just thought, no, it's weird. You're dressed like you're. Oh, look at that. The greatest team in existence is on the screen right now. Let's go. Big baby.
Greatest team because they won in spite of Doc Rivers.
Wow. That's your coach.
I don't know. No, he's not. He won
He
it
won
out
you
after
a
that.
championship.
Who cares? He won it out after that. He ran from the grind. Sean Payton. He's a Sean Payton of the NBA.
He ran from the grind.
Wow. Cowardly behavior. Yep. I guess so. I guess so. Frank, it was great to meet you at Cricket. I know it's been a minute since then, but it was great to meet you and your boy, man. Hope you guys had a good time at SmackDown.
Was there a live event around here recently? I saw somebody. Who did I see?
I think AEW was in Stockton.
They were. This wasn't the Stockton show, but somebody showed a video from like AEW somewhere. The attendance was, oh,
I think they had a rough night yesterday too.
Oh, did they?
That's what Twitter made it seem like.
Oh man.
Mm.
Man. They kind of need to stay
east.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like when we went, I was like, oh,
yeah,
this is a wrestling town.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, and it's not fair to label them as this, but yo, there's WWE and then there's everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to label AEW the XFL or USFL or anything like that, but there's only one WWE.
Right.
And that's a monster that's been in existence for like 50 years. And they are a masterful like brand of entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
AEW is wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. That's great. It's a great alternative, but sometimes we've seen promotions in the like late 80s, early 90s die because they thought California might be the barometer. They thought they could come out here. And like, bro, you can't. You can't. Like and that's why I always like the Ric Flair stuff. The fuck, I wasn't 305 on Saturday. Like that's how I saw Ric Flair versus, 33 million people watching Hogan and Andre.
Right.
And you could, make jokes about evil twin referees and the silly cartoon stuff they did. I was 8. It worked for me.
Yep.
It worked for me. Like it's different, man. It's like that caters to AEW caters to the brand like that was kind of turned away from wrestling like after the Attitude Era.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, we'll give you the, not the over the top blood and guts, but a lot more than you're going to get from WWE.
Right.
And that's tough. That's tough.
And they gotta, you gotta have a star. You gotta have an attraction.
It feels very repetitive too. I feel like I see the same Twitter highlights from like their shows every week.
That's not bad right there. That's not bad. That's not bad. It is. It kind of is. Like their big thing sometimes. Like the Christian clip is funny as hell. Like I laugh at it, but it's funny because he cusses. He's hugging, he's like having this moment with Edge, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like Christian is phenomenal in AEW. Mm-hmm. But as they're parting, he just says, "Go fuck yourself." And walks away. And it's like, it's funny. Like, it's like, oh, that worked. Like Christian's really good in this role that he's in. Like really, really good. But it's also like, if I was with Reese, what are you doing?
Right. Real quick to finish that.
I was waiting for the beat to drop. Come on, rookie. Gotta let the beat drop. Okay, never mind.
You don't know about that Harlem Shake, baby. Come on, fish and spaghetti.
Sorry, I said
fish
anything.
And spaghetti. To finish, we were talking wrestling during the break. One more thing about AEW. I think the reason why one of the reasons why Jade hit so hard in that situation is because that wasn't a retread. That wasn't somebody they got from WWE. Mm-hmm. They came over. Mm-hmm. For a lack of a better term, they created Jade.
Absolutely.
And
yeah.
That's why she like works so well. But I look at these guys like you bring Edge in, you bring, even Moxley, all these guys that I'm not looking at them like
it's this. Dean Ambrose, it's Edge, it's Christian. Like, that's I mean, and Chris Jericho's a big reason that company is where it is. Like Cody, and this is it's a reminder, like stars, no matter, and I did not want Cody to leave AEW because I felt like if he did, it's just it like puts an exclamation point on. Cody left WWE as Stardust, and like there's a core of fans that I think really, really liked him and were like, do something different. He's so good. Do something different. Mm-hmm. And then he shows up, on the indie circuit, and you're like, yo, this is it. Like this dude is bad. Mm-hmm. And then he helps launch AEW and everything and so on. Him coming back to WWF, Jade's departure from AEW is a reminder. There is one place in that business to be a megastar. One. No matter how great Cody was in AEW, and he was absolutely incredible, arguably the MVP of professional wrestling. It was in AEW.
Yeah.
You look at what he's doing now. Like he's he loses at WrestleMania
Mhm.
and is a bigger star today because he lost to Roman Reigns. They told the whole story perfectly.
Mhm.
The injury, I think, derailed everything. I absolutely believe Cody was going to beat Roman. But the injury changed everything, and everything that we're witnessing right now is what should have happened during the time that he was injured.
Yeah.
There is one place to be a star for Cody, for Jade, for Britt Baker, and as much as hardcore fans are going to hate this, for Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks, and it's in the WWE.
Yeah, that's perfectly said. There's another thing, because I'm also into like the theater of it all, not during the match, but the mic skills and all this other stuff. A lot of times you get people that get on the mic, and I feel like they're acting like a wrestling character.
Yep.
With the way they talk.
Let me tell you something, dude.
They're acting like, even like the new guys who try to, do this like wild, like, think about it like this. And this is probably unfair because this is one of the greats to ever do it. Has Charlotte ever came off like she was acting like a wrestling character?
No, that's not fair. But no, she hasn't.
Like,
she absolutely
this
has
is
not.
it is so net. Think about Roman.
Yeah.
Think about the Usos to a degree, like how they've gotten better. Like, it is just, it almost comes off like a real person.
Yeah. We're going to get back to the Kings. Bro, Jay is a star. Like, your scenario isn't out of question.
You think they could still do it?
Oh my God.
I thought
Did you
I
see
thought
that
it
reaction
died.
he got at Fastlane?
Yeah.
No,
I thought it died when
a lot
when he
like
lost that
Cody.
one.
A lot like Cody. He's a bigger star after that loss. He is and getting him away from the bloodline was exactly what they needed. Jay's a star.
No,
that dude is over.
What do you do with Cody then? Because I don't disagree. I think
No, you can pick, like, you that's going to be a tough decision in about a month and a half. It's going to be a tough decision what you're going to go with.
What if Jay, in my scenario, Jay does it and it becomes a mega power situation?
So my feeling, one of the best things you can do with Cody right now, or maybe not this second, but over time, because he's so good, turn him.
He would be Macho Man in that situation.
Exactly. That's exactly who he would be.
Yeah.
And it'd work.
Yeah.
It'd be perfect. Because he is a great heel. He's a really good heel. And with Paul Heyman in the build to WrestleMania, they threw like
gray hair.
See,
Paul
that's
Heyman.
the
where'd that come from?
That's the great thing. Like, when you go back and you look at like the outside of the the bloodline, certainly recently, but you go back to the Macho Man Hulk Hogan thing. It's the greatest long-term storytelling I think the company ever did. And like, going back to watch it, you see little things in like August. Oh, I didn't see that in the moment.
Yeah.
But I saw it now.
Right.
You see things, at the Survivor Series. Oh, I noticed that, but now it makes more sense. And then it becomes more like, you go back to the build to Cody and Roman, and you look at those little seeds that Paul Heyman planted, the little reactions from Cody Rhodes. And if they ever did it, you can point back to that moment and say, it started right there.
See, now I'm excited, man. I'm hyped up. Oh, one last thing.
That's the most important story in wrestling.
Yeah.
Who beats Roman Reigns?
Absolutely.
That will set your business on fire, like
for
Austin,
like 2-3 years.
Or it'll set your business into the toilet.
It's like a draft pick.
Like Austin turning heel.
It's like a lottery pick.
Right.
Taking Peyton Manning, or you taking Ryan Lee? What are we doing here?
You're getting Victor Wembanyama or Michael Olowokandi. Don't screw this up. Do not screw this up.
Yeah. One last wrestling thing, that Von Erichs movie.
Oh, man. I got Jill Adge out there watching Dark Side of the Ring after watching the trailer.
Man. That's a heartbreaking story, but that movie looks
I
great.
Saw, is it Zac Efron? That's who it is. When I saw, I kind of was like, oh no, they're gonna turn this like gut-wrenching story into like some horrible like B-level movie. And then I saw the trailer. I was like, oh my God.
That looks phenomenal.
Oh my God.
Did you see The Wrestler? I mean, of course you did.
Yeah.
What'd you think of The Wrestler? People loved it. I don't know why he had to saw his hand at the meat thing.
I don't know why he had to do that.
Why that have to happen?
I think it's one of the most accurate descriptions of wrestling I've ever seen. Where, because it's Mickey Rourke is a character who was really big at essentially like a WrestleMania 3, and then just lived off of that for the rest of his life, and never grew out of the era that he was big in. Like the most telling scene to me was he went to the bar with the girl, and some like 80s record came on, and he gets up and he's like, "This is when music was great." And it's like we get drawn to the, music is it's a telltale sign for some people. You may like a particular genre or a particular era of music, but if you literally can't get out of that era of music, that's probably because it's tied to something very specific in your life. That was the most telling scene to me, is he is so stuck in his past. As a wrestler, he never was able to evolve that character. He was never able to do anything else in life because everyone always recognized him as, what was his name? Like Randy the Ram or something like that. And I thought, like, because you can, with all due respect, like Coco Beware, like that's like every 80s wrestler that was somehow attached to Hulk Hogan ever. I thought the movie I thought was good. The story I thought was flawless.
That your analogy explains Manny and hip hop.
Leave Manny alone. Shout out Manny, came through the Solomon Vinyl.
That's my guy, Manny.
I love Manny. Manny and L came through.
That's my guy.
What explains Ramsey thinking Invincible is the best Michael Jackson album?
The steroid and drugs era in wrestling. Just wacky stuff.
All right, as we get back to the Sacramento Kings here, if you remember your question, can you pose it to me again about Sasha Vezenkov?
So I said if Sasha's looking at this roster and looking at I guess I'll phrase it this way. What's the easier path to more playing time? JaVale, like, I don't want to say hoping, but relying that JaVale won't get the minutes, or relying that maybe I can outplay Kessler and Duarte for minutes at the three.
So I feel like some further context might be needed because he's not.
You tell those stories.
Thank you, Doc. He's not battling with JaVale. It's, if that's JaVale's placement, that means Trey Lyles is the 4 in that scenario, right. Instead of what a lot of us thought would happen, and it's Trey Lyles being the 5, and that's where Sasha swoops in and plays the 4, because that is not a position JaVale's going to play.
Right.
So it's actually it's more of a Trey JaVale conversation in addition to Kessler and Duarte at the 3.
That's fair.
Giving what I assume, because I'm not there like Hammer and Sean and these guys are, what Mike wants defensively, Sasha guarding at the 3. I don't know.
I don't think he can do that.
I don't know.
think he can do that.
So I think the answer is he's got to find it. He'll find his place, and I believe he will, with the Sasha Trey 4-5 combo. And I don't mean 5 for Sasha. I mean how Mike decides to work those guys in if they decide to go with Trey as a small ball 5.
So usually when these things happen, we think about it just like in I guess maybe you could say a vacuum. I think that's how you use this here. We just say Sasha can't guard the 3, right? So, like, that's
a blanket statement. Yeah,
blanket statement is good. But let's talk about distracted now. They're just talking about rank. The ranked higher. I thought they were.
Well, let's see who should lose their job. Let's turn the volume up. Let's
on ESPN.
Yeah,
they're talking Fox and Halliburton.
Okay, well, I was trying to find out who said Fox was rated higher and who was going to be on our crap list the rest of the year. Because believe me, if Ramona said Tyrese was going to be ranked higher, she was going to hear from me. I sat next to Ramona. Well, I didn't sit, but I stood next to Ramona twice during the playoff. Hey, Tyrese, huh? All right, Ramona.
What did Momo say recently?
I'm going to get you
about
more popcorn.
She said something we disagreed with. Oh, she wrote something like recently. Was it Sabonis? Was it? It was something we disagree with. I'll remember it in a second.
Was it Kings related?
I thought it was.
No, because I thought Ramona wrote something that wasn't Kings related. That
I think you're thinking of the James Harden stuff.
Maybe
she did
so.
write.
Yeah,
she wrote a James Harden.
Yeah,
she wrote a very comfortable James Harden article.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. Maybe
she wrote that's. I think Ramona's a great reporter.
Yeah,
I was just
Momo,
stunned by the tone of that article. Was so odd. It was very like Harden PR.
Yeah, we love Momo though.
No doubt.
But
unless she said Tyrese,
then
we got a problem. Then we got a problem.
But so like you just think in general, he can't guard threes. But what I like to do is I like to think about a game, right? Like an actual game, an actual matchup. Let's go back to the playoffs. Sasha's at the 3. Can he guard GP2 like in theory? No. But GP2 don't do nothing but stand around in the corner. You know what I mean? It's not like he's going up against Paul George and they're asking him to guard Paul George. Let's think of the Warriors lineup here. It'd be Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins,
Chris Paul.
I mean,
yeah, like I mean, I laugh like it's Chris Paul, right? That's it. Well, that's the starting lineup,
right?
Like Sasha's not.
But even in something like that, like say can he guard Wiggins? No, not necessarily. But Wiggins ain't gonna like if you're saying, hey, Golden State, go to the mismatch of Wiggins the whole time and don't give the ball to Steph. Like we're probably like, yeah, cool, do that. Like I think we can have enough team defense around Sasha to be able to weather that.
But team defense around Sasha and a mismatch like that and Steph Curry on the floor. Again, this is a weird situation because Sasha's not in the starting lineup.
Right.
But in this scenario, that team defense probably should be focused on Steph. Rather than trying to contain Andrew Wiggins because Sasha shouldn't be guarding a 3.
Right, but that's only if they're just gonna, because that's the whole point though, right? They're not gonna just give Wiggins the ball and say, hey, you got a mismatch, go to work.
For sure.
They're gonna keep it in Steph's hands. So in that scenario, is Wiggins gonna really kill Sasha because he's scoring 2 times? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
or if Draymond's out there, Sasha can match up with Draymond. I think you could put Lyles on somebody like Wiggins.
Okay.
I think you could do that. Like there's ways that you can have Sasha out there defending and he's not just
again,
a complete
liability. And that's where all of this is weird. We could do this forever if we want to. Like Harrison's going to be on the floor, right? Keegan's going to be on the floor. One of those guys are probably taking those duties. Like, and you can mismatch somehow if there's a situation where Sasha gets hot at whatever his position. Micah's going to adjust,
right?
Like if there is a scenario where he comes in and he's playing at the 3 and he does what he did the other night in a preseason game, in a regular season game, well, it's like, all right, well, we've got to get Keegan back in.
Yeah,
let's move Sasha to the 4. Domas is now at the 5, and we'll adjust defensively however we have to.
Exactly. And the 2 guys in the chat, Rob Bay says, but KC, they'll just hunt him, put him in a pick and roll. Foodie says the same thing. They'll just switch shots on. That's going to happen regardless of where he plays. That's kind of my whole point. Like, don't get caught up in the fact that he can't guard threes. All right, he can't guard threes, we're going to make sure he's the 4. They're still going to hunt him out in the pick and rolls. You know what I mean?
You can't switch then.
You can't. Well, they do it anyway in the NBA. They do it anyway. Like, that's the frustrating. How many times have we seen TT when he was with Cleveland guarding Steph Curry? Because they switch regardless in the NBA all the time. It frustrates the hell out of me that they don't fight through the screens.
Yeah.
So they'll do that no matter where he's at on the floor.
Yes. So no, it's fair. Like I just, it's fair. I'm not advocating for Trey to play the 3 either. I mean, I'm sorry, not Trey. Sasha.
Yeah.
I think what it all boils down to is shout out Mike Brown, who gave us a lot to talk about leading into tonight's game.
It's my guy.
Because had Mike not said anything, shout out to Hammer and shout out to James Ham for floating the question out there.
Yeah.
Sean maybe not necessarily liking Mike's answer and then drilling it down a little bit further to make sure everybody got the soundbite that they needed, including us. So shout out to the team over there at the Kings Beat.
Love those guys.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Kings Beat podcast available wherever you get podcasts from and over on YouTube as well. We'll talk a lot more about Sasha rotations and tonight's game because the Sacramento Kings, in fact, play the Los Angeles Lakers tonight.
Getting worried here
About?
watching the game.
I saw that too. But nope. They're not gonna get me this time. It's on NBA TV. It says right here.
I know
NBA
it's
TV.
definitely on NBA TV, but I'm worried about
I know
how that's going to go.
I know why you're worried. What do you mean?
They're going to black it out. Potentially. I could see that. I'm not saying I know anything.
No.
I'm telling you, I'm worried that they will black it out on NBA TV here locally.
Don't they only black it out though? Like if it's on like NBC or something like that out here?
Yes, very true. My guard is up with anything Kings preseason TV. My
What?
guard is up.
Is there anyone available to explain why this is so freaking complicated?
I don't know, man.
Okay, I see your concern. I see it.
Do they have it marked
see
as
it.
NBC Bay Area
They do not.
or California? Excuse me.
Nope. They have it marked as.
That would be a plus to Jesse's point. That would be a plus
They
because they
don't.
can't say we'll black it out on NBA TV
They have
because you have NBC California.
They have it marked as kings.com/live NBA TV.
Well,
gonna
that
be
was blacked
hot.
out for me too the other day.
Yeah, I couldn't get that going. Anyway, I had to do some other things.
What was blacked out?
I had
the
to
other
do some
day?
things for a little bit of change.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You're gonna do
Well,
what?
That's fine. No, just leave it. Hey, we don't want to hear any more about this.
You see what the Kings are doing?
I
Please
don't
put your
wanna hear-
games available so Casey doesn't have to do stuff for change.
Yeah. Like, hey, we don't. Hey,
For a little bit
Kenny
of
G-
change to watch. that
Man,
game.
I've heard I was working my way through college. Now KC trying to work his way through preseason games. My goodness.
Make the games available, please.
Like, look what you did. My man just got married. What are we turning him into?
Hey, all to watch the Kings, man. I had to do it.
I had to go to the streams I used for the boxing fights for the Kings game.
Wow.
Watch out for Dana, man.
Oh.
Watch out for Dana.
Shout
We're
out
looking.
Dana
We're
White.
watching him right now.
We got the FBI on his house right now. We're watching.
Watching him right now.
As soon as he launches it, he's done. Whatever, Dana.
We're watching them right now. Yeah, so
Literally has never been one news story about Dana White catching a UFC streamer.
Dana White
You don't
sounded
even
like
need to stream UFC fights. I woke up this morning and saw someone who streams this garbage anyways. They keep getting canceled and changed.
I don't know what they're doing over there.
I don't.
You won't
care.
see the 6th round here on
Look.
D'Lo and JC.
Look, if I have to go to one of Jesse's streams to watch this game, I'm going to be extremely agitated.
Well, see, the killer about that too is like there's life going on. Like, for instance, today I may be driving while this game is starting. And because it's on kings.com/live, I can't go back and watch this thing. See what I missed.
Mm-hmm.
I may want to watch, I may watch the whole game live. I may want to come back later in the night and watch it and see like some of the things maybe I missed. I can't do that on kings.com/live.
No, you can't.
I'm worried.
No, you should be. You should be.
I'm worried. NBA TV. If this game ain't on NBA TV, I'm gonna be cross as two sticks.
If it is blacked out, something needs to be fixed, though, for real.
Oh man, this is ridiculous. It is.
Yo, this game better not be blacked out. You just ruined my day. You could have kept that to yourself and allowed me to be mad at 7:00.
So
I'm going to be mad until 7:00.
I'll say this right now. I'm looking at my Xfinity stream. I got my recordings. I got the Kings on, like, anytime the Kings come on, record it, right? It's scheduled. It's here, scheduled to record.
Mm-hmm.
Kings Lakers. Make sure it's saying on NBA TV. It's scheduled. They got them on the list. They say, yes, we're going to record it, but they have no idea whether or not it's going to be blacked out.
Yeah,
or not.
you're just going to be recording a black screen that
Yeah.
says, sorry, this game has been blacked out in your area.
Speaking of, one time, game 2 is tonight, but one time they blacked out an Aces game. I said,
What?
why? Yeah, I tried to record and watch the Aces game. I went, I got my popcorn, was able to watch the game.
Aces, the local squad?
All of a sudden, the Aces game was blacked out. So this is ridiculous. They're a local squad for me.
Well,
for me, they are.
I feel like Kenny might be right now, just because of the Kings.com. The game's going to be on there. I wonder how much, like if the NBA, like how they do with the local TV, if they put any stock into it being online.
This could, the funny thing about this, it could all be avoided.
Well, okay. All right. Stop it. We're all getting worked up for no reason. The game is scheduled for NBA TV. There's no television interference anywhere else.
No, not locally.
Maybe the idea is if you don't get NBA TV, you can see it on kings.com/live.
Okay.
It's the same broadcast. G-Man on the call.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep it moving and let's stop it. Just like Michael Jordan said, get help.
I want to see the Kings.
This is like Y2K. All the technology is going to shut off at 7.
Feels like all of the technology shuts off anytime there's a freaking preseason game. For goodness sakes.
I want to watch the Kings.
All right.
I used to have, a situation where if I missed it, boom, just go on this website. I could watch anything. I could break it down play by play. But
I used to have that too.
Went away.
I used to have that too.
They said, wait, what?
Yeah.
Been logged in where?
Literally.
Nah, let's just change
literally talked to the person last night. Like, hey, could you still got that? You still got that Synergy password? Oh yeah, so and so probably changed it. And then silence, like can you? All right, man. Whatever. I guess at some point, I just have to stop asking. Like if I go in my text thread and search Synergy password, there's probably like 7 texts. Oh, I'll get it to you.
Oh man,
never got it to me.
This is the funniest bit that nobody knows about.
It's really not funny. It's actually really frustrating. That website was that website was a game changer. Didn't need League Pass, didn't need none of that. Just needed the Synergy account, and it's not happening. We'll come back. We'll talk about ESPN's player rankings.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. We'll talk about ESPN's player rankings. We also got Week 4 overreactions coming
Left
up.
on red.
Power rankings coming up as well. For the first time this season, I had a hard time with power rankings. Like a really, really difficult time. I changed them 3 times yesterday during the KSFM show and once again this morning. We'll explain all of that. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Excuse me, guys.
Could you grab are you going to the refrigerator?
I will.
Could you grab my Zoa? It might be tucked in the side. No, it's the purple one. It might be tucked in the side because of all that other food in there. Oh, what did John just send? John Bull just sent us something. I don't know what the hell that means, John. John, is that YouTube TV? I swear if this is blacked out, I'm going to be so freaking agitated. Takes 45. Well, where are you? Where are you? Nope. It's really funny. They got all these 4K TVs, and there's like 4 programs a week in 4K.
Well, that's just like the 3D TVs, right?
Oh, the 3D TVs. What an era that was. Oh, come on, John Bull. Wow. I think it's blacked out. There's an eyeball through it.
Yeah, that means you can't watch it then.
I think it's blacked out. This is trash, yo. This is terrible. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, how are you?
Good, man.
Good.
Everything good? You need me to whip somebody's ass?
No.
Okay, I was just
No,
making
good,
sure.
man. No,
I'm going to ask that every day.
no, I got Nelson.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Big Nelson.
Are you still good for dinner next weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. Heather asked me last night.
Yeah,
We
it's on.
already talked on the phone. I
We
was
ready
like,
to
I can
rock.
text him after we talked on the phone.
Well, you can. That's a pretty go-to move. It's a good look. That's a good look. Yeah, no, we're totally in.
Okay.
For sure.
Don't call me today because I'm going to text you about it.
Okay, great. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, they're saying if you got YouTube TV, it's blacked out.
Trash. Absolute trash.
Start putting the games on NBC, man.
I'll be there, Michigan. I don't know if KC will be there, but I'll definitely be there. Because I can't go Thursday because we got a company. We got to do something here. So I can't go Thursday. So I definitely want to try to get one in. Hey, look at that bullshit. I think that means it's blacked out. Thank you. It's an eyeball. Look at though. Boston and Philadelphia. No eyeball. It's got to mean something. Hey, don't yell at me. You're yelling at me. Everybody is really hostile right now.
You see what the Kings did? I'm not even yelling.
This game is absolutely blacked out tonight.
See,
this is trash.
I know it.
Shout out John Bull who sent the screen on YouTube TV.
I knew it.
And there's a little eyeball with a line through it, which I assume means you John Cena this joint, and you can't see it. That's weak, dude.
You know, that
y'all need to do
pisses
better.
Me off.
It's so weak. I gotta watch. Where's Stacy? I don't get paid enough to sit around and watch these damn games on my computer.
Do we know why the Kings.com is blacked out for some of us?
Kings.com is blacked out?
Well, not blacked out, but I couldn't watch it last time.
So on Sunday, I tried to go to Kings.com/live.
Yep.
And it was like
kept
error
asking
page. No, I didn't even get that. It was just like error page won't show up. I was like, dang, is my internet? Every other website in the world comes up fine. That one came up with like an error. Couldn't get it on my laptop. Couldn't get it on my phone. Couldn't get it on my iPad. It was the most difficult thing in the world to watch that game. So I had to do some crazy things for a little bit of change.
I wish you'd stop saying that.
It was funny every time.
I really do. I need you to stop saying that out loud. Yeah, you got to stop. Got people in this building telling you to get ready for your second marriage, and now you're up here 4 days after getting married talking about doing something strange for some.
Oh, how do we know it wasn't my wife?
Well, that's a different approach to marriage, I guess. Like, hey, you wanna watch this game tonight? You are married, buddy. Roger says use the live stream app, and that's actually what I use thanks to our man Dave Lack. Dave posted that in Twitter X, and I was like, oh, okay, let me try this, because every time I went to kings.com/live, it asked for the league pass password, which kept spitting out, which like, this is the password. And then finally I was just like, I got to figure out something else because it's 2-0. And I found Dave's tweet and Dave Lack's tweet. I was able to watch.
Let's get down to the crux of it all. Let's get down to the crux of it all. And he's my guy. He's my guy. I'm not coming, crazy at anybody or nothing like that. I'm just saying, Sacramento Kings, please air the games. Just please air the games. Talk to NBC California. It's too late for today, but
it's not. It's not. Let me ask you this. What is NBC Sports California airing?
Sunday, it was the dog show.
It was a dog show. There's a whole other NBC California station that has nothing on it.
Air the games, guys. Air the games.
There needs to be one rogue employee who goes into like NBC Sports California Plus, like the other station.
Yeah.
Air your stupid dog show. Just flip the switch and stream the game to the
We need
NBC.
an outlaw over there at NBC Sports California.
If James was still there, he'd do it.
Yeah, he definitely would.
If Matt Barnes knew how to do it, he'd do it.
I
don't think he knows. He's getting ready for a show at Urban Roots. I don't think he's worried about that. But
oh man, I knew it. I was
saw
worried
someone
about
who
it.
works for the Kings who couldn't find the game.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. These are the games. And James, I'm gonna ask James this when we talk to him. He talked about, it costs $90,000 or what. I don't care. I don't care. Kings.com/live is not good enough.
Kings just cut Jeremy Lamb. There's got to be $90,000 laying around somewhere. Use the money you saved by cutting Jeremy Lamb to put the damn game on television.
Well, it's like now too. Like you're a good team. You're not no Charlotte Hornets or whatever. Which is preseason don't matter. Like people want to watch you now.
Damn. I'll find a way though.
All right.
Once again,
well, do what you got to do. I guess.
Gonna have to do something.
All right.
Everybody try NBA TV though. Maybe, it may work. Go ahead and try NBA TV. What they play 7 or 7:30.
Click on the eye with the line through it. Click on it and just see what happens. The screen's literally going to look at you like, idiot. What do you think that symbol on this next to the screen means? It's 7.
7 o'clock in Anaheim at
King,
the Honda Center.
Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Pause. Kings.com/live. Okay.
See,
apparently I was doing it wrong because it just says Kings live streams.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too.
The last time, I swear it kept sending me to the damn
Sunday was
pass
a mess.
login.
Sunday was a mess, bro. I couldn't even get on this website on Sunday.
All right. Let's move on. We're just gonna be angry for the next 6 hours. The hell are you laughing at? Kyle in the other studio laughing, finding all of this funny. Probably thinking Warriors games, all of the Warriors preseason games
They
on
are
TV.
They are. Joe Lacob got that right. You got that right.
Well, as long as you air all of the Golden State Women Warriors games, and it's fine too.
Well, yeah, do that. Talk about them too. That's what needs to happen.
That'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
Kyle said he's laughing because he'll be able to watch the Kings in Oakley, not like us.
Oh, jeez.
Cold. Oh, that's cold. That's cold. That's cold.
Damn.
I can't even get to Kyle's house in time to watch the game. It's too far. It's a damn shame. Shout out to Kyle Madsen, who drives a lot every day.
Big ups to him, man.
Odyssey Sacramento Employee of the Month right there.
Mm-hmm.
ESPN ranked De'Aaron Fox at 23 in their top 100 players, NBA players list. They had De'Aaron Fox ranked at 23 and Domantas Sabonis ranked at 22. Let's start there. Why is everybody so lazy when it comes to Sacramento? Whether it was Chris Murray being drafted by the Sacramento Kings, or let's not let De'Aaron or Domas shine too much over the other one. And on every list created, let's just put one after the other. So we acknowledge the Sacramento Kings and what they did last year, but not give them too much credit for what they were able to do.
I don't know why people.
This is lazy to me.
I don't know why they're so lazy.
This is lazy, but fine.
But let me ask you this. Let's not leave that right now. Let me ask you this. Do you think there's a huge gap between the two?
Absolutely not.
So we'll take De'Aaron at 23.
Mm-hmm.
Domas should be anywhere between 26 and 20, right?
Fine.
I mean, this one,
that's fine.
Back to back.
That's
fine. That's
a
little. That's just. I'll just throw them out.
Yeah,
there.
that's what it feels like to me.
But
but
to be scheme of things,
to be fair, De'Aaron jumped up. Let's see, 31 spots.
That's crazy in itself.
Stay tuned. You're going to hear that again. De'Aaron jumped up 31 spots. Oh, you know what? Oh, okay, man. I'm sorry, dude. I don't mean this. I feel like I say stuff. I'm just not going to say this person's name all season because I feel like I'm always critical of this particular individual, but I found the write-up interesting. Here's what why he rose 31 spots, laid that out. Easy. One huge question for the season. How can he follow up his breakout year? Fox was a first-time All-Star and named to All-NBA third team. He also won the inaugural Clutch Player of the Year award. His coach, Mike Brown, was named Coach of the Year. Fox's general manager, Monty McNair, was named Executive of the Year. So far, you've said nothing.
Yo,
hey,
for real.
Hey, I'm sorry. The title in bold letters, one huge question for the season. How can he follow up his breakout year? And then you list all of the accomplishments of everyone around him next.
Yeah.
And then you end it with Sacramento is looking to take another leap, another step forward. Great. You still have said nothing. And you end with, to do that, Fox has to take another leap as well. Well, goddamn, thank you for that. One huge question for the season. How can he follow up his breakout year? You didn't answer your own question. You listed the accolades of himself and everyone around him and then said he needs to take another leap forward? Yo, has anyone in the history of professional basketball taken more leaps forward than De'Aaron Fox has?
This guy taking a stairway to heaven.
What do you want this brother to do next?
That's the thing I don't understand, right? Why does he have to take another leap?
Like,
what if he just has the same season?
Sacramento is looking to take another step forward. To do that, Fox has to take another leap as well. No, he doesn't.
Just do what you did.
I'm of the belief Fox is going to have another all-star season. I'm of the belief Fox will be better than he was last year. But a leap? Yo, how many players year after year after year take the leaps that De'Aaron Fox does? It just was rewarded this year in the fact that Buddy Hield wasn't on the team.
That's the whole thing.
And like 9 other, and Buddy Hield is an NBA player, and 9 guys who aren't NBA players anymore weren't on the team.
That's the other thing I was going to say.
Sorry to
Fox,
steal your thunder.
If you talk about, well, no, I'm just piggybacking off your point. De'Aaron Fox had, for the most part, same season he's had like 3 of the last 4 years.
Bruh.
Like he hadn't done, he's improved his game. He's gotten better. There are things that he improved at for sure. But as far as production, overall production, numbers wise, all this other stuff, Fox was clutch his rookie year. He was hitting fourth quarter shots his rookie year. You know what I'm saying? Like he was averaging, I think it was the year after the bubble. Didn't he average like 25, 26 points a game?
Yeah.
He's been doing this. Y'all just ain't been watching. And probably rightfully so. The Kings weren't any good.
But
so I understand.
No. Because y'all don't do that with Shea.
Well, this is true.
You marvel at how good Shea is.
I agree.
And he's phenomenal. Shea's the dude, no doubt. And now that I think about it, I think Shea might be in the top 10.
Oh, for sure.
Because I don't think I saw him today. I think because they ended at 11. I don't think I saw Shea. I think they got him in the top 10. But you had no problem talking about how great Shea was when the Oklahoma City Thunder were getting their ass kicked, because you love Sam Presti and you love draft picks and you love potential and you love what might be. No one was willing to look through, hey, the Sacramento Kings are a poorly run franchise. They're poorly coached. They got a poor roster. Everything around this kid is poor, but he's really good. Y'all weren't willing to do that for him, and I don't understand why. Is it because he wasn't on GQ magazine? Is it he didn't dress well enough? He didn't talk enough for you?
Well, and let's
he went on a dunk strike?
Oh, he did go on a dunk strike.
Rightfully so.
Yeah. Now
I wouldn't dunk either. I ain't gonna hurt my knees for
let's go to the
Scott Pollard part 2 to get some run.
Let's go to the other part of this too, though. You talk about they don't do that for SGA. They don't do that for Tyrese Halliburton.
Tyrese Halliburton.
You know we like Ty. I'm going to say that every time because we got love for Tyrese Halliburton. This isn't Shea, just like it's not Shea for SGA because we like him as well. But we just want consistency. They don't do that for Tyrese. They give him the benefit of the doubt every time it comes up.
Tyrese Halliburton, the 21st top player in ESPN's top 100 list. So for those who missed it, De'Aaron Fox, who was all NBA, went to the playoffs, and the Clutch Player of the Year award, which they've diminished by not acknowledging like that to remember what it is. He was 23rd.
Yeah.
Domas, who checks notes. Yeah. All NBA last year. Check again. Yeah, he was an all-star last year. 22. Tyrese Halliburton, 21. Why he rose 38 spots? Halliburton made his first all-star game. Anybody know, did Domas and De'Aaron make the all-star game last year?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Halliburton made his first all-star game, averaged 20.7 points and 10.4 assists. Incredible numbers. And
Pause you real quick.
Yep.
Sabonis did, what was it, 19 and 13?
Sounds right.
I guess 20 and 10 is better when it's points and assists than points and rebounds, I guess.
Well, he shot 40% from three, and then signed a 5-year rookie max extension, and tweeted a great $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase gif afterwards.
That was good.
His swing skill, this is a little bit different than what they did for De'Aaron. Halliburton has emerged as one of the league's best passers.
He is that.
He nearly led the league in assists, averaging 10.4 per game, just behind James Harden, league's best 10.7, and earned praise for his playmaking with Team USA this summer. How did No, I'm not going to do that. That's not fair. That's not fair. I'm not going to ask how Tyrese looked with Team USA. That's not fair.
No,
that's
same
not
thing
fair.
going through my head.
No, it's not fair. Not going to do it.
Same thing going
Keep
through
it
my
moving.
head.
My issue with I think Ty is phenomenal. If you want to rank Ty over De'Aaron, fine. Like, I don't agree. We talked about you asked me a minute ago if De'Aaron is 23, Domas, even though I think it's lazy to just put him 22nd, the fact is he's 21st, 20th, 24th, 25th. Like, he's in the same vicinity of De'Aaron. My thing with this list is, and this is why they put out lists, is because they create conversations like this one right here.
Which I like, by the way.
I'd put De'Aaron over Karl Anthony Towns.
That's fair.
I'd put him a lot closer to Jamal Murray. And I'd put him over Bam also.
See, they're going to make me say something about Bam.
No, don't say nothing about Bam.
I like Bam,
Bam's a
but
great
this
ball player.
always comes up, though, man.
Bam's a great ball player.
He is. I like Bam. I take Bam on the Sacramento Kings. I like Bam, but I
wouldn't take him over De'Aaron Fox.
No, I wouldn't take him over Domantas Sabonis either.
Oh, there's that.
Like, I ain't gonna say it about Bam because I like Bam.
No, look, these lists are subjective. Like, that's what they are. That's what that's all this is a subjective, whether it's a singular opinion, multiple opinions, however they form these lists. I think I heard Hammer explaining how they aggregate all of this stuff from a bunch of different writers yesterday on the Insiders 10 to 12 here on ESPN 1320. But to me, to think that Jamal Murray is 6 spots ahead of De'Aaron Fox, it's still like, wow, we're I feel like what we got with De'Aaron is okay. We're not going to crap on him anymore, but we're really not going to give him his true shine. De'Aaron, to me, is really, really pushing the line of being a superstar in this league because not just his like numbers, not just like his play in terms of a basketball sense, the way he plays. The way he plays is the way. That's what kids love about basketball.
Right.
The turnaround, hands out, I'm effing nice. Yo, kids love that. The dunks, the yells, kids love that. The explosiveness, the dunk where he went up, got hit, and managed to hit one more button on the elevator and go even higher. Kids love that.
Took a leap.
He's a dude took a leap in the middle of a leap. I just feel like, okay, cool. We won't crap on De'Aaron anymore, but we're really not going to give him we're only going to give De'Aaron and Domas, which it's so weird to me that this league seemingly hates Domantas Sabonis. Check that. It's so weird to me that the people who cover this league seemingly hate Domantas Sabonis.
There's the disconnect between all of this because we've said it a number of different times. The way some of these writers perceive De'Aaron and the way the NBA perceives De'Aaron are kind of different. I'm not going to say vastly different, but I think the NBA, like I've said a number of different times, is like, yo, this is one of our next dudes. We want them to win. We want him to play the same way, because if he can, we're going to attach a rocket to his back, and he's going to be one of them dudes. Season tip-off trailer. De'Aaron Fox up in there.
That's right. Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, I think they are looking for him to be next because of some of the things you talked about, his style of play, you know, the way, the highlight reel plays that he's able to have. You know, it's something that the kids and it's pleasing to people who want to watch an action-packed game. So I think the way he's covered is way different than what the people are. They still on Madison Avenue? I guess so. And the people on Madison Avenue in Manhattan perceive De'Aaron Fox and what they want for De'Aaron Fox.
Is there a Madison in New York and Chicago? There's a Madison Avenue in Chicago.
No, maybe it's not Madison.
I think
Avenue.
New York's
maybe
on. I think the league office is on Fifth Avenue.
Fifth Ave.
Geography lesson here.
Shout out Manhattan.
De'Aaron was ranked 54th last year, which is phenomenal. Domantas Sabonis was ranked 47. Tyrese was ranked 59.
They were wrong on all three.
Well, I thought Michael made a phenomenal point here. They put all three together. De'Aaron, Domas, Tyrese. They put all three together because they're all linked together by that trade, even though De'Aaron had nothing to do with the trade. Michael is 100% right, and they want to keep the narrative that it was a bad trade because that's what they thought, and, man, they can't be wrong. Michael, if I had a prize, bro, I'd give it to you because you're on point with that one. Nothing a reporter hates to do more than admit they were wrong. And they were just – and, oh, now it's a wash.
Now it's a win-win.
Now everybody won. I feel the way I feel about the Pacers this year. I think that's a good team. They didn't make the playoffs last year.
No.
You can blame Tyrese's injury. You can do whatever you want to. How come you not? How come are you guys concerned about can Tyrese stay healthy for a full season? How ridiculous did that statement I just make sound?
Crazy.
But if he was in Sacramento,
injury concerns.
100%. 100%. And Dr. David hit De'Aaron with he's paying the Sacramento tax. And it's like, man, after last year, we still got that tax on us.
And this is the funny thing about it, though. I keep coming back to I hate to sound like a broken record.
That's fine. I love records.
But the NBA don't feel the same way.
Yeah.
There isn't a Sacramento tax for the NBA because they're like, yo, let's get this product out as much as possible. Sacramento is. Did you see what it was looking like down there in the playoffs? Nah, let's get them on there as much as possible. These writers still have this Sacramento tax. Like, cute story, whatever. Like
they didn't watch, or they did. I'm sorry, they watched 7 to 9 games. They formed their entire opinion on 7 to 9 games, and I just hate. And I don't know. Maybe I don't. We just talked about Ramona. Like James Harden ain't on the Kings. He ain't in no danger of coming to the Kings. But Ramona's a great reporter. I read every word she wrote about James Harden. If Ramona posts an article, I read it because she's a great writer.
Right.
We've gotten to the point where we need everyone to do multiple things. Hell, we host 2 shows for our company. I think the same is true in sports media. You need everybody to do multiple things, and that pulls them away from one or the other, right? Whether it's being on TV or it's writing.
Right.
Like Ramona don't post articles every day. You can't post those types of articles, that type of work that she does every single day. And I don't know if people are just more interested in reading blurbs like hoops hype clips rather than entire articles. But this stuff I'm surprised this particular writer didn't write something about the Kings defense. How many times did we read power rankings last year from January to the start of the playoffs? Well, this team's going to have to get better defensively.
Yeah.
Well, spoiler alert, they didn't, and they still got to the playoffs.
Right.
I just I just feel like the coverage of this team is so freaking lazy.
I agree, man. I agree. I wish that they would, do a little more nuance and a little bit more.
Well,
like I don't want to say studying up, but watch these guys.
But do the nuance writing if you're willing to do it for Oklahoma City. That's my only gripe.
There you go.
I get what you're doing with the Warriors. I understand.
Mhm.
The Knicks, I get it. It's New York. Even if you did Brooklyn, I get it. I name any national darling. Most of them I get.
They do it for Minnesota.
The outlier, exactly. It's Oklahoma City, it's New Orleans, and it's Minnesota. Y'all are right about them? Shoot, y'all cover Chicago harder than you do Sacramento. Oh, it's Chicago. All right, bro. Let me watch a team that's good. Y'all jumped on Memphis quick.
Oh, Memphis.
But you're not willing to jump on Sacramento?
The other thing about it is
been complaining about one thing or another for like 45 straight minutes.
Well, the other thing about it though is you cannot cover the Kings if you don't want to. Dillon and KC got that covered.
Yeah, we
That's
got
fine.
you.
All right, you cannot cover.
Insiders got you.
But when you start talking, don't sound uneducated on the situation. That's all I'm saying. You can simply say, hey, I need to watch this team more, or I don't. But a lot of these people, they start talking about the Kings, they sound ridiculous. Sound ridiculous. If you don't cover them, if you don't want to cover them, that's fine. Like I said, Dillon and KC, the insiders, we got you. We got all Kings fans. We don't need Brian Windhorst to cover the Kings. But if you are going to talk about them, I need you to have your facts straight. I need you to have an accurate representation of what's going on with this team, not just pulling anything, out of the air. That's all I ask.
Pull what was it? A head out of a rabbit or whatever Jason Witten once said on Monday Night Football. I believe that's what it was. Something along those lines. I really need to find that clip because I need to know what Jason. I really need to find Jason Witten's greatest hits. That's what I need to find.
Tyler Jennings, hey, he said at least Stephen A admitted he didn't watch.
Well,
he did say that. He's like, I'm sorry, I hadn't been watching this brother. He's phenomenal. I haven't heard much from Stephen A.
Well,
I found the Jason Witten quote. I got to find the video, but he said Rodgers pulled the rabbit from his head.
Rodgers pulled a rabbit from his head.
Yeah, from his own head.
Oh, that's a hey. We knew Aaron Rodgers was different. I assume it was Aaron Rodgers.
I'm assuming so.
All right. We'll come back. Well, I don't know. We'll find something else to be angry about. I'm quite confident.
Yeah.
It's Dillon and KC. We've got much more hoops to talk about, some NFL stuff to dive into as well. Dillon and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Don't ever get that twisted. ESPN 1320. Oh, that's the wrong shoot.
Oh, no, I didn't hear about Mikey Williams. What happened now? I hope it's nothing crazy. Kid's been on the edge.
Well, not Mike E. Williams, but Mike E. Winfield will be here on Friday.
Now, that's some good stuff.
Yeah, that's like 3 years in the works.
Mikey Williams got to go to trial for his gun charges.
Damn. 6 felony gun charges. Jesus. Williams could be sentenced to up to 28 years in prison.
Let's check in with
all accounts. That's come on, man.
I'll tell you what, Tess, you saw Aaron Rodgers there. Blood on his elbow, big old knee brace on, hitting the wrist. It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head. Tell you what.
Doesn't it sound like he's cutting a promo?
I was just about to say he sounds like The Rock.
He sounds like he's cutting a promo.
On his elbow. Big old knee brace on. Hitting the wrist. It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Okay.
He hit the it doesn't matter the exact same way The Rock does.
he definitely watched Raw in the Attitude Era. Yeah, he definitely did. Made that man quit his job.
They didn't even bully him like back into retirement. They bullied him back onto the field.
They bullied him till he moved back east.
They're like, just do the only thing you're good at, Jason.
Damn. Just move back east with all the other failed hosts.
Oh, yeah. I saw that yesterday, Dr. David. You see, he sent the clip of Bart Gunn in the Brawl for All.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Man, that was vicious.
Hold on. Oh. Wait a minute. Stand by. Goodness gracious. Those 49ers here. I don't know what we got. Let's see.
Foot like that. You're gonna... San Francisco cannot kick themselves in the foot like that.
You're going to see him on the outside. He's going to come up and around the edge and collapse that corner. It's tough on these linebackers, and when they do that, it's all about the rush.
0 for 3 so far against this Broncos defense.
He's got Kelsey.
3rd and 4. Mahomes gets it complete for a first down to Demarcus Robinson.
Got Kelsey. Got Kelsey. Got Kelsey. Got Kelsey.
Kittle is really flashing this year, isn't he?
And he's able to connect with a big tight end who goes up and then it's down. A flag is down as Nick Boyle came skying through like a pro wrestling move to meet the defender.
Oh. Oh, man. Oh, that is phenomenal.
That one where he was on the telestrator.
That is incredible.
Oh, man.
Oh, that was a fun commercial break. Shout out Jason
Poor
Witten.
Jason Witten, man.
Shout out Jason Witten.
Hey, man, just, it happens to the best of us sometimes, Jason. Just keep trying, buddy. Keep trying.
We mentioned during the commercial break, this would absolutely be an appropriate thing to mention on the radio. Our man, Mike E. Winfield, will join us in studio for the first time on Friday. My brother Raul saying, about time you had Mikey on the show. What's the holdup? Bruh, Mikey has not been here for like a year.
Yeah.
And prior to that, brother was on America's Got Talent for like 4 months, working in Vegas. Dude did a base tour overseas. Mikey isn't exactly home a lot. And prior to that, prior to that, we were at home.
Yeah.
So Mikey joining us for the very, very first time. Couldn't be more excited to have our brother in studio with us again. Mikey Winfield will be with us, I think, in the 1 o'clock hour, probably right around this time on Friday. So you don't want to miss that. Nice. James Ham, just as funny as Mikey Winfield, but different. He'll be with us in the 3 o'clock hour. We got power rankings on the way as well. And we've got Kings and Lakers tonight in Anaheim. I did notice something. Perhaps I need to watch more games. I was looking at one of the game previews that our man Michael with the Kings sends us before each game. And I noticed on average, and you could take this how it, like, it's whatever, numbers are numbers. But on average, last season, not against each other, but on the season, the Kings actually out-rebounded the Los Angeles Lakers. Again, not in their matchups, but on the season, the Kings averaged more rebounds than the Los Angeles Lakers did. That was something I said to you yesterday after watching the Lakers preseason game that I thought I can see their length being an issue for this team. They're going to have to really work to get rebounds on both ends of the floor. The Kings are going to have to work really hard to get rebounds on both ends of the floor. And the 136, 134 matchup in January sticks out in my head as one of those games that it felt like they could not get a rebound, and that's why they lost. But I might have overblown that a little bit.
Well, I think
and it was close. It was like 42-41 or something like that. But I was still surprised to see that. Oh, okay.
I think the thing that really you got to hammer home when you're playing anybody with the Kings, but especially the Lakers, is the offensive rebounding for the Lakers. You know what I mean? You want to keep them off of those boards. I always think about it this way: if it comes out that they have more rebounds, and a lot of that is on the defensive end, that kind of goes to you not making shots. They're supposed to rebound those on the defensive end, especially if you're not like really big on crashing the offensive boards, which the Kings don't seem to be on a regular basis. You have to keep them off the offensive boards. And that's usually the one that I'm looking at. If they can keep AD off the boards, or LeBron, who won't be playing tonight, apparently. If you can keep those guys off the boards, now they got other guys as well. They got what's my man's name? Christian Wood. You know, they've got those different guys that can really help on the boards. If you're able to keep them off there, I think you'll be okay. But to your original point, it's a tough matchup regardless because of all the size they have on the front line.
Yeah. And I think there's just going to be a handful of teams, probably a small handful of teams that Sacramento is just going to have those. Well, a small handful of teams that Sacramento is going to have those issues with. But these are like, we started the show, after our hockey talk, kind of talking about JaVale.
Damian Melrose.
Right? Well, shout out Barry Melrose. Hated to see that news about him yesterday.
What happened to Barry Melrose?
He retired. He has Parkinson's.
Oh, I wouldn't even have said that if I didn't know that.
Well, no, this is a tribute to Barry Melrose. Like, he's like the definitive hockey guy on that network. But he stepped away. He was diagnosed with Parkinson's, which is such a it's such a brutal disease.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Prayers up to him, man. And we're thinking about you. I like Barry Melrose on. Now we see him on
everything I know about hockey.
Exactly.
Barry Melrose. I didn't know much about the coach until after he got the ESPN gig. And then I think he went back to be a coach again, got fired pretty quickly, and then just came back to.
I remember.
Hey, just come take your old job back.
Yeah, as he should. I remember him coaching the Kings, the LA Kings, when they made the Stanley Cup final. I was a little dude. And I remember
probably 7. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it was 93. So I was 10. Okay. It was close to 7.
That was close.
But yeah, I always remembered him from coaching Wayne Gretzky. Yeah, sad news, man.
Indeed. Yeah, indeed.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, not at all. We started the day talking about JaVale.
Mm-hmm.
And JaVale's like, if there was a size concern against the Lakers, you brought JaVale in for that.
Right.
If there's like rim protection, rebounding concerns against Warriors, Lakers, different, but I'm thinking of teams, Sixers, so on. That's why you brought JaVale in. So a lot of the concerns that we hold on to are concerns based off of last year.
Mm-hmm.
And you hope the likes of JaVale McGee, does Alex Lynn have an increased role? How can Sasha rebound as a potential 3 or 4?
Right.
Trey Lyles, those guys, and the fact that Mike's going to be on the fact there's no way, none whatsoever, that Harrison Barnes and Keegan Murray didn't hear about their rebounding statistics from game 1.
Yeah, and that obviously can't happen.
No, it can't. And let me ask you a question. Everybody from James to Kyle to Kenny and D'Lo, KC and D'Lo and KC, to Malik Monk. That's preseason. Now it's preseason. Now we're working some things out. It's preseason. Everybody said that. Just figuring some things out. No big deal. Let's say, hypothetically, tonight's game, which you'll be watching on your laptop or whatever.
Who knows where I'll be watching this one?
if this game goes the same way the last one did, do you react the same? I think it wound up being a 13-point difference, maybe. I think it was 112-99. So we'll say roughly a 13-point difference, but it never really felt like the Kings were not going to win. Like, it was pretty clear relatively early. They got really, really cold in the second quarter. I think they shot 27%, only shot marginally better in the third quarter. And the fourth quarter was the 49ers Cowboys. G-Man was killing time till this thing was over.
Right.
And I'll ask, if that scenario happens again, everybody good? It's just preseason. Is it good?
I personally won't move me either way.
Okay.
You know, but it's weird. I don't feel that way for every single thing, because the rebounding thing, specifically with Harrison and Keegan, if they don't have rebounds again, I'll be upset about that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those little things right there, that shouldn't happen in any game, let alone a preseason, regular season, playoff, wherever.
Playoff game doesn't matter.
Shouldn't happen. And that's something that, if it happens back-to-back times, if I was Mike Brown, I'd be hot.
Furious, yeah.
I'd be hot about that.
Well, I think the Kings could win by 20, and if that statistic would be true, Mike Brown would be furious.
Absolutely. That's one that, in my opinion, it doesn't matter the outcome of the game and when it's being played. That cannot happen. And that's something that you what's the word I'm looking for? You build a habit of. You start that now. You like that happened on Sunday. You say, no, that's unacceptable at any point in time. We are setting the groundwork right now that it doesn't matter if we're playing pickup. You need to be on the boards, period. There's some things defensively and all this other stuff where you may say one thing as a coach, but in your mind, you're like, well, I can live with this. I can never live with those two getting 0 rebounds, ever.
916-909-1320. I'm sorry, this NBA.com is just toying with me.
No.
It's what's on. All right, man. It says Spectrum Sportsnet, which, God, I mean,
that's on in LA.
Yeah, right. That's LA, but wouldn't that mean it's on League Pass? It would be blacked out because it's the Kings.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so blessed and agitated. Let's get Kamara in here. He'll make us feel better.
He'll be able to watch the game.
Yeah, he'll be able to watch the game with no problems. 916-909-1320. What's up, Kamara?
Favor ain't fair, man. That's all.
I got you. Stop gloating, bro.
No, it's all good, man. Listen, first of all, I'm not worried about the ESPN rankings or whatnot, because their job is to drive content. We talked about it a couple weeks ago, maybe last week. The Kings are not going to get that look, mainly because the elephant in the room that the national media hasn't regulated De'Aaron Fox to being the star. You know what I mean? And I think that's what it is. Like, once he crosses that threshold, which I think he will, I think that's going to be the big turning point. As far as like the games tonight or coming up, honestly, I have a long range view, and it's weird to say this as a Kings fan, but they could play terrible basketball tonight. It's not going to worry me, because this team started 0-4 last year, and they got it together. I'd rather they get all their kinks out of, pause with all the terrible basketball, and, work out, whatever they needed offense, and then get to rolling, because the job is not to like look brilliant in October. The job is to look incredible in April and May, and in March, April, May, and so forth and so on. So, I think teams with length are going to give us problems, but I think we'll have to figure that out. I think shooting is going to be the common denominator in us actually overcoming that length. And again, pause, right? So we're going to have to just become a, more consistent on that outside shooting team. So
the attorney's out of control this morning. I'm gonna tell you that.
We didn't invent it, but we're such a bad influence.
We definitely didn't invent it. But yeah, we're not exactly helping the cause either.
D'Lo, KC, Cameron, and Mace leading the pause game.
Let's go, baby. Well, Cameron and Mace really go. Yo, okay. This ain't the show for it. We'll say that for another show. I saw some clips of Cam like, Brody, come on, man, stop this.
Oh no.
They doing too much with Diddy right now.
Oh, I haven't seen him talk
between
about that.
Cam and 50, like they doing a lot. They got to stop this.
Yeah.
They got, and Jill, if Jill Adge is listening, Jill fell down a wrestling rabbit hole because of the Von Erichs thing.
Yeah.
And somebody grab Jill's hand and pull her out of this. Like, I think she's binge watching these Dark Side of the Ring things. Jill, get out of that.
Poor
Like,
Jill is just going through the worst possible wrestling stories right now.
Jill, get out, Jill. Grab my hand. Grab my hand. We're gonna get you out of there.
Get her before she gets to Chris Benoit.
Well, see, that's the thing. You don't have to be a wrestling fan to know the Chris Benoit story. But like, if Bryce is in the comments, like, oh, wait till you get to Chris Benoit, or wait till you get to Owen Hart, and then our mutual friend, who I won't say his name because he might get in trouble. He's like, or Chris Benoit, like, Jill, get out, grab my hand, girl. I'm gonna get you out.
That Benoit story is like, to actually, that Dark Side of the Ring, to actually like watch, that is so disturbing.
Brutal.
Oh man,
absolutely brutal. Okay, so everybody's chilling. All right. Are
you concerned at all?
So it all boils down to how they play, right? The win or lose, does it matter? Like, no, but it doesn't. Like, of course I would prefer they win, but win or lose, if they play better, it doesn't matter, because I don't expect, I hope they're not, that De'Aaron and Domas and Keegan and Harrison are playing anywhere near the fourth quarter. And if those are Kessler Edwards minutes or Jordan Ford or whoever, let it rock. I don't care what happens in that fourth quarter. Yeah. But the first quarter played out pretty well. One thing that we lost in the first quarter was it was 35-35. Mm-hmm. So great. The Kings shot really well. 35 points to give up in a quarter is a lot.
Well, yeah.
Like, he scored a combined 70 points in the first quarter. Look, I get it, and I hear Malik, I hear you, I hear the insiders. It's preseason. You might got to be looking at, like, is we doing this? We got to do what Kenny said on 95.7 the game, allegedly, and score 150 points to win a game. That's what we got to do.
Those guys.
Guys,
yeah, they
can we make some stops? Can we do some things on the defensive end when we're out there? Come out. If I was Mike Brown, the coach of the year, unanimous coach of the year, can y'all show me a little intensity on the defensive end when we start this game? I know it's not who they are. Yeah. I know it's not their superpower. I know it's not going to dictate how this season goes for them. Can y'all show me something so I know that it's there? Can you show me something that we can draw back on heading into Utah, heading into that game at the Golden One Center in a ruckus environment on a Friday night against the Golden State Warriors? Can you show me something so I'm not counting the number of threes we hit every night, hoping we get to 15, 16, 17 and win the game?
I know.
You're about to crap all over everything I said. I can see it in your eyes.
What you're saying is not.
That's what you say before you crap on what I said.
No, it's not out of the realm of like reality, like what you should be asking for. I just think you'd be banging your head up against the wall.
What Kenny just said was, no, it's a fair request. It's just stupid.
No, it's not stupid. It's not going to happen. Yeah. What you're saying is right. I just don't think they have the personnel for that.
Man. All right.
So you're gonna have your 35-point quarters, and that's just what it is. I mean, they'll have the firepower to match up with that, or the explosiveness.
And that's, I guess, like that's the good part, unless you start slowing in the first quarter, like you didn't. The shooting didn't change until the second.
Mm-hmm.
If it starts that way, then you find yourself in a position where you're down 35-20.
So
35-22 or something like that.
And I could be wrong. This is I'm just reading the tea leaves and just making my own assumptions here. But I think everything that you're saying is what Mike Brown is probably saying.
Mm-hmm.
And then in his head, he knows it's not going to happen. Or maybe Jordy, or like, bro, you got to do what you're dealing with. He's like, all right, fine. Well, I'm playing JaVale because I'm not going to do a whole season like that again. JaVale playing every night. And I think that's where we come to that. Like, because you're looking at Sasha, and he fits in with the Kings offensively, but he doesn't seemingly, at least from what we know of him right now, help their what's going on the defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
Me personally, I would have just said, fine, more firepower. Like, I don't care if he necessarily helps on the defensive end or not. I'm going to keep playing to what we're best at. But Mike Brown might be like, no, I don't know. Like, to progress and to move on. And he's not wrong if he's thinking this way. We're going to have to play some defense better than what we've played. And I need some defensive-minded guys on that court on a regular basis. I need to put JaVale in there the majority of the time, as a backup, not like super minutes, but like night in, night out basis. JaVale need to be part of that.
That makes me want to look something up here. That's going to take me way too long to find.
Well,
so I thought I was going to be able to segue easily into it, and I couldn't. So JaVale, is 35 years old?
Mhm.
He played 42 games last year, 74 games his last year in Phoenix. Yeah, he doesn't exactly have a lot of tread on those sides. I
He hasn't
mean,
played much over the last few
he
years.
hasn't. Like, he hasn't. And in the 42 games he played last year, it looked like 8 minutes per game. The year before in Phoenix, he played much more, 15.8 minutes per game, which might be, that was his highest since 2004. It was his highest since 2013. Our original thought was JaVale might not play every game.
Mm-hmm.
Is your thought on JaVale now, given, and you're not, just pulling this out of thin air, it's based on, things we're picking up from Mike Brown when he's talking, and we're picking up, off-air conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he's closer to that 16 minutes per game or the 8.5 minutes per game?
16.
Okay.
It's my thought. And we'll see how that works out. I mean, I also think that's where Mike wants to go to start. Well, if it doesn't work out, I don't think he's above.
JaVale,
might have to go, a different route.
JaVale averaged 9 points per game in that last year with Phoenix.
He played
And
really well with Phoenix.
Yeah, he really did.
He played really well with Phoenix.
With the way this team plays.
And I'm surprised he didn't play more with Dallas. And a lot of people look at it as like, oh, well, he didn't play with – this is a Dallas team that was stinking, and he couldn't play there, so he must not have that much left in the tank. I look at it as Jason Kidd and Dallas probably don't know what they're doing. Like, he could have helped them last year.
Yeah, any conversation that starts with Jason Kidd should end with he doesn't know what he's doing, which is wild. He's one of the greatest point guards we've ever seen.
Right.
And I guess there's just such a difference between being able to do something and tell somebody else to do it.
Yeah, for sure. That's Magic Johnson. Our guy, Antonio Ray Harvey. He says, if Malik Monk says it's only one game, don't worry about it. There's nothing super to worry about.
Well, shout
out Tone.
He said, Malik said, it's preseason, it's one game.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I appreciate about Malik in that same exact conversation. He was asked specifically, and forgive me, I can't remember who asked, but are there things you need to do better? He was like, yeah, there's a lot of things we need to do better. Mm-hmm. I think he was asked about pace.
Mm-hmm.
And it like two separate questions. He was asked about pace specifically. He was like, oh, yeah, we got to be faster. That wasn't good enough. So while he was quick to acknowledge, hey, it's one game, it's fine. We're getting our legs. We're feeling this whole thing out. None of us played a ton. He was also like, yeah, but when we did, there were some things that weren't right. And it's not like everything was just golden when we were all out there together and, Jordan Ford comes in and ruins it. That's not, we need to play. We didn't play fast enough. There's a, to kind of steal a line, there's a style of play inside our DNA that makes us what we are.
Yeah.
And we didn't execute that.
Right.
And that's the one like kind of moment with this whole, it's one game, it's preseason, it's one game, it's preseason. The downplaying of that game. That was the moment where I was like, okay, Malik, a player, is clearly aware of some of these different issues that happen in game one, which means they're not glossing over them as one game. They're not glossing it over as a glorified practice. They were out there like, okay, we need to be better in this regard. And it's great that they can test each other. But now we're kind of, venturing into that territory where, they last played, like, what was that, Sunday? Today's Wednesday. They don't play again, I think, until Sunday.
Yeah, it's Sunday.
This is where fights start to happen, right? Because you're just seeing too much of each other. We get what do we hear about in those first 2 days? Physicality. Well, by the time we get to Friday, that physicality is going to piss somebody off, and they've got to take it out on one of their opponents. It either needs to be tonight or it needs to be Sunday, because if they don't, there's going to be a fight at practice somewhere. Not a Draymond Green style sucker punch fight, but there's going to be, there's going to be one of those training camps, pull aparts. Okay, I see you. Davion's going to, from all accounts, Davion's going to say the wrong thing at the wrong time to someone who's not shooting well. And like that, take that out tonight. You'll get that going tonight. And I think that puts them in a better place for the next 4 days. But if they come out tonight with the same frustrations that they had in the last game, that's just where I have like a little bit of concern.
No, I hear you. I don't know, man. I don't know what I would see that would get me to be concerned. I don't know. I don't think you'd see. Well, I think there shouldn't be an overall concern, no matter what happens tonight. Right.
But there'll be so it was Keegan plus Harrison equals 0 the other night. Last night,
there's that.
It was Keegan.
Upset me.
It was Keegan plus Harrison equaling 2 tonight.
Yeah.
And
not good enough.
Yeah, right. That's exactly. So I think, and I didn't mean to pick on them. I'm just talking about something, glaring that we talked about. De'Aaron was 0 for, was that right? Was De'Aaron 0 for 6?
Yeah, 0 for 6.
If De'Aaron comes out of the, game 0 for 12 on the preseason. Now, I don't think anyone, oh my God, De'Aaron can't shoot anymore. Like, that's not going to be the case. You don't want him to be on a shooting slump going into the regular season. Or at least, I don't want to say what anybody wants. I don't want that.
Right.
I want him to, feel like he's in a groove. And
I would, I also try to think about like some of the guys that were a part of things falling apart. I don't think they're going to play much in the real games.
Right.
Your Keon's, Duarte's on the fence.
Yeah. He had a tough. Yeah. I don't know how much we talked about that. We can talk about that with James later. He had a tough.
Yeah.
He had a tough.
So
game.
That's something that I think about as well in these games is who are the guys that are playing. When the guys that are going to be playing a lot of the minutes were out there, at least the first time around, they played really well. They look good, look normal. So I don't know. I try to remember that. That's all.
Yeah, no, I got you. In the end, you're right. The insiders are right. Malik is right. Kevin Huerter's right. It's a preseason game.
Rebounders I don't like though. The rebound, like good. Keegan and Harris, I don't care if we playing at 10th and P. Like I need you to get rebounds.
Do you rebound?
I did at one point. Not anymore. I just shoot. That's all I do.
If it's a long rebound, I might get it.
It's got to come to me. I'm not like sprinting to go get it.
One team that I do have some interest in, I watched last night, the Orlando Magic, and they're in the news for all of the wrong reasons. And someone get your boy.
Oh,
he's nicknaming himself.
Oh,
Dillon the Villain. That's all on the way here. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. You're Dillon the Villain. I love it. You'll headline WrestleMania.
Well, might as well hit the 13th round right now. Bust it. I don't even. Oh, I do have my juice. Hold on. Get my juice out for my people. You know what I'm saying? Showing love to my people. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Jordan Brand. You already know the vibes, man. Shout out to the dope ones, showing love always. And shout out Colosemos. You already know what it is. Strawberry lime today. This is some good stuff. Colosemos.com. Go check that out for sure. It was made official yesterday that on November 25th in Las Vegas, Nevada, David Benavidez is going up against Demetrius Boo Boo Andre. It's a big time fight. A lot of people believe this fight is almost like a winner gets Canelo type fight. And I think Canelo should have been fight Demetrius Andre. I don't really know what Demetrius Andre has left as a top tier guy at this point in his career. It's not like he's been in a bunch of wars, but I mean, much like the Charlos, I find it hard to believe you're the same fighter you were 5 years ago when you were legitimately dangerous. So I don't want to see him fighting Canelo. I think Canelo would probably go to work on Demetrius Andre. I do want to see Canelo versus David Benavidez because I'll say it again. I apologize, Jesse, but it's just how I feel. I don't think there's anybody at 168 that beats David Benavidez. He hits hard. He hits in combinations. He's relentless. He can take a punch, and he's bigger than most of these guys at 168. He's the Mexican monster for a reason. And I think he'll run through Andre. And I'll say it right now. I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking. If he beats Demetrius Andre and he gets the Canelo fight, and Canelo beats David Benavidez, I'm thinking through this in my head. Probably the best win of Canelo's career, all things considered. All things considered. Because I don't think he beats David Benavidez. You talk about Triple G, I thought they were even. Canelo, I could see him beating him or whatever. I don't think Canelo beats David Benavidez. So for me, if Canelo were to beat him at this point in his career, where David Benavidez is, that's the best fight of his career, best win of his career. That's the 13th round. We're back. Jesse, real quick, while Damien gets his headsets on, your thoughts on what I said. I said Canelo, if he were to beat David Benavidez, that'd be the best win of his career.
I guess we could call it that. I think people still point to Triple G and all that. Feel how you want about it. I mean, whatever.
No,
but
people. I'm definitely in the minority. People would say Triple G.
Yeah, I think Triple G would be, but I mean, it'd be impressive, I guess.
You see, Dylan Brooks gave someone
Daniel Tice
an old China shot yesterday.
China.
ninth wonder of the world. Come on, man.
It was like in the second minute of the game, too, wasn't it?
I think it was 5 minutes into the game. Just groin punched him.
Come on, man. You think Dillon did
he
it
said
on
he's
purpose?
Dillon the Villain.
You think he did it on purpose?
Bro, we watched that clip like 5 times. I don't know how you accidentally do that.
You're being reckless.
Yo, that's hella reckless, dude.
I don't know. I'm not going to sit up here and defend him like, oh, he didn't do it on purpose. I can see where he didn't do it on purpose.
He was trying to do something. I don't think he was just fighting through a screen. He was trying to accomplish something with that.
Because I would say
Dillon the Villain.
I would say the only argument I would have is like, why would he do that 4 minutes into a preseason game?
Well, he's not the sharpest player on the floor. That comes to my mind.
What did I think it was Gorilla Monsoon. Elevator don't go to the top floor.
No.
He kind of just he plays into this villain role. I think there's an
he
aspect
needs
of that
to
too.
calm down.
Like he's not just playing basketball anymore. Like he's kind of like, oh yeah, I'm Dillon Brooks. I'm the villain in the league. Like this is what I do.
He's doing too much. He's clearly a wrestling fan. He needs to calm down. Like, bro, this isn't the WWE. Stop it.
Let me see. I'm gonna try and see this again. and see what his reaction was to the whole situation. The body language doctor here.
As Drew Down says, he went for the Coco Joneses.
Oh no.
You go watch it all. Watch the clip and tell me he's not doing that. He didn't do that on purpose.
I can't tell you definitively he didn't do it on purpose. So I'm not going to say that.
Okay.
But I think there is a world where there is a scenario where he didn't do it on purpose. I don't know though. I can't ever tell with this guy.
I can't either. Did you get the opportunity to watch, since we're talking so much hoops today, did you get the opportunity to watch any of the Orlando Magic?
I saw some highlights. Yeah, I definitely saw some highlights of the Magic, and that's one team that some people have their eye on.
Yeah, they seem like a really popular they seem like a popular pick, like for people to latch onto, like a team that's going to make a jump.
I could see them being what you think Indiana could be. Not saying that you're wrong about Indiana, but I think Orlando has that same type of capabilities.
Paolo is that dude. Like Paolo is really good, and apparently there's rumblings. I don't know how serious this is, but that they've at least explored or tiptoed around the James Harden stuff. And I can't stress enough how stupid that would be and how damaging that would be for the Orlando Magic to consider trading for James Harden.
So what I'm hearing in that scenario is it would be Markelle Fultz, Cole Anthony, Gary Harris, and a first-round pick.
I don't like any of that, and there's no chance, whether I'm the Clippers, and this is where Lawrence, Frank, Ty Lue, don't do this. You cannot trade a first-round pick. If you're Orlando, you really can't trade a first-round pick for James Harden. If you're the Clippers, fine, I guess, because you're going to go so far anyways. Orlando, you don't exactly know. You got 1 year with this dude? No, you can't do it. You can't do it. No, I won't. No, you can't do it.
I'm not going to
set this team back.
I'm not going to say like every draft pick you can use. Does Orlando need another first-round pick?
No, no, they don't. That's not what they need. No. But I wouldn't use it for him.
True. You could say you could use that trade package for somebody else.
No matter exactly. And if you, I reckon I'll try to cushion this a little bit. Most people who listen to this show regularly know how I feel about James Harden. I don't like him. I would not put him on any team. Truthfully, if I was the general manager of any team in the league, I would not want to trade for him. However, if you're selling yourself on the talent, if you're selling yourself on the league leader in assists, if you're selling yourself on the fact this man once, led the league in scoring, if you're selling yourself on the fact that he was once a pretty solid, wow, the Charlotte Hornets just waived Kai Jones. They just said the hell with it.
Yeah.
Wow. We'll talk more about that in a second. If I'm selling myself on any of that, the whole stop is he's got 1 year left on his contract. Yeah. If he had 2 or 3, okay, you could convince me. Okay, you couldn't convince me. You could convince I would understand whether I liked it or not. I would understand. But with 1 year left, that's not what I would use. And since we're not talking about a person, we'll use this term. That's not what I would use that asset for. I would use that asset for something else, someone who could legitimately help push my franchise a little bit closer to its goal. Or perhaps, based on what you just said, maybe put it over the top. And really, if there is truly a conversation about what team in the East takes a jump, is it Orlando? Is it Indiana? This deal says it is Orlando. And I don't think James Harden is that move.
So if Orlando were to make that move, because you're dealing with two guys, not Markelle Fultz definitely plays for you, but he's coming off the bench. Cole Anthony, I think he might have started half of the game. I can't really tell who started, him or Jalen Suggs more. last year. But you look at those guys.
Who'd you say? Who'd you say?
Cole Anthony.
Cole Anthony didn't start last night. I could tell you that.
Okay, so they probably have Jalen Suggs as the point guard that they're looking at. So those are two bench guys. You're not giving up any of the real core, core. Gary Harris is a guy that might be on his last year of his contract and is always injured and doesn't play much for you. You'd be moving on from guys that
I don't hate
really
the players, but I wouldn't. That's not what I would use that trade package for.
Do you think? And once again, we always prep. Do you think you would be able to get a guy as talented as James Harden with that same trade package?
No, absolutely not. No, because that's not but the question isn't about, the question's never about James Harden's talent. Like, what is he going to quit on Orlando because he doesn't want to be there?
Well, I think you got to talk to somebody before to see how he would react to that.
And to me, the true question is, and this is how I would look at it if I was James Harden's. This is how I would look at it if I was James Harden, and if I was James Harden's people. Where the hell is my place in the league next year? Because my best option might be to sell myself to Orlando. This does work. And there's a possibility that not only James Harden plays here this year, but plays here for the foreseeable future.
And what you just said is the reason why I may be open to giving a first round pick.
But you have to know that in advance.
True.
You have to know.
True. Like
I'm capping. I'm podding. I wouldn't believe it anyways.
Yeah.
If James, I guess the only thing I could like legitimately ask is, what if I was a general manager and you were James Harden's agent? Like, where do you think your place in the league is next year? I might be your best option. And if you quit on me, you might be done. You've quit on 3, use this term loosely, championship franchises, teams that you believed because you were on it were going to win a championship. That's not going to be the case here. You have a chance to help, to build, and to work with these young guys. None of that screams James Harden to me. And that's where I just get stuck. But at the same time, like I said, the question I asked would be, what the hell do you think you're playing next year?
And that's fair. And that's what I was saying. I would use that as Orlando to my advantage, where I'd be looking at that situation like, I could trade a first round pick for him, because where else he gonna go?
Yeah,
he probably gonna resign here.
Yeah, that's facts. No, that's
he's probably gonna resign here. Like, if he plays well, he's not gonna have a whole lot of suitors. We could easily get him back. And you look at that, and you got that starting lineup will be Jalen Suggs, James Harden, Franz Wagner, Paolo, and who am I missing?
Wendell Carter.
Playoff team in the East. Definitely a play-in.
Play-in for sure. Definitely. And then it probably falls. It probably becomes a conversation about, what do you think about Brooklyn, Indiana, and Orlando, and where do you think Miami falls in all of this? That's because I forget they were a play-in team too. So
yeah, if I was Orlando, I'd do it. You got to do something.
You do? Why?
Because it's time to make a move. First of all, you got a logjam.
Is that time this year or next year?
Well, I don't know what you have with Cole Anthony as far as like being able to. He might be like on a rookie deal. You may be losing him. So I think now's the time to make a little bit of a move here. And if you use those guys to trade, it would stink. But I don't think the return that you would get if you use them in another trade would be something like James Harden anyway. You'd be getting somebody close to, and I say this because I don't think he's a bad player, close to like a Gary Harris. You'd be getting something like
for that trade package that we
maybe a little
about?
Better. Maybe a little better than that. Maybe like
you can't. Well, no, you can't get James Harden, or you might be able to get James Harden. You can't get a James Harden caliber player with a stable mindset. But I think you could get better than Gary Harris, with all respect. the
Maybe so.
variation.
Maybe you're right. Maybe maybe that's a little extra. I'm trying to think of like what it would be.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know who it. I don't know
that would
who it
get you. Do you think that would get you Andrew Wiggins? Not saying specifically, but a player of his caliber. Maybe.
You know,
and even then, you probably feel like you could sign an Andrew Wiggins type player.
Yeah.
On the free agent market if it didn't work out with James.
Would you trade for Buddy?
Not if I was them.
No, you wouldn't really.
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
It's not the worst. It's got me. You got me thinking. Okay. You got me thinking.
I'm trying to be fair. Like I was trying to say something nice.
No, you got.
I feel because I'm like I'm thinking like could it work?
Yeah, you got me thinking.
Okay. Thinking. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter in visual form. If you want to check us out, we'd love to have you over there. We welcome those on the Odyssey app on 98.5 FM H2. We welcome those listening on TuneIn as well. If you have a Tesla and you're like, yo, I can't find ESPN 1320, just hit 98.5 2. It's the station with the Christmas tree.
Yeah.
That's us.
Yeah.
It's great because when you press it, it says home of D-Lo and KC right next to the Christmas tree. Why is it like that? I don't know. If you have a different car with the HD2 capabilities and you have a screen, you probably see ESPN 1320. But for some reason in Elon's car, you just get the Christmas logo.
I don't know why.
I don't either.
Nobody knows why.
Like every engineering person in the building and out of the building has tried to figure this out, and no one can. I think Elon's working against us. I don't know that for sure, but it checks out. He might be working against us. He's been paid off by you know who down south. Hey,
man, they just paying everybody off.
Just leave that Christmas logo.
That's our own little style, man. That's our signature.
They're like Eric Bischoff. just pay everybody. Just give them money. That's the answer. Just give them money.
Stacey's gonna buy him at the end.
Oh. I bought my competition. Oh yeah. Let us get that team here. Oh, that's going to be, you talk about unbearable days, boy. Boy, they losing sleep over there at the thought of that. Hey, this Kai Jones thing is tough. I don't know what's going on. Like this, I don't want to go so far as to say this felt like the only outcome. Brody has been off for a minute, and I hope someone within the league is at least attempting to help, because this is weird.
It's very weird.
His behavior for months has been pretty weird. Yeah. It's hard for me to believe this is some intricate plot to get out of Charlotte. But this is a tough look.
I have no idea how we got here with
I don't either. It's one of those what's the Anchorman line? Boy, that escalated quickly.
Yeah.
That's kind of what happened with him.
Yeah. I mean, I'm first of all wishing him the best as a young man, that whatever he's working with right now, he gets taken care of. And he can just be, a functioning person in society. And then hopefully, he can get back into the league and get back to playing basketball. But I saw him a couple of times, over the summer and over the month. I was like, yeah, that's some concerning behavior.
Yeah, securing the beam brings up a good point. This bro announced his own trade request. I hope the league doesn't fine him for that. Just like call homie and like, hey, we'll rescind the fine. Come. Yeah. We're sending somebody to come get you. We're sending somebody to come get you. Let's talk this through. Right. I just don't want to make light of this, especially coming off the Chandler Jones stuff that we've been watching in the NFL. Brody's been cut by the Raiders, and it's like, okay, what now? Yeah. Is anybody trying to help this dude? I mean, I'm sure they are. I'm sure the league is. I'm sure the team, to a certain level has, but like you can't stop.
Yeah. And in that situation, and I agree with you, can't stop now. But I remember we had questions. We had, what are the Raiders doing? And it came out, I think, later after we had that conversations. The Raiders have sent people over there and wellness checks, and they were trying. Like, I think even on one of his posts or IGs, he was like, "No, they sent somebody over here.
Yeah,
they're at the door right now." That so they were trying. The teams were trying. I don't know what the Hornets did here. I don't know what the NBA is doing or going to continue to do. Hopefully, like you said, they like stay trying to help. But the kid he's got to be no more than 22 years old because he left as a freshman the same year Davion got drafted. Davion, this is his third year. Yeah, he can't be no more than 22 years old.
Yeah, he's 22 right now.
He's 22. Man.
Yeah, interesting, interesting start to his career for sure.
Yeah.
I just hope he gets help.
Yeah.
Because not normal behavior. I'm all for self-confidence, but some of the stuff he was tweeting at his teammates is just bizarre.
No, it was erratic behavior.
That's the perfect word. Yeah. That is the absolute perfect word. Erratic behavior. We've got James Ham set to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Excuse me, at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. I apologize. Couple of other notes. Paul George. I know that's your guy.
It's my boy PG.
Kenny sent a note. Paul George addressed his beef with Devin Booker, and I went straight to podcast P. I was like, oh, that's not what it was on.
No, this is
talking to the baddies.
Yeah, well.
Oh, hopefully he was telling the truth.
Paul George predicts 4 championships in the next 5 years coming up.
Coming up next with Taylor Rooks. Ain't nobody ever had a bad game or a bad season when talking to Taylor Rooks. Ever. They just got high hopes when they talk to
they say
Taylor.
Whatever they need to say. But he addressed his situation, I'm using quotes, with Devin Booker.
Yeah.
And he talked about how like that came to a head kind of out of nowhere, in his opinion, when he had that situation with Clay, and Clay had talked about like, I should have handled that situation differently between him and Booker. And then Devin out of nowhere was like, yeah, I think he said something like Paul George trying to do clickbait or trying to, Paul was like, look, man, I didn't know you'd react that way. I asked him a question. He answered it. If I would have known you would act that way, I probably wouldn't have handled it. I wouldn't have asked the question. I ain't got no issue with the dude, but it came out of left field for him. And I don't know. Maybe I'm just a Paul George stan, but every time
I love Paul George.
he speaks, it's just real and genuine. And Paul George ain't trying to hurt nobody.
And so that's Paul George could do TV.
Mm-hmm.
Like people could talk about Draymond Green and different guys on that TNT crew who could be on that TNT crew. Paul George is probably the type of guy who could, when it's time, and I don't imagine it'll be that time anytime soon. But if Kenny Smith wanted to reduce his schedule, like he's one of a handful of guys who could probably step in for Kenny Smith.
Yeah. Just
because he's both like entertaining, but he knows the game so well. Paul George in the media, I think, is really, really good. I enjoy him. I don't mean to compare him, but when you look at other players, recently retired players who have ventured in the media, obviously Paul George isn't retired, but like I like him more than JJ. Like I think his work is just more relatable to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Devin Booker thing was always weird. I remember when the Klay Thompson pod popped off, I was like, yo, where does this beef start? Where did this start? I didn't know this existed. And apparently it didn't. It started then. Why do people have beef with all podcasters?
I don't know.
Joe Budden was catching strays in our studio last night for no reason.
Who?
Complex. You don't remember what Complex
he did? Yeah. I was like, what did he do to you? Why we got to bring that story up?
Complex came in here hot at Joe Budden for no reason. But yeah, man, they be going hard at these podcasters.
Yeah, podcast P. I don't know what Booker's issue was with that. He literally just asked the question and talked about a situation.
Yeah.
And it actually got cleared up in like a nice moment from Klay Thompson. And Devin took umbrage with it.
He did.
So
weird. He's a sensitive dude, though.
He is. Sometimes I like it. Sometimes it annoys me.
You like Devin Booker's sensitivity?
Well, no, he's always on edge.
Oh. Well.
Sometimes I like it. Sometimes it's like, settle down.
No double teams, guys. How are we supposed to get better out here?
It's always on.
That's never gonna die. Like that moment's never gonna die. Like that is one of the strangest like off-season basketball videos in history.
How am I supposed to get better when you guys keep sending defenses at me?
Well, the crazy thing about it was he just like dropped the ball. Like he was playing, they said a double team. He's like, forget it. Drop the ball. What? No double teams. What? Yo, we're playing right now. What are you doing? Yeah, Devin. But I like I said a couple of times, there are aspects to Devin Booker's attitude that I do like. But it's 2 minutes in when he plays the Kings. Oh yeah.
He is an unintentional villain. Like he is like a complete like unintentional heel.
Is he unlikable then?
He can be. I can understand how people look at him now.
Well, okay.
I don't look at him as
all right.
unlikable.
I'll do it.
Let's get into it.
No, like Devin is Drake.
Whoa, what?
No, hear
That's
me
his
out.
boy too, by the way.
I believe it.
Drake said he's moving to Phoenix.
No, they have the same temperament. Devin is Drake, and here's why. Devin is sensitive. Drake is sensitive. You know what you talk about, is he unlikable? You know who loves Devin Booker? The ladies.
They do.
The ladies love Devin Booker. Oh yeah, the ladies love Devin Booker. Ladies love Drake. There's probably a light-skinned joke in there somewhere, but they have the same temperament.
Okay.
You're working with something here. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Look, Devin's really, really good, right? But's never ascended to the mountaintop, just like Drake.
Who else is on the mountaintop?
Was Devin Booker's finals year? Was that a classic year? We don't know.
See,
don't
Jesse,
know.
see, Jesse knows what time it is. Come on, man. We cooking with something here.
By the way, did we get our people away from those jobbers yesterday?
Oh my God, yes. Yeah. Yeah, we got them away.
Get away from those jobbers.
My sorority sisters are with the sun. She sends a picture. Get the hell away from them. First, 1, stay away from all players. 2, stay away from the guys who are going to be cut in a week.
I showed a picture. I had never seen these guys.
Who the hell are these 3?
Not even in college basketball had I seen these guys.
Honey, go back to your seat. And don't do that again. We'll come back. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. James Ham, the top of the hour.
Can we talk some football real quick for
James?
Yeah,
we got to, because
They say this is a big rich town.
we got to talk about it. Yeah, you know what it is. It's Steelo and KC on the Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. It's Devin's final year, his version of Take Care. His finals. Yeah, it's funny.
What is the last truly classic album you can remember?
Ooh.
And when I say classic, I mean the like I talked about yesterday. Take Care is what passes for a classic album today. I don't think it's on the same level as Aquemini. Same thing for Forest Hill. I think that's a classic, but it's not on the same level.
So
as those. Like, when's the last?
I think I have an answer, but I don't think anyone will agree with me.
What's that?
For me, and I don't think I'm missing anything. It was 444. I see 444 as a classic. I don't think everyone agrees with that sentiment.
I don't see it on the same level as those other ones. I was going to say Victory Lap. Victory Lap is one of the great hip hop albums of all time.
It was 19. Was that
19?
18, 19? It was before he passed. It came out when he was alive.
Might have been 18.
Yeah, it might have been 18. Yeah.
I think Victory Lap is one of those that will be ready to die.
When did 444 drop?
That might have been 17. That was when I first came back.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, I got you. I'll give you that then.
Because I was listening to that as I was painting the whole house. Never forget those miserable evenings. Daytona is not a classic. Stop it. No. Daytona is a hell of an album.
Is that the one that has the diss on it?
Yeah.
Well, that's a classic.
Name 5 songs from that.
No, the diss.
Oh, the diss. The diss was a great. Yeah. Mr. Morale, The Big Steppers is not a classic.
Nah, it's not a classic, unfortunately.
Is that album good?
It is good.
It is good. It's just it's a difficult, and this is where I feel like this is what I think people feel about 444, is it's not like the easiest like run back.
I tried to listen to Kendrick's. It wasn't for me. And I'm a big Kendrick guy too, but
it was good. It was good. I like the album. I don't listen a lot, but I like the album.
It looks like we can pick our schedule for Saturday, so I picked 10 to 12. Yeah. Okay. Facts.
Probably gonna get dirty looks from people.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Jeez, I know it, bro. Believe me, I already know it.
Charlemagne brought up a good point with this whole Drake thing. There's been a lot of people that have been waiting for a while to shit on Drake, and they see their opportunity. I think a lot of that has to play into it, because when people talk about trash, this album's not trash.
It's absolutely not.
It's not trash. Like, it's not a great album. It's kind of whatever, but people, they don't hesitate. This is trash.
Mm-mm.
Drake garbage. They've been waiting for a minute to shit on him, and they see an opening.
Yeah, that's too much. Like that just kind of kills. That just kills my ability to take your assessment seriously. Bro, I keep getting served ads for that watch I showed you.
Well, where are your blessings?
God damn.
If you're not in debt, you're not living. That's my favorite Mark Jones one right there. I've been living for a while.
This is one of the coldest watches I've ever seen.
It is fire too.
There's some Cameron stuff.
You guys see the NBA all of a sudden say that data doesn't support load management anymore for like not risking injuries and all that? All of a sudden.
Oh no. Oh, Tommy. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Shout out Abs. Tommy Tuberville's bitch ass fell down the stairs.
Oh, I saw.
Wait. Hey!
I saw that earlier.
Oh man. Oh, tremendous. Tap in with us, 916-909-1320. We have a lot more NBA to talk about. We have a lot more Kings basketball to talk about when our man James Ham of the Insiders joins us at the top of the hour. We got power rankings on the way. You said you wanted to talk football a little bit. Let's do that. I assume you'd like to start with your San Francisco 49ers.
Well,
and the fact that George Kittle might be a little lighter in the pocketbook.
He might be.
They said that might be an $11,000 fine.
It's worth every penny.
It kind of is.
Worth every penny.
Yeah.
So it all stems from George Kittle on Sunday wore a F Dallas shirt under his his jersey.
Yep.
And he let after one of the touchdowns, he let everybody know. Look what I'm wearing.
Well, sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
So he had it out there. Micah Parsons, he addressed that on his podcast. Took umbrage with it. He said, I like Kittle, but he made it personal. And what was the line? He said, "Laugh now, cry later."
Well,
Michael Parsons, corny, man.
No self-awareness from this guy. Like, it almost makes me angry when he talks. Micah, just say, "Hey, I didn't like it, but you know what? They won. You can wear it. You've been stomped on 3 different times.
And you've been nowhere to be found. Like, that's the other thing. In all 3 of these games, Michael Parsons has been MIA. He's been on a milk carton. So, yeah, he said it's personal now. He said if we play him, it's personal now. So, Debo is on a interview on Tuesday morning with, I forgot the young lady's name, but she loves Shams. Shoot your shot at Shams.
Oh, Kay Adams.
Kay Adams. She loves Shams. And she plays the Micah Parsons clip, and Debo says, well, I mean, it's whatever. It's been personal with me. I don't know what you're talking about, but you don't want the rematch. It might be worse next time. He said, you don't want the rematch. It might be worse. So all of this is pretty hilarious. I think the shirt, wow. If you don't understand.
Tasteful. It was tasteful.
Well, so here's what I'll say, though. If you don't understand what you're getting into as a Cowboys fan, or excuse me, a Cowboys player, you may take that some type of way. If you understand the history of these two teams, these two organizations, and in the NFL, that's like Florida State and Florida playing and somebody saying F the Gators. Like it's part of, like, this is a rivalry. It's what happens.
I understand. Let me not defend Micah, but let me ask a question. Is that type of stuff more meant for fans and not players on the field? Is that type of stuff more meant for, like, your walk-in rather than out there on the football field? You have that T-shirt on.
Well, and then to defend Kittle a little bit, he showed it to the fans to say, like, this is, we out here. I don't think he feels that way about anybody on the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm sorry. What I meant is a shirt like that meant for fans to wear.
Oh.
Not for George Kittle to wear underneath his NFL issued uniform. Again, I don't care. I thought it was funny. I'm all for that type of stuff. But from Micah's perspective, or if someone wore a F Sacramento shirt, like I'm trying to look at this like, okay, like I get it. If you're walking in with that, if Draymond Green dunks and instead of doing his played out double bicep pose, lifts up his shirt and has a T-shirt that says F Sacramento,
well, then it'd be a jackass.
I might feel a certain type of way about it.
Am I missing it here, or was that a callback? The shirt callback to an old 49.
So that's the other aspect of it, right? And I'm not expecting Micah to know all this. This was 25, 30 years ago, but it's a callback, to Jesse's point, to Gary Plummer wearing that shirt before the NFC Championship game. Now, that's when Cowboys-Niners was at its height.
Yeah.
And they talked to Gary Plummer about that. It was like, where'd the shirt from? Why'd you wear it? It's like, it wasn't really, and I get this, right? It really wasn't anything other than for their own mindset. It wasn't because we hate Michael Irvin or hate Troy Aikman or Emmett. It wasn't that. It was, this is the mindset we need to be in to beat these guys. Like, we need to have that type of mentality. And that's really what it was for. Kittle, with the callback to that shirt, and also he said kind of the same things. Like, it's a rivalry game. Like, that's how I should feel about the game and the opponent. Michael Parsons personally, Dak Prescott personally, no, I don't feel that way. But that's what happens in these rivalry games.
It's not like the shirt said F Dak or something like that.
Now that would be crazy.
Yeah, that would be pretty wild. But so I'm be crazy. That would be uncalled for, like extremely uncalled for. I'm going to ask the same question. I'm just going to ask it differently. Do you think Micah's reaction would be different because you said someone wore it into the NFC Championship game? Do you think Micah's reaction to that shirt would have been different if George Kittle wore it going into the game, but didn't score a touchdown and show it?
Yeah, he probably would have been like, go win one for the NFC.
Okay.
See, the thing about this too is Casey's right. All right, I'm so sick and tired of Micah Parsons, bro. Why are we even worried about the shirt? You got your ass kicked, handed to you. They were talking all week. Okay, yeah, this game means something to us and all that. And you get your ass handed to you, 42-10. You're talking about some stupid shirt. Oh, now it's personal. Now it's personal all of a sudden. Not after the other 3 times. It's just they're worried about the wrong things.
Who the hell fired you up?
No, I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm really fired up. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know why I'm so fired up about it, but
you've been on hot like all
I've
day.
had a week. I ain't gonna lie. I've had a week.
You've been ready to cuss someone out, and now Micah Parsons is getting the brunt of Jesse's frustration.
This is why nobody believes in the Cowboys.
Jesse said it's been a week. Like it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday at 2:25.
We're dating it back to last week. It's just like I said, this is why nobody believes in the Cowboys, because you guys are just worried about the wrong stuff. This is why every time we get to the playoffs, you guys falter because you guys are worried about the wrong things. You can't handle the moment.
Well, that might be a solid point right there.
No, he's spot on.
You're worried about the wrong thing.
He's spot on, man. And
but to be fair, he's creating content.
Yeah, he's got a podcast.
He's got a podcast to do.
He didn't hide from it.
He's got to talk about the ass whooping. Like, I don't know that he's going to break it down the way, Kevin Durant did Sacramento, but like he's got to talk
piss out of the ball.
I'm going to go to the media scrum on Sunday. Hey, De'Aaron, just what does shoot the piss out of the ball mean? And can you? No, that could be a lot. I'm just gonna ask De'Aaron. I'm gonna pull him aside. Hey, De'Aaron, help your boy out.
But I mean, so to answer your original question before I had my jokey joke, maybe Micah looks at it as just part of the game. I think it really comes down to an understanding, and this is one of the things that I meant to get into last week, but we just had a busy week. Is 49ers Cowboys bigger in San Francisco and with 49ers fans and players and in that organization than it is for the Dallas Cowboys? Because I think if you ask any Dallas Cowboy fan who's your number 1 and 2 and probably 3 rival, they'd probably go with all those people in the NFC East before they talked about the Dallas Cowboys, or excuse me, the San Francisco 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you ask the 49ers or 49er fans right now, who's your biggest rival, who's the team you hate the most, it would be the Cowboys. So that's already ingrained in the organization, in like when you step through those doors, when it's Cowboys week, like you're inundated, as George Kittle is, it's Cowboys week.
Mm-hmm.
Like we hate them.
Mm-hmm.
This is what you kind of grow up with in that organization. Micah Parsons, he might not have grown up with 49ers Cowboys being that much of a big deal. He's like, yo, why did he wear that?
Well,
like, what's this all about? Like, no, bro, it's on site. What you talking about? Go do your Googles.
It could
Watch
also
NFL
be
Network.
It could also be like 49er fans. I think mostly they've been like, that's been handed down. I think a lot of 49er fans have been 49er fans for a long time. I think Cowboy fans recycle. Like maybe they were a Cowboy fan, but then they're not. And now they're a fan of somebody else. Oh, but the Cowboys are good, so they're going to go back to the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
I think that type of stuff happens with that team.
Yeah.
More than it happens with San Francisco.
What'd you think about Debo?
The Debo line is very funny. The Debo line is very, very funny. I love that line.
So you don't want
it
the
might
rematch,
get worse.
it might be
Yeah, that's a great line. Let's get TC in here and see if we can fire Kyle Shanahan today. 916-909-1320. TC, talk to me, boy.
Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
What's up, big dog? What's going on, TC?
Oh, man, just listening to my voice. Hey, look, you can be a casual fan. You don't even got to be a fan, bro. When it's Niners and Cowboys, bro, you know about that rival, man. Micah playing crazy. I don't care how old he is. Kenny, look, you know that rival, bro. You can stay way out of state, out of country. Wait, you talking about Niners and Cowboys? Oh, man, that's a rivalry. Like, seriously. And D-Lo, on the other hand, hey, Casey, I'm going to say something that's going to flip y'all mind. Give me a minute, Jesse. Hey, look, Kyle is owning up to his mistakes. This is what we wanted from Kyle the whole time, bro.
Well, what'd he do?
Mistakes. But, hey, look, check it out. He owned up to his mistakes. Said about Trey, he didn't develop Trey the right way. He let Brock develop on his own, calling the right plays about Brock. He's talking more to the media, bro. Like, seriously, I'm seeing Kyle develop as a coach. That's all we was asking, Kyle. If you can stay on this snow, bro, you'll be good. So there you go, D-Lo. I have something to say about
I can't deal with you. I can't deal with you. You a wild dude, TC. TC, you a wild boy, TC.
No, it's owned up to his mistake.
Gosh.
He talking more to the media. Well, he talks as much as he always has. He's
TC,
designated to talk 3 times a week.
I love TC so much. That is one of the funniest calls ever.
But what I love about
Kyle's
that,
just now figured out this coaching thing right now. He just figured it out.
what I love about that is TC. Come on, man. He's back with the Niner
I
game.
think
Well, he
so.
never left the Niner game, but he's all in now. He's not looking at Kyle with a side eye. He's not secretly deep down rooting for them to lose so he could say Kyle needs to be fired. He's all in. We need that, TC, because I want to see my boy TC at the parade the 3rd week of February. I want to see him there.
That's funny. I love TC for that so much. I love TC for that so much.
Before
y'all need to leave my man TC alone. Stephen Brown said TC fires Kyle Shanahan every show, then goes to 1140 to holler at Simone in the comments afterwards.
Oh no.
Simone is my girl. Y'all hey, I'm putting y'all on notice too. I'm gonna get Simone.
Hey man,
y'all better do right over there.
Pull on up, man.
Yeah.
I've been saying that from the start.
Yeah. Y'all better get your ducks in order, because I'm gonna start pulling talent from that.
Is what it is. From these people, they need
Limited
to be
amount,
off nitro.
The limited amount that's they
Thunder.
on Saturday night. They ain't even on Thunder. They on WCW Saturday night. That's WCW worldwide.
Saturday night's a step above Thunder. Thunder was the worst.
Oh man,
Did the Thunder only last like a month or something like that too? It was short, right?
We gonna pull. Hey, just note to my people over there, we're gonna get you out. We're gonna get you out.
Thunder was the worst.
People don't even remember that show. I feel like
Thunder was terrible. Eric Bischoff had the nerve to say we signed Bret Hart because we had Thunder and we had to fill out the roster. Like, what you go? You had Bret Hart wrestling Buff Bagwell every week. Jesus Christ!
Or Big Papa Pump.
Holla if you hear me. Wasn't it Thunder where Scott Steiner just went out there and started cussing out Ric Flair for like no reason?
Sounds right. Scott Steiner did that about every 2 weeks. So.
No reason, just starts blowing up Ric Flair.
I did like Big Papa Pump though. I did.
That was a roid rage talking right there.
Oh my gosh, that is one of the most insane instances of.
Oh man, that's some good stuff. Well, you find out when Thunder was, because I need to know and how long it lasted.
I think Thunder lasted a little bit longer than you.
Was it less than a year though?
Like
it had to be less than a year.
No, I don't think so. I don't think WCW lasted much longer after that. WCW Thunder aired from.
It made a video game. I do remember that.
It did make a video game. Oh wow, February 16th, 2000 to that faithful day on March 21st, 2001.
Barely
made it
got
13 months. Made it 13 months. Good Lord, what a horrible show that was.
Oh, Thunder was terrible.
It was a new era.
Well, a new era. Lots of those going around. It's funny, they all end the same way.
That was about 13 months too.
I hope New Era was able to sell his house. Did it last 13 months?
Oh man.
How wild is it to announce a show, never start it, and then announce another show with the same host like 2 weeks later? Like, yo, that is wild. I apologize. We got to get our act together. We stay petty. We stay so petty.
Come on.
It is what it is, man.
Okay.
You good?
49ers.
All right.
I did see this question.
Got a lot in common with Debo. Y'all don't want a rematch. It might be worse. It might be worse.
It's already personal.
Yeah.
It's been personal.
It's been personal.
That's the other. So look, the funny thing. That's the thing Debo said in that clip. He's like, Michael, it's personal now, dude. Like, it's been
Now,
personal.
like,
What
now-
you talking about,
bro? We played in the playoffs the last 2 years. It's personal now.
Hey, what you talking about? It's been personal. I ain't worried about that. We didn't get to this question yesterday, and I want to know maybe what you think about it. It was asked, what's the 49ers' biggest weakness right now? We talk about the strength, we talk about how great they are and all this other stuff, but they're not a perfect team. Like, I'll ask you, in your opinion, what's their hole right now? What's the hole in their game?
Come on, man. Look at Jesse, didn't even have nothing. Jesse tried. Yeah.
You can't talk on this show. It's a talk show. You can't talk.
Hey, come on, man. Goodness gracious. Soren's right. Soren's right. Just end it here. What's their
weakness?
Man, I hate to do this. I hate to do this.
What you got?
Do they have one?
So,
I mean, clear. Okay. I don't know. I don't know.
So the one thing that we thought would be, and we said this when we talked about it, we thought, that offensive line, I don't know what's going to happen. They've been perfectly fine.
So
and we said that when we said that in the summer, and we were like, we say this every year, and their offensive line ends up being perfectly fine.
So can we try to explain, or let me ask for clarification on this question, because you hear the term like, what's their weakness, right? And with Sacramento, that's if we're talking Kings, that's easily identifiable. Their defense, we're in protection. Like, we could pick out, it's really different forms of talking about the same thing, right? Defense, that's easy. With the 49ers, I feel like you mentioned the offensive line. The offensive line may be a weakness in the sense that it's not graded as high as quarterback play or the defensive line or the wide receiver core. So while it's not graded poorly, it's not graded as high. Is that a fair way to do this? Because
sure. Like, their weakness may still be a C+.
I don't have an
answer.
Somebody. I don't have an answer. I don't.
I'm nitpicking a little bit. It's not offensive line. I think offensive line is played. Our guy David J says it's not perfectly fine. I think the offensive line is played perfectly.
I think they've
fine,
done a great job,
especially the way they played going up against a ferocious front like Dallas. Brock Purdy, like I said, I think his jersey got dirtier on the way going through the pregame intros than it did during the game.
Clean up Levi Stadium then, but I'll say this. Dallas was a great test. Regardless of what happens at the quarterback position for the opposing team on Sunday, Sunday going to be another
Sunday is a big time test.
Huge test for that offensive line.
We said that 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
We said, hey, this is, going up against the Rams or Cardinals, whoever it was. That's fine. But these back-to-back matchups with defenses like the Cowboys
Micah,
and the
Parsons,
Browns,
and Myles Garrett,
that's gonna be a test. I want to see how Brock handles it. Now, he passed the first part of the test with flying colors, and I don't even say I want to see how he's gonna handle it. Like, oh, this is gonna tell me if he's good. No, Brock's that dude. That's not what it is. I just want to, we see him in these situations. I want to see how he performs. Destroyed the Cowboys. If he can go into Cleveland and do the same thing, that's another feather in his cap. The one thing I'll say that I want them to improve on, and then when I say that, I mean go out and get somebody if you can, is I want a second cornerback. Lenore's done a good job. Isaiah Oliver, he's hit or miss with me. He's had good moments. He's had moments where I've been frustrated with him. He hasn't been bad, though.
I got
he hasn't been bad. But what that would do, I think.
I like Isaiah Oliver. I just want to say that.
So, well, look, this is what that would do. It would put him, I think, in his proper place. Right now, they're looking at him as being like the third best DB, maybe being a slot guy and all this other stuff. There's times where he can be miscast there. You go get Patrick Surtain Jr. And put him as your second guy on the outside. That moves Lenore inside. And now Oliver can be matched up with like the fourth wide receiver or something like that, where he'd be perfectly fine. I don't think the second, much to like what you just explained, I don't think the secondary is a problem. but I see a spot where they can improve in the secondary. And if they can go out, they still got the money. If they can go out and get another cover corner, I told Big Rich yesterday, hey, go buy this Super Bowl. I don't care. I don't care. Go buy it. I just need the Super Bowl. I don't care. Go buy it. Go get any and everybody that you can with all the money and all the resources you have. Please, just get me that parade, John Poles, down Market Street, not Santa Clara. Give me that parade on the 3rd week of February. That's all I need. I don't care. Buy it. Buy it.
Well, the crazy thing about that would be if they did go that route, unlike the Los Angeles Rams, the window is still open for them to win more titles, more Super Bowls. Not criticizing the Rams because it worked.
It definitely worked. I take it.
It worked. I thought their window was probably a little bit bigger than it turned out to be, because as much as I think I like them a little bit more than you do,
I like them a little bit this year.
Okay,
I do.
But
after seeing them play, I like them a little bit more than maybe I give them credit for.
I don't have championship vibes from
no,
them.
no,
and that's all. Unfortunately, when you have this type of team, and you won a championship, like that's your barometer until you change the team over in a rather drastic way. That usually starts at the quarterback position. But I do think they're a solid team. I thought their Super Bowl window would be like a little bit, like I thought they would be in a different place last year. That turned out not to be the case because of the Stafford injury and so on. But in the 49ers case, they're going to be right back in this position next year, barring like something horrible.
Right.
They're going to be right back in this position next year. Yeah, okay. Like I watch for the purposes of this show and what I can bring to this conversation. But I always look at our 49ers conversation as whatever I can bring to what you talk about, right? Because this is your baby, this is your squad, this is what you love the most.
I need 6.
I understand that. And I haven't seen anything glaring from their team. I don't want to say they're not perfect, but there's nothing that stands out to me. Like when you talked about the Eagles last week,
right.
I watched the Eagles with the secondary in mind and some of the different things that we talked about last week. And now it was all I saw in that match. It was like, oh, they're good. They could be had. And I'm sure Philadelphia watches film on San Francisco. I'm sure they're keeping an eye on what San Francisco's doing. Maybe they're not watching film, but they're keeping an eye on what San Francisco's doing. And I'm confident Philadelphia looks at the 49ers and goes, they can be had. I just don't know what they look at. It goes, oh, we can get them here.
You know what the funny thing is? When I was thinking about this question, I was thinking about, well, it kind of worries me sometimes that if you have the right rushing attack, that you might be able to run on this team, on this 49ers team, because they're pass rushers. They're not necessarily big run stoppers. And then I thought about a stat that I heard the other day where they haven't given up a 100-yard rusher in like 30 games.
Well, and there's just not that many types of running backs out there to do that to you.
Right. Philly does do that, though. Philly runs the ball at an elite level.
Yeah, they do. And there's a big reason for that. It's the guy under center. He's a game changer.
Well,
he's
probably the best offensive
changer.
line in the game. And
I'm fine with that.
DeAndre Swift's been phenomenal.
Yeah,
they run the ball. So I'd like to see what they could do. But the Niners kind of had that. They was doing fine and just didn't have a quarterback last year.
It's that time. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the hour. But before, this was tough.
Yeah, I want to hear about
I'm not going to go over every. So I'm looking. Okay. We'll talk about it. Steeler and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Jacob, I think his point was that if the Broncos continue to spiral, would they look to move on from him? And my belief is, because someone asked that question in the studio. Actually, I think it was Rich. He must just have asked both of us till he got the answer that he wanted. I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're blowing it up. I don't think they're changing anything. I just think they're going to take whatever L lands on their head this week or this year and keep it moving. they're not gutting that team this year. And Surtain would be just it would be such an insane move for them to make that I don't think it's possible regardless of the price. But it's something people are bringing up in this office like that's going to. Yeah, and I wonder if they feel the same way. But I don't think they're trading him. No matter if they wind up 1-16, I don't think that's happening. John, man, I didn't. Man, my nights are different than they used to be, man. And I decided to watch basketball instead of catching up on NXT. My hope is to watch NXT and AEW over the weekend. I'll ask you this. Was it worth watching? It was good? All right.
I didn't watch it all with the times I got in there and stuff like that. It was entertaining.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Miss P. Noted. Oh, yeah, man. It'd be great to see you. Miss P, it'd always be great to see you. Michigan, it would be great to see you on Sunday. I haven't figured out exactly what my plan is, but I need to get there and spend some time with the coaches. And, yeah, I'll be there, man. So yeah, I'll be on the lookout for you. It's going to be hard to spot you because I know you're not a social media guy, but be around. Shit, they don't probably have any of those people under contract. This ain't tampering. We acknowledge they're our friends. They're the ones that want to keep it quiet, or not them, but Oh, is that right? Oh, okay, y'all speculated on that, and I didn't think it would happen, but it's good stuff. Good stuff. John Bull, what you worried about the Bears, John? What do you got going on Sunday? Yeah, that'd probably be Michigan doing some push-ups.
Drew down.
BMF by far. By far. I like Force, but BMF is the shit.
Force is acting as a little suspect, though.
Yeah, it's not the best. But BMF
what's my man's name? Diamond?
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Diamond. He was rocking Actively Black this season.
I like Diamond, though, but yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
The what's his name is pretty good. I haven't seen the new season yet, but the drug lord, what's the Irish drug lord?
The old man. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Good job.
Yeah. Oh, you're not caught up?
Mm-mm.
Well, he's like an actor. Like
He's
been around.
He's been on Broadway probably.
Oh, goodness gracious, John. Well, good luck with that.
Oh man.
Good luck with that.
2 kids' birthday party sounds dreadful.
Oh, that's brutal. Oh, okay. I never really watched that show. I heard it was great. That's one of
my favorites.
Is it? Yeah, I've heard great things about it and just never.
That's one I rewatched multiple times.
What network was that?
FX.
FX. Okay.
It's crazy, but it's good.
They say appreciate y'all being here. Could you hit the thumbs up while you're here, please? Especially if you're on YouTube. I think we're over 300 in YouTube. Yeah, just about 302. We're only at 166. I know I've taken this all for granted, done a horrible job. Just if y'all could hit the thumbs up, man, and keep us cooking here. James Ham getting ready to join us, coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. By the way, I don't know why it's become such a chore for us to get a podcast feed for the Insiders. So if you miss any part of the Insiders, just check out. Obviously, you can watch on YouTube, but we load all of the Insiders content to the Dillon and KC podcast feed. So Kyle and Jesse do a great job of getting all that stuff together, including their conversation with Eric Armstead yesterday. That's all available on the Dillon and Casey podcast feed. And I understand that could be a bit overwhelming because sometimes we cut stuff. We try to make this as simple as possible for you. So sometimes like 9 things are posted. It's all from today. Just roll through it. Listen to all of it. Listen to what you want. Just know if you miss the insiders, you can catch it on the Dillon and Casey podcast feed.
Real quick, did you see that we were tagged on Twitter in the Hornets announcement that they waived Kai Jones?
I did.
What is that? Why would they have that background? I know it's a link, but still just no picture, no words, just the Hornets logo 3 times in a row.
Yeah. So because Twitter removed the headlines. So I think what that is I think that's the landing page, like for their website. I think that's all it is.
Okay.
Like
I was like, I just was confused by it. Usually you have like a picture or something like that.
No, Elon's found a way to continue to screw up the app. And like, if you don't see the link in the lower left corner, you don't know that you're looking at an article. It looks like you're just looking at a picture.
That's a bad move.
Will you acknowledge the app is now trash?
That's not trash.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's not trash yet.
Yeah, it's not trash.
It's still usable. It's still the best app out there.
Instagram's better. It's happier.
It's fake.
It's mind your business. It's happier.
I like IG. I love for IG.
It's happier. Like our friend who was here yesterday once framed it as Instagram is the first date. That's what it is. You're putting forth your best foot forward goes to Instagram. Twitter is 20 years of marriage. You just say stuff. That's what Twitter is. You just say stuff.
That's the life I'm living right now, though. So it works perfectly.
More marriage advice here at Odyssey.
Well, I got all my marriage advice this morning from Jada Pinkett Smith.
Oh no.
Well,
that's a wild situation.
No one asked for this.
That ain't my business, though.
Well,
somebody help Will Smith, please.
Yeah, like
Will needs to say something.
Well,
Jada's coming across tough, like tough.
Will needs to say something and get his respect back.
No,
Seriously,
I ain't never gonna say a bad thing about Will Smith.
I'm not saying like is it a bad thing, but this is borderline embarrassing at this point.
He's just minding his own business, living his life. He's climbing down volcanoes.
If he's
living his life.
That's crazy.
That's the show they need to bring back. I can't remember what that show was called.
Something might really happen to him.
That show was dope, though.
No, it was dope. It was very cool.
I cannot remember what it was called, but it was
But
awesome.
he was going down a volcano, and I said, this is Will Smith, like for real, going down a volcano.
Prince, you're 50. Stop. Like, get out of the volcano, sir.
So how does the Chris Rock stuff work now?
Jada, what do you mean?
Well, you slapped a guy that you slapped a guy because he said something about your wife that you've been separated from since 2016.
Well, they're not separated though.
I thought she said that.
Well, they're separated, not divorced.
I think she said they're living separate lives.
Well, they're separated. They're just not divorced.
But I'm not trying. I don't think they're separated though. Are they? Like, I don't know. Like, I think they still like live together.
Mm-hmm.
They just live. They're like roommates.
Yeah.
Or did I read that wrong?
No, but that's separated to me. Like
separated. No, separated is an actual status, isn't it?
No, divorced is an actual status.
You can legally. You can legally separate.
I mean, maybe
that's
so.
not divorce.
Maybe so, but
am I wrong?
I think.
Can somebody answer this?
I think they're separated, but it's a lot cheaper to stay married than
Jesus.
It would be to get divorced.
Well, all right.
So this is the best of both worlds for them.
Well, hopefully it's the best for Will too.
I hope Will's just out there. I hope Will is just out there living his Fresh Prince life. I just hope my man is living that Fresh Prince life. I the Chris Rock thing will always be weird. I know Jada told a story that Chris Rock asked her out.
Yeah. Jada talked too much.
Jada talks a lot. Yeah.
Really why we're in this whole predicament. Well, actually, she didn't say anything there. Her entanglement couldn't keep his mouth shut.
Oh, the entanglement that started it all.
Because he wanted to bare his soul on one of his tracks that nobody listens to.
Like how, like if you're Jada, how, like, yo, you need to change your standards. Like they're
sexy
strong.
red standards.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Strong, sexy red vibes. Y'all be laying around with trash, wondering why they tell. Like Jada Pinkett Smith sleeps with random dude. You don't think random dude's gonna tell everybody that he just slept with the Fresh Prince's wife?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all are wired different.
I'm
Not
just
in a good
staying
way.
At home with my wife, chilling.
Listen to that. That sounds so beautiful. Your wife.
It does.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
Last week, Kenny Caraway had the Cowboys at number 5. Guess that's going to change.
Well,
the Bills at number 4. Well, the Eagles at number 3. The Dolphins at number 2. And your San Francisco 49ers at number 1. What do we look like this week?
Well, there are 2 teams that fell out.
Yep.
Cowboys, for sure, are no longer in the top 5. And the Buffalo Bills fell out. You know, they had a
Rightfully
loss.
so.
I mean, I say that, saying like, look, man, the London stuff is really weird.
You can't have a 2-loss team 5 weeks into the season in your power rankings. You did the right. You made the right call.
All right,
You made the right call.
settle down. I still think Buffalo is in the conversation, but they're not in the power ranking. Number 5 right now is my man, Coach Chris's Detroit Lions. Shout out to my man Will, too. It's his Detroit Lions as well. As they're 4-1 now?
Yeah.
4-1 for
They're
the
legit.
Lions.
Yep.
Looking like they're going to steamroll to an NFC North championship.
Thanks.
They're number 5 right now. Number 4, rebounding a little bit here. Got the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay. Yeah.
2 good road wins, against the Jets, against the Vikings. 2 gifts from officials. As I forgot who it was, but the guy's walking around with his helmet off complaining about a call. And instead of penalizing him,
because
the ref says, hey, put your helmet on.
Well, if I recall correctly, there was a reason for that. Change of possession. That's what it was. They thought it was a change of possession.
He still shouldn't have his helmet off.
No, I think on the change of possession, you're allowed to. I think that's what. I don't remember if it was Dean or I don't remember who it was. Maybe I'm making this up. I don't remember. I thought there was a reason for it. I know they brought it up. I thought there was maybe they missed it. I don't know. Mind your business.
Hey, put your helmet on. Sir, give him a flag.
Oh, ask politely first.
We dodged a bullet with Travis Kelce too, because seeing that, I thought that was.
Oh yeah, I thought he was gone.
Oh,
I thought he was.
So
gone.
I'm glad it was just an ankle situation.
Swifties everywhere are safe.
Right. So they're 4 though. They've rebounded.
Quick. One Taylor Swift question.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear Joe Budden's theory?
No.
That the NFL may try to figure out a way to get out of this Usher thing and see if they can get Taylor Swift in.
No, they can try all they want. That's when I'll be going to get the ice from AM PM.
Boy, I'll start a
During
Black
halftime.
Lives Matter protest quicker than you can imagine if they take Usher out to put Taylor Swift in. I don't think anyone would do that. I don't think Taylor Swift would do that.
Right.
Because it's already announced. That doesn't look good. That doesn't look good for anybody.
Right.
I don't think she'd do it.
That
I thought it was a hell of a theory though, given the numbers that we've seen recently involving the Kansas
it wouldn't
City
be for
Chiefs.
me. I know she would do good numbers. But I'm just telling you right now, that's when I would go get some sunflower seeds from the gas station. No need to sit around and watch that.
I'm gonna try to get into her essentials. I want to learn. Research purposes. I want to learn.
She's got Bad
I know
Blood,
Shake It Off.
and
I know
she's got
Bad
Shake It
Blood.
Off.
But you got to give me the remix for Bad Blood.
Yeah.
Don't give me the regular ass version.
I remember one time I was sitting there with Kim, because before they went to the show, we were trying to go through the songs. We went through 4 or 5 songs. I was like,
I don't know them.
this is not appealing.
Is it country? Is some of it's country, right?
think
And then
she started
pop.
off. She's like pop now. I think she's like Casey said. She started off country.
I like Kelly Clarkson. If I like Kelly Clarkson, would I like Taylor Swift?
Probably.
I like
Taylor
Carrie
Swift is better than
Underwood.
Kelly Clarkson.
Huh?
I like Carrie Underwood.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know any of her songs.
I know the Sunday Night song.
That's it.
Which is a Joan Jett song
Mm.
that I played at Solomon's.
Shout out Joan Jett. But yeah,
Chiefs are 3.
Chiefs are 4.
Chiefs are 4. I'm sorry, Chiefs are 4.
4. Eagles.
Why
still
you give
at
me
3.
Suns and 4 vibes with that?
I watched that fight the other day. It came across my timeline.
It probably hit the algorithm because all the Dodger fights. God, be safe, Los Angeles tonight.
Oh my
goodness,
God. Just walk
gracious.
away from this team. Yeah, beat him up, and he said, "Suns in 4."
That was an all-timer. They gave that man courtside seats the next game. Like, can you imagine that?
Remember the guys that got beat up did an interview after that saying we didn't get beat up?
Oh no, you got your ass whooped.
The Micah
Like your
Parsons of fans.
face was all
Now it's personal.
You got your ass kicked, bro.
So the top 3 for me didn't change, man. It's Eagles, Dolphins, 49ers. So top 5, 49ers at 1, Dolphins at 2, Eagles at 3,
Very good.
Chiefs 4, Lions 5.
Last week, I had the Dolphins at 5, the Chiefs at 4, Cowboys at 3, Eagles at 2, 49ers at 1. The original draft yesterday afternoon, I had the Dolphins as high as 2. I have the Dolphins at 5.
Wow.
I couldn't move them up. I couldn't do it. And it's interesting that you and I are both kind of along these vibes as we bring in our man, James Ham here from the Insiders. James, just throwing out my power rankings here before we get to Kings basketball. I have the Dolphins at 5. We both did the same thing. I have the Lions at 4 and the Chiefs at 3. But it's funny that we both have the Chiefs ahead of the team that beat them in week 1.
Yeah.
And I thought, and I changed it, and then I immediately changed it back because I was like, the Chiefs are better.
Well, that's not
What
the question
Lions,
that I have for you. How did the Lions jump the Dolphins?
Can you? Is there a way you can mute me in there and not hear me?
Oh, let's talk. Hold on a sec, Ham. Let's talk.
Okay. So if we're talking, I've got the Niners, I've got Philadelphia. I think I have the Dolphins, the Chiefs, the Lions.
I think that's exactly my top 5 too. No, I got the Dolphins too.
I'm just not sure what I'm seeing with the Lions is sustainable.
The Dolphins or the Lions?
The Dolphins. Sorry, I'm not sure what I'm seeing from the Dolphins is sustainable. That's why that I'm a Mike McDaniel's Mike. What's your coach? McDaniel's.
McDaniel.
Yeah. I'm doing the Kenny gimmick. I'm adding the S. That's my guy.
I haven't added the S.
We're related
months.
somehow. Me, him, and Ricky Starks. We're all related somehow.
And the guy on around the horn.
No, not Harry Lyles or whatever his name is. That's the only reason.
But how did they
the
jump
Lions
the Dolphins?
beat the Chiefs?
It was 4 weeks ago, man.
The Lions beat the Chiefs
without Kelsey.
Hey, why don't you mind your business over there, James?
Tell him, James.
I, like everyone else, or actually not like Kenny, like James, I have the Eagles at 2 and the 49ers at 1. I think the 49ers are running the table with this thing. Who do the Dolphins have this week?
The Panthers, and then they got the Eagles on Sunday Night Football after that.
Okay. All right. So I don't know that we're getting anything out of this week.
They got Panthers, Eagles.
Well, apparently we can get something out of this week because the Lions beating the Panthers last week moved them up to 4.
They're 4-1. Why don't you take that tone out of your voice, first of all? Second of all,
you disappointed me today.
Okay. Are the Lions the Sacramento Kings?
They are.
I'm just asking.
Okay, fine. All right. If this is what we're doing, let's just do it. That's what I thought about the Dolphins.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought
that's what I thought about the Dolphins,
Kings.
not the Lions.
No, here's, and I think this is where Ham is going. There's energy with Detroit and the Lions that is akin to Sacramento.
But that Dolphins offense is akin to the Kings scoring 150 points like Kenny guaranteed they would do on 95-7 the game in San Francisco.
I did say that according to them.
According to them and no one else, but according to them.
Miami scoring 1 million points, not really playing too much defense. I mean,
come on man.
I get that.
Those are aspects of
Tyreek is De'Aaron, Tua is Domas.
But when
see, we have it. It's there.
But when you talk about the vibes, I mean, have you seen Ford Field?
No, I get
Ford
it. Are they
Field
still
looks-
wearing the?
No, they're not wearing the
Thank
blue shiesty,
God.
but they got these little flyers that they wave on third down. Like there's vibes in Ford Field that are akin to the Golden One Center.
It's been 50 years. I'm not gonna say that.
Mike and Mike? Come on, McDaniel Brown. What are we doing?
I
You
think
saying
this
Dan Campbell is Mike Brown going to bite kneecaps off tonight? Sorry, James. Go ahead.
This is how I kind of thought of them. It's not how they're playing. It's not. So you're right. Like the Kings and Dolphins play a lot alike. But it's the way that you kind of feel about them. Like when Miami Dolphins step up and start winning, you're like, okay. Like we've seen it before. It's been a long time, but we've also seen them have a crazy high-powered offense in the past. It was all the way back with Dan Marino, but you still like you bought it right away. Like the Dolphins, I buy. When Kyle says that's his pick to win the Super Bowl, I buy it. After the first couple of weeks of the season, I'm like, okay, this might be the best team in football. The Kings and the Lions, it doesn't matter how much winning they do, you're still like, but is it real? Is it real? And that's
Who had
just
more momentum though going into this season. Was it the Lions or the Dolphins?
The Dolphins.
Yeah,
the Dolphins
For
last
sure?
year were looked at. The Dolphins were. It was widely said if Tua stays healthy,
Yeah.
they're a AFC contender.
But a lot
Maybe
of people didn't think Tua was going to stay healthy.
That's why I fall. Like that's why I kind of disagree with that one. I think people were kind of looking forward to the Lions, like excited about the Lions, and with the Dolphins, it was kind of like, well, Tua can't stay healthy. We don't even really know about them.
Well,
right
and there was no momentum for Sacramento.
What I'm about to say, what we've discovered here is nobody's like the Kings.
That's it. Yeah, I guess that's the
Nobody's
hole
like
in
the
the
Kings.
analogy. There's no one thought Sacramento was going to do it.
No.
There are people who don't think Sacramento's doing anything this year.
Facts. Now,
Yeah.
also, I will say this: Ford Field, much like Golden One Center, has never hosted a playoff game, and it's going to be that's going to be crazy. That's going to be crazy.
I believe it. And they're hosting one
game.
this year.
They're hosting one this year.
they're hosting because a lot. And again, we could make the comparison because there are a lot of bad teams in the NFC. Like last year, there
There's
were a lot
bad
of teams
in that division.
There were a lot of bad teams last season in the Western Conference. There are a lot of bad teams right now in the NFC.
Yeah, the AFC ain't popping that much either.
It's really not.
No, but they feel like the Eastern Conference where they got like 3 or 4 teams that you think can win it all.
Are the Eagles definitively the second best team in the league?
Well, not to me.
Yeah, that's right. Not to you. That's right. Okay.
I don't know. We have to put them there because they're undefeated, don't we? Well, like until they lose.
I do, but
they've tried to lose a bunch of times, but until they actually do lose, I kind of feel like you have to leave them in the top 2 since there's only 2 teams and the one team is playing so much better than everyone else that they're literally just making a mockery of the entire NFL at this point.
Well, it's Philadelphia and Miami in 2 weeks. Is just
That's gonna be big time. Is that Sunday or Monday? You said
Sunday night.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be some.
Ooh, I like that.
I think the. Oh no, it's this Sunday. I was about to say I think the Kings play that night too. That's this Sunday.
No, it's this Sunday. Yeah.
They might
At
play
home.
that Sunday too. They play the Lakers that Sunday. That's the 20-something, right?
Oh, in 2 weeks. Yeah. In 2 weeks they do. Yeah, they do play the Lakers in 2 weeks. Yeah.
Stuff. Oh no.
They
They play
play
the Lakers on the 27th or something like that. Not
Isn't
next,
that 2 weeks?
Next the Sunday that the Dolphins and them play is the 22nd. Or the 23rd or something like that.
I can confirm there's no Kings basketball on that Sunday.
Okay, so they play the 22nd, not the 29th?
Yeah, Dolphins, Eagles, yeah.
Okay.
On the 22nd.
Okay.
I
I guess I took
full attention on that one. So the one thing about the Eagles though that I don't like, not the Eagles per se, but
you don't like the Eagles.
How people kind of give the Eagles the benefit of the doubt where they would not do that if it was the 49ers. If it was reversed and the Eagles were playing like the Niners and the Niners were playing like the Eagles, all they would say, I know because I hear it all the time. I heard it last 2 years when I said Niners going to make the NFC Championship. It still got holes. They would just say, yeah, well, the Niners are undefeated, but that type of play isn't going to get it done against a team like Philadelphia. That's all they would say about them. So I'm going to have the same energy for the Eagles. Yeah, they're undefeated, but it's not good enough right now. Right now, they get mollywopped by the 49ers, according to how people look at these things.
I'm intrigued to see how the Niners do this weekend against a really, really good Browns defensive team. Like on the offensive side, they're a mess. Of course, they've lost their running back. I don't know if Deshaun Watson's going to play. David Njoku, he's questionable too. Like they're a mess. If the Niners offense can go out and put up 30 points again, but this time on a really high end Browns,
wasn't that Dallas's defense until Sunday?
Well, that's
Dallas was a really good defense.
They had
until
given
Sunday.
up 41 points on the season going into.
Now I'm with you 100%. I think extremely highly of the Cleveland Browns. I just don't want to gloss over the fact that prior to what happened on Sunday night, Dallas's defense was considered everything you just described.
People said they were the best.
Yeah,
people said they had the best defense in the game.
They certainly said they were the best.
Well, they're good for that.
Yeah, they are good at that.
They're good for that.
I'm just like Myles Garrett is like that. That's a bad dude.
Oh, yeah, he's nasty.
Yeah,
he is so criminally underrated or underappreciated or under something.
Yeah,
he's bad. As a whole, is one of the top defenses in football. It's top 5 defense in football.
It's a shame how great that draft was for them with Denzel Ward and for it to just them never to be able to put it together offensively outside of that 1 year. Baker gets hurt the next year. Everybody blames him for everything. By the way, we'll talk about it tomorrow. we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Real quick, could I just say something that I heard this morning? It's real funny.
If it's about Baker Mayfield, I'm leaving.
No, it's not about.
Better not trash my boy Baker Mayfield.
But they were going over what's the Browns owner is Jimmy Haslam. Is that what it? So they're on the morning roast. They were talking about it, and they were like, "Yo, this dude's bizarre or whatever." And they played a clip from Sal Palantonio on draft day when they drafted Manziel #1. And Sal Palantonio.
You mean Baker?
Or when they just drafted Johnny
Manziel in the first round.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And he said, I think it was Manziel. Maybe it was Baker too. It was either
Well,
one.
Baker didn't go #1. So
yeah. Or Johnny didn't go #1. Baker
went #1. Yeah. Johnny
whoever it was. Let's just say Johnny Manziel for sake of argument. He goes, yeah, I was talking to Jimmy Haslam earlier today, and he said they were in the war room, and he went out and he took a walk down in downtown Cleveland. And he said, that's when a homeless guy looked at me and said, go get Manziel. And I knew that's who the Browns fans wanted. True story. True story. Sal Palantonio says it.
I need to find out who that is because remember they traded back in to get Johnny Manziel.
Go get him.
And I remember the Baker thing.
Go get him.
Nowhere. We're like, oh, there's rumblings that the Browns are taking Baker. Well, that's kind of crazy. And then it was like the day before the draft. Hey, the Browns are taking Baker Mayfield. Like, this is really happening. It might have
been Baker. I thought they said Johnny, but it might have been Baker.
Well, it could have been Johnny. I'm just saying they traded back into the draft to go get Johnny Manziel. And the story has always been Johnny called. I don't know. I don't remember if it was Haslam or someone or text them. And he said, come back and get me.
Yeah.
And they did. I don't remember who he texted, though.
And Sal was just happy, too. Like, homeless guy told him, go get Johnny. And that's when he knew he had to go get Johnny.
We need to.
That's a good story.
There might be some Kings general managers who took the same advice from people.
My barista said, go get Nick Stauskas.
Well,
go get him.
Go
get Nick Stauskas.
I ain't even gonna lie to you guys. I was on board with that one. I thought it was good.
By the way, Sunday, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Just saying. Lions at Bucks Sunday. Can I make y'all believers?
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Can y'all be believers on Sunday?
If the Bucks beat the Lions, he's gonna put them in the top 5.
Oh, top 5. You're top 5.
Hey, it's my list. I can do whatever. I might put him in #1. The hell are you gonna do about it? It's my list.
It's my list.
I'll do whatever the hell I want to with it. Kings basketball tonight in Anaheim. against the Los Angeles Lakers. Boy, did you and Sean stir it up yesterday. When you lobbed a couple of questions out there from Mike regarding Sasha Vezenkov, you asked something about his place in the rotation. Clearly, Sean, not particularly pleased with Mike's answer, and asked him a very specific question about where he'll be or where he could be. And Mike gave a very specific answer. The question I guess I'm asking is, why are you and Sean stirring it up?
To be honest with you, I think it was Anderson. I don't think
Oh,
it was
was
Sean.
it J.A.? Oh, I thought it was Sean.
No, Jason Anderson was
Shout out
standing next to
J.A..
me. No, like it's a good thing though. Like I was talking about this earlier on the Insiders with Kyle. Like we need to like get on the same page as like a media team. We are like when we have a situation like this that is such a hot button topic, it should be something that we ask a question, we ask a follow-up, and then we ask another follow-up if there's still more there.
Yeah, but those media scrums are like the Royal Rumble.
It is like the Royal Rumble. It is like people barking and chirping, like it's wild. Some people like we're jumping over each other. But the problem is when you have that type of environment, you don't get the best like set of answers. And so like I asked you a question. I think it was Jason who asked a question. It came back around later, another question about Sasha. But those questions need to be together. So, I mean, Mike opens every press conference basically telling you, like, he's an open book and he's super honest. And whatever you want to ask him, go ahead and ask him. We need to ask him those questions, but we also need to be able to follow up and dig deeper into the question, because it doesn't feel like at this point, like if you want another question, you want to go back to back, like someone like Mike Jeff Galooly you in the middle of the thing, and the old Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan thing. I might take one to the knee if I go to ask a second question. Like it's been a little brutal. Like you're like, okay, what is happening here?
We actually speculated that in the studio that James is going to snap.
Yeah,
I don't remember if it was on the air or off the air. I was like, I think James is going to snap this year.
I'm in my zone.
I need a box.
It was
of
J.A. that asked that question, by the way.
Yeah, I need a box of pencils there, because like on occasion I get angry and snap a pencil, and I like it because like today I would have snapped a pencil if I had another pencil, because I broke the other one that I thought was your pencil, Damian. I apologize.
Oh, no.
You're like, it's not my pencil, bro. I'm like, all right, well, I don't feel bad anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier. I believe Sasha's going to be in the rotation some way, somehow. But I also think it's something that can be talked about, because a lot of people are comparing it to Keegan, and they're like, remember he did this last year with Keegan, and Keegan ended up playing pretty much every game he was eligible to play for. It wasn't a big deal. I don't remember him last year saying Keegan might not be in the rotation. He said he was talking about starting when he would talk about Keegan, but never, we got to see if there's minutes for him. And that's what this is with Sasha right here. And I think that is something that's like, okay, well, you guys can ask questions. We can talk about it. Like, how much of a real issue could this be for Sasha not getting minutes?
Yeah. Well, to be honest with you, KZ Okpala is not Chris Duarte, and he's not Trey Lyles. And that's a problem for Sasha. The depth of this team is different than the depth last year. Mike Brown, like if, he tries to go to the bullpen and he looks over, and this isn't a slide at my UC Davis guy, but like if you're choosing between Chima Moneki and I don't know, KZ Okpala and why am I drawing a blank? Chimezi Metu. Like you're kind of rolling the dice with each of them, and you have no idea what you're going to get. He knows exactly. Mike Brown knows exactly what he's going to get out of Trey Lyles. Like Trey Lyles was really good for him last year, and so you're looking at Trey like, okay, Trey's in the rotation, and then JaVale McGee joins the team late, and JaVale McGee is one of those guys that Mike Brown has a long history with. They won 2 championships with, so JaVale looks like all of a sudden he's in the rotation. And so you start getting it narrow and narrower. I even brought it up today. Like, I feel bad for Sasha because it's like, how many times are we going to talk about like his questionable defense? Okay, he's got questionable defense, and now you're going to play him out of position. You're going to put him at small forward instead of the power forward, and say, okay, you go ahead, and we know your lateral quickness isn't great. Like, let's put you at small forward. That's not typically the way it works.
Mm-hmm.
It's typically if you have a guy who, 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", that plays forward and is a little plodding with his feet. He's got heavy feet. Then you put him at the 4, not at the 3. Now the Kings will say our forward positions are interchangeable, and I get that, but that means that Trey Lyles is a small forward sometimes, and I don't know that I buy that. And that means that like you got a bunch of guys and you got to figure out how to use them all. But like Chris Duarte is not a power forward. There's some guys there that you can't put at certain positions. So I don't know. It's an interesting thing, but I would like to figure out whether it's going to take us a little while before we see what Sasha can do on a court, and whether I think part of the problem is he doesn't know the playbook well enough, and he doesn't know his opponents well enough. And so they want him to film study a lot more because he needs to be ready for the players he's going up against. But he also, he kept, Mike mentioned this in the talk yesterday, he kept pushing people to the middle, and that's not what they do. They push people to the outside. They try to use the sideline and the inbound, the baseline as like an extra defender. And Sasha's instinct was to push people towards the middle. And the Kings don't have somebody in the middle that can sit there and play goalie. And he's used to that. And so he has to kind of relearn a little bit on defense. But if he can't play defense, this team has a whole bunch of people who can score the ball. And so he's not going to be able to play that many minutes if he's not playing defense.
Do you think Mike is legitimately unsure about what his role with this team could be? Or was he giving us kind of coach speak and he's got to earn his place, or something along those lines?
I don't think he was doing coach speak, because again, he's got Duarte. Now Duarte didn't do him any favors if he's hoping to like use that as like a leveraging point, because Chris Duarte went out and had one, by far the one guy who stood out who had a very bad game in game 1. It's preseason, but 0 of 6 from 3, turned the ball over 3 or 4 times, picked up 4 fouls, like couldn't stop fouling people. Like those were issues that you saw like right away. So yeah, it's hard to like leverage a playing time against somebody who goes out and does that.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't look like they intend on doing a whole lot of mixing and matching, at least in game 2. It doesn't mean they won't. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Duarte play like 4 minutes with the second unit, and then they drop in Vezenkov with the second unit for a few minutes. I wouldn't be shocked by that. But I still think that like there's a lot of players on this roster, and finding enough playing time for all of them isn't going to be easy. And Mike Brown's like his job is to not care who was a EuroLeague MVP or how much money you spent on a guy. It's to put the best 9 or 10 players on the court that give you the best chance to win, and that's it. So people get their feelings hurt. They do. I know that like I feel like Bulgaria is like teaming up with Greece, and they're going to mobilize against the United States and Sacramento and specifically. But like, sorry, like we dealt with this with Nemias Queta fans. This is kind of the league. Your guy has to come in and be able to play. This isn't Little League where everyone gets to play, and it's also not a 30-win team. He wanted to come to Sacramento because they won a bunch of games and they're a 48-win team. This is what happens.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff, man. I try to look at these preseason games, and this is never a good idea, but try to think about what Coach Mike Brown would be thinking or what he's thinking, because these coaches, he could have thrown out rotations out there on Sunday just to see what they look like. That's what that looks like. I won't use that anymore. It had no bearing on whether or not the person's going to be in the rotation. But with that said, do you think we see something completely different tonight with the Lakers, like as far as rotation wise and matchups with different guys out there? Is it something completely different and he's going to try it again, or is he going to try to start to fall into to a bit of a regular rotation?
No, I think he wants to check that second unit again because he wasn't super keen on what was happening. And he wants to see if it was an anomaly or if it was because the shots wouldn't fall. Because that could be his second unit very well. And let's be honest, like just because Chris Duarte is there and playing, like Mike Brown really wants to go with a 9-man rotation, maybe 9.5. We always talk about this as half-man rotation. So there's a possibility that neither one of them are in the rotation. Like, again, it's JaVale McGee is the guy that you didn't expect to come in and like command a bunch of stuff. But the point, like I made this earlier with Kyle too. Like, look, do you want to see Sasha Vezenkov match up against LeBron James tonight? And your first instinct, like, wait, what? Like, no. Okay, do you want to see him match up against Christian Wood? Probably not. And then, like, maybe you'd be okay if he matches up against Jared Vanderbilt. But, like, this is NBA.
Jared Vanderbilt ain't going to do nothing offensively, so it don't matter.
No, but what if he's matched up against Rui Hachimura? Like you guys start, like,
well, he's got to do
about it, right?
something. Yeah. Like, he can't avoid
Okay.
these guys. Yeah, he's got to do something.
I agree. But at the same time, part of a coach's job is to put him in positions to succeed. And you got to figure out where he can succeed. And maybe it is at a small forward position. Maybe it is in a short burst off the bench just to score a bunch of points and then go back until he figures out how to play defense. But for right now, like, you're trying to get your offense and your defensive sets in place, and you're trying to get through like the basics so you can start building on them. We saw with the starters, and the starters look like, again, we've talked about them in like some master's course. No, they look like they were just about ready to finish their PhD. That's what that looked like. They were incredible early in that game, just moving, flowing. Everyone's having a good time. Everyone's touching the ball. And then you get to the second unit and it looks so disjointed. And that's part of the problem. You need to find a second unit that can start to try to match what the first unit's doing. And I'd also point out, Mike was clear. During preseason, he usually does like 5-man sub patterns. And like during the regular season, that's not the way it works. It's usually like Fox with Mitchell for a short time, and Sabonis is on the bench, so it might be JaVale, but you might have Keegan and not with Trey Lyles. And so now you're looking at different combinations, and he still has to go through that whole process of picking out combinations that work. But it's got to start with like the 5-man units, and then you split them up a little bit and see how they do.
We'll talk more with our Kings Insider and host of the Insiders with Kyle Matson here on ESPN 1320, Monday through Friday, noon to 10. Our man James Ham is with us. Much more Kings basketball ahead as we get ready for preseason game number 2 tonight in Anaheim. It's Dillon and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Let me step out for a second.
Trying to find it. I thought I saw earlier. LeBron wasn't playing.
You found who wasn't playing?
That LeBron wasn't playing tonight.
Oh, well,
I find it for sure. I saw it earlier.
No, that's fine. I mean, like, that's okay if LeBron's not playing.
I would
But
like to see him play with Sasha go up against these guys right now.
yeah, I mean, I just think that there's like, you want to like keep your expectations where they should be. You shouldn't like blow this thing out of proportion. He's not bad. He hasn't done anything wrong. I'm not calling him out at all. I'm just saying for right now, the key to bringing along a player, whether he's 28 years old or he's 20 or he's 19 as a rookie, is to not blow his confidence, is to not put him in a situation where he just gets his ass kicked and he's, instantly becoming like the butt of jokes. So,
Yeah.
and that narrative is already out there that he can't play defense at all. Like, we've seen that narrative. That was a narrative with ESPN, like, whether he even gets on the court. Anyway.
James, you don't have to remind me. I'm focused, remembering what I was going to ask you.
Wait, say this again.
So remember, I told you to remind me to ask you something, but I remember it. I'm here.
Oh, you remember. I'm glad. Banana.
I remember.
You see that clip circulating on Twitter? Brian Windhorst talking about LeBron and that he almost quit football in high school. You saw that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't because of Leah and stuff like that.
Okay.
That's what we'll go with, I guess.
Yo, this is hilarious. Hey, check your boy out, Jesse, on where's he at? Wait, I gotta find it.
It's tough.
Come on, the baby. That was a classic right there. That was a classic. Yo, Michigan Wolverine. Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah, come on.
Yo.
I get there's context, but
Michigan. Chill. Now they wilding in the chat right now, Jay. It's crazy right now, bro. It's crazy.
Wonder where they get it from.
I blame Kenny.
I'm just trying to do a radio show. That's all I'm doing, man. These guys is wild.
I lost my mind a little bit today with the Dillon Brooks stuff.
Your boy, not your boy.
Dillon the Villain.
Did he ever? Did Kyle make that into a?
Oh yeah, it's a card. It's ready to go. It's a hockey.
Damn it!
It's already loaded in, James.
Damn it! Oh man, I love it.
Use James' broken pencil.
I think I threw my broken pencil away.
We're coming back, Hammer.
So, what I told James to remind me of something I wanted to ask him.
Banana. We had a code word. We had a code word to remind him.
It has since been, we talked about it a little bit earlier. It has since been confirmed by our guy Deuce Mason, who says the game will be blacked out on NBA TV out here in Sacramento. And that goes into what I wanted to ask you, James. I've asked you before. You've answered it. But much like, somebody that just keeps on pushing, I'm going to ask until this is never an issue again. Why can't we get the preseason games on TV like regular teams?
I don't know what the deal is there. I had not heard that at all. So, yeah, when it comes to like televised games, it very specifically, the NBA charges a bunch of money for every game. And that money is a lot of money, even for preseason. They don't back off of their dollar amount for preseason games. And so you have to find sponsors that would be willing to pay that dollar amount, or you just take a huge loss. And I think that like the Kings haven't stepped up to do that. They do get they pay for the rights to stream it, but that's totally different. It's totally, lower price, and because they're the Kings, it's a different bucket and all that stuff. So whether like you can find a local television station that wants to partner, I just don't think it's worth it to people. And the fact that we haven't got to a point where you can just put an antenna out and collect the game out of the sky, that's still a problem. And so, yeah, while they're still RSNs, and while RSNs are a dying breed here in the U.S., I think we're going to have problems getting things like preseason games.
So stupid, dude. So freaking stupid.
Yeah. I don't disagree. I mean, I want to watch the game. I don't know how I'm going to watch the game. Does that mean we have to watch it on kings.com again?
Yeah, kings.com/live. Shout out. We listen to the G-Man. That's great. But, I mean, if I don't see it when it happens, I'm missing it. I'm back in 1982.
I'm confused. Why is it blacked out? That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't to us either. It makes sense if it's on NBC Sports California, but it's not. Maybe we're trying to drive traffic to the stupid ass live stream, James. I don't know what it is, but this is dumb. This is absolutely ridiculous.
There was only like 1,600 people in the live stream last time I was in it the other day
Because
watching
it's
the game.
annoying.
Yeah.
It's a headache. And it's a crappy ass stream.
That too.
Yeah. I think it's strange because, I mean, we've had 1,600 people in the live stream. Like, that doesn't seem like it's a number that makes sense to me. That's like, whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Like Jordan Meeks puts here, it's in the chatty house. The answer is very complex. It's money. It is money. I mean, that's it. That's like, but there's going to be finger pointing over who has to pay for that and why someone would have to pay for that. And the answer is they're not going to pay for that. So I know, Kenny, you want to keep asking it. The answer is they're not going to. They paid for one of them. And if I'm not mistaken, they paid for one of them because it's the Warriors and Kings, and they can double up and use it in two different ways. So,
which one is that? Is that one? All those are on national TV, ain't they?
I thought that one of those was on.
One of them on NBA TV, I think.
And yeah, no, one of them is on NBC Sports Bay Area. So they can put it on both California and Bay Area with the same stream.
Gotcha.
So, and they couldn't, just so you know, they couldn't buy the Warriors stream against the Kings, but not buy the Kings against the Warriors on the same night and only have it play in one area, because then they would know like how badly they would be called out. You got me.
Mm-hmm.
It's a damn shame that I have to move to watch the Sacramento Kings on television. I got to go to freaking Kyle Matson's house to watch the Kings play basketball.
You're going to go down on the river?
Kyle Matson going to be the most prepared person in all of Sacramento for this game tomorrow. What buffering issues? I didn't have any buffering issues.
Then watched the game 3 times, ran back different scenarios.
Like, guys,
good.
On my second run of the game, I didn't pick up on the fact that this happened. So stupid, man.
Well, I got to go out here, and you guys know what I got to do to watch the game.
You got to do strange things, as we've heard.
I do something strange for a little bit of change.
I don't know why you couldn't find a different way to come about that money, but it's fine. Do what you got to do. I mean, it's even more of a bigger headache. We're going to be here when the game starts.
Yeah.
We're pretty close to it.
Probably miss halftime or first half. I'll make that.
And you can't even rewind it. No. Can't even rewind it.
It's trivia night. If I can't watch it, I'll just go over trivia night and hang out there. And
if trivia night's far enough away, you'll be able to watch it on TV.
We'll talk about something else. We'll talk about something else tomorrow. We won't talk about the Sacramento Kings.
People over there, we got to do better, Sacramento Kings. We got to do better. We're not doormats anymore. We're an exciting brand that people want to see.
At Nani.
Come on now.
Come on, man.
Come on, we got to do better, man.
All right, Hammer. Only thing more annoying than this are lists. And
Hate them.
ESPN released the list. 23, 22, and 21 all seem to be tied together. De'Aaron Fox at 23, Domas at 22. For reasons known to no one, Tyrese Halliburton at number 21. Tyrese Halliburton made an all-star team last year. Very good for him. Got hurt, didn't finish the regular season. His team didn't make the playoffs, didn't make All-NBA, but the two guys listed behind him did. James, why are all your former colleagues lazy?
That's a great question. Yeah, I think the insiders we're so anti-lists at this point. I don't get it. Like, I guess they want to be controversial. They know the Sacramento Kings fan base is going to get riled up, and that just means they're going to get a bunch more page views, and people like us are going to talk about it. That's and right. All that stuff.
Mission accomplished.
there's some like how do you put Karl Anthony Towns above Domantas Sabonis?
Yeah, I agree.
You know, how do you
I
put
agree.
Bam Adebayo like 7 spots above Domantas Sabonis when
Agree.
one of them made the All-NBA team and the other one did not at the same exact position? Like, I don't get it. You know, one of them was an 8 seed, one of them was a 3 seed. You know, even, you know, Jamal Murray, I think, is a little too high on that list. I don't get the Jamal Murray
I
love.
agree with that too.
Like, I think he was great in the playoffs, but like, we're talking, this isn't a playoff award. That's not what I got. Like, it doesn't say
De'Aaron
somewhere.
and Jamal shouldn't be 6, 7 slots apart.
No. And I mean, I would make an argument all day long that De'Aaron Fox throughout his career has been a better player than Jamal Murray. Has Jamal Murray made an All-Star team? He certainly hasn't made an All-NBA team. I guarantee that. And like, I don't get why they put out lists like this and that are so frustrating because like they don't make any sense. Why is Austin Reeves number 56? The guy averaged 13 points a game last year, barbecue chicken all day long for Team USA. He got torched by every country in the world. Like, what in the world? like I didn't know the barbecue tastes the same everywhere in European Cup, in World Cup coverage. It all tastes like Austin Reeves. I mean, like, what in the world? He just like, it's ridiculous. It's one of the strangest things I've ever seen. And, you know, like, again, that guy makes 56. Kevin Huerter is younger and had a much, much, much better season than Austin Reeves. And he is not in the top 100. This doesn't even have to be a Kevin Huerter, Austin Reeves discussion. It's just flat out like, we've turned this guy into Chandler Parsons overnight. And like, I just can't wait until he just keeps getting contracts well after he has, you know, like, capped out as a player. And maybe he's going to be a great player. But like, usually you do it before you're 25, before you're, you know, 25 years old, who scores 13 points a game. We're not usually building a statue and like already having it minted to put out in front of Staples Center.
James cutting down all the white shooters in the league.
Sorry.
Man, Chandler Parsons shot out of nowhere.
Shots fired. It's because of these lists.
Chandler Parsons minding his own business. Like, what the hell just happened?
Chandler Parsons was on our 50 highest paid NBA players in history to never make an All-Star team. Yeah, that's why his name.
Oh, that sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right.
Because that dude made a lot of money.
Big money. Was it Dallas?
Yeah. Dallas, yeah. Mark
Oh no, then Memphis gave it to him too. Even though he missed 2 seasons, he opted out of his contract. Everyone's like, "Why in the world would you opt out of your contract? You haven't even played." And then he got a bigger contract from Memphis.
Yeah,
wild. I don't know.
Vanessa,
I don't know what's happening.
Chandler Parsons.
Do that.
Yeah.
With the whole Jamal Murray, I think you guys are a little harsh on Jamal Murray.
I'm not harsh on him. I think he's very
him
good.
and Fox are on the same. To what you said earlier, they shouldn't be seven spots apart. I
Yeah.
think they're on the same tier.
And I think if you want to keep Jamal at 17, that's fine. De'Aaron should be closer to 17 than 23.
I agree.
Yeah, like if Fox and Sabonis were 15 and 16, like, okay.
And of course, they have to be right next to each other, James. That's the other thing. Like, they have to, like, everything they do, it has to be together. They both make the All-Star team. They both make All-NBA. And then when you make a list about the best players in the league, you got to put De'Aaron and Domas right next to each other.
Well, that's 2 things. Number one, nobody wants to choose which one is better. That's really, like, they don't want to. They're not quite sure still which is a better player. And the other thing I would say is, like, why not just give them like a code number? Why didn't just like put 22 and 23 with a slash in the middle and write one blurb about both of them? Because if you're going to be lazy and put them together all the time,
well, the blurb is pretty lazy too.
Then yeah, how many spots they moved up? That was my other favorite thing. De'Aaron Fox has moved up. What was it, like
31?
31 spots. He moved up 31 spots. How in the world could someone jump 31 spots? Maybe it's possible your list is trash and it was trash last year too. And that's why he was so far down the list. And all of a sudden you're like, hey, how do we move? Oh, wow. That's a lot of spots. We moved him up. Okay. Well, maybe he should have been better last year. We wouldn't have this issue of how many spots he moved up. He should have been in the mid 30s last year. There's no reason they dropped him all the way down to 54 or whatever. Same with Sabonis. Sabonis, the 49th best player. Come on now. Like, this is some crazy Steven Ruiz stuff. Like, just stop making lists. Stop making, like, boo on all of you.
James is not good with any of this. Just real quick, I want to look at something, Casey. I want to make sure I have the exact number right. Yeah, 40 and 42. Shai's going to be in the top 10. They were 40 and 42.
And look, I mean, all things considered, he probably should. I mean, the guy was first team All NBA.
That's fine. Just keep the same energy. That's all I ask.
I know. I understand.
Fox, De'Aaron never got the benefit of the doubt. Never won. De'Aaron won last year and still can't get the benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm.
He certainly didn't get it when this team was losing.
Right.
Shai? No problem because he dresses cool.
Yeah. I don't know.
I got nothing to say about that. You're right.
Thank you.
You're right.
All right, let's just end the show there. Let's just end the show on I'm right, and that's the end of it. That's it. I'm right, and we keep it moving.
Yeah, like
You guys
why is there hate for Austin Reeves? It's not hate for Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves might be a perfectly good human being. It's hate for all the people who are acting like Austin Reeves is like the next coming of something. I don't understand it. Like, let him prove that he's something better than a guy who averaged 13
The
points.
better question is, who the hell is that guy?
Yeah, who are you, dude? I don't know.
This is one dude who jumps in from Facebook.
There's a Facebook oh man, that's a Facebook commenter. And what is
go back to your MAGA fan page and get the hell out of here.
Like, what in the
what are you talking about?
What just happened?
Matter of fact, bro, I'll help you out.
Oh,
booted before.
Peace. I'll let you,
Peace.
boy. Clown. This dude trying to do a run-in from Facebook.
He got booted on Twitch. I'm almost positive you guys booted him from Twitch.
Now that you say something, I do remember.
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations, bro. You've been booted from 2 platforms. Come over to YouTube.
You and I
Come over to
both
YouTube,
know
help me out.
his next move is just to borrow his mom's Facebook account. That's something. Come on.
Why is Kathleen going so hard at us right now? What the hell is going on here? She's so angry about.
I don't know what's happening.
I obviously incorrectly pointed out I thought the Lakers would be one of those matchups that were really tough for Sacramento because of their size and length. And I looked at some stuff that Michael sent us yesterday, and the Kings, on average, James, out-rebounded the Lakers on the season. Again, that wasn't in the head-to-heads. It was just on the season. The Kings averaged like 1 or maybe 1.5 more rebounds. I don't know what to make of stuff like that. We focus so much on rebounding, and we talked about teams like the Los Angeles Lakers, yet overall, they actually averaged more rebounds than they did.
Yeah, the Kings were actually a good
numbers are
rebounding
meaningless. I think that was the point of that. Like, numbers are meaningless.
Yeah, which I figures don't lie, liars figure. Yeah, it's one of those things where like people they sit here and like throw the numbers out. You're like, okay, wow, you can't really avoid them. The Kings were a good rebounding team last year. Defensive rebounding, they were like top 5 most of the year in rebound percentage. Like you can say they weren't a good rebounding team overall. And you know why they weren't a good rebounding team? Because they were a really good offensive team and the ball went through the basket a lot. And so there wasn't a bunch of need for that. And they were also a really bad defensive team. So the ball went through the basket a bunch. So that's why stats like defensive rebound percentage or offensive rebound percentage makes a lot more sense when comparing the Kings to other rebounding teams or other teams in the league, because it takes away things like pace. It takes away things like we're talking about the percentage of rebounds that you could have got. How many of those did you get? And the Kings were good in that situation until it got to, the Knicks game and then the playoffs against Kevon Looney.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I was saying was like this team, the Kings, don't seem really big on like offensive rebounds. So almost, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I can't remember the numbers on this one, but almost every shot that doesn't go in is probably going to be rebounded by the other team because they don't crash the offensive boards like that. So the thing that I really look at is against a team like the Lakers is what they do on the Kings defensive boards, what the offensive boards look like for the Lakers. That's the real concerning thing. And we saw that in the playoffs where Looney and those guys just kept dominating those offensive boards and giving the Warriors second chance after second chance. And that's something that will be a concern going up against the Lakers, because you got Anthony Davis, you got LeBron, who still rebounds very well. You've got Austin Reeves is a sneaky little rebounder as well. So you've got those guys that get on the offensive boards, and that's what I'd be looking at.
Yeah, like I'm not saying the Kings did a good job like in the playoffs, and there were also like warning signs. Like the Knicks game was like foreshadowing in the playoffs, and Mike Brown knew it. I mean, that's why he went off on that game about the rebounding. And if you don't like take it seriously, if you don't put a body on somebody, and I love statistics. Like everyone's saying, I'm throwing Will Z under the bus. I'm not throwing Will. Thanks, John Bull. I'm not. I'm gonna send Kyle over John Bull. Just
Or
so you know.
just poor Will Z, just minding his business, and James comes in, and numbers don't matter. And
well, that's what I'm saying. Though, like people just like throw these things out, and they ignore the fact that like the numbers tell a weird story for the Kings when it comes to something like rebounds, because you have to look at a different set of numbers. It's not just how many rebounds did they get in a night, and did they, how that compares to how another team got, how many rebounds another team got. Because if you shoot 45% from the field and another team shoots 40% from the field, there's more rebounds available, right, in one of those games than there are in another one. So, yeah. Anyway, I do love stats, and I love Will Z. I don't want to feel. I just think I'm just hosing the numbers, but yeah, they got to get better.
I'll throw a question at you that I asked KC earlier. Is there a scenario where you hit the Insiders tomorrow at 10 a.m. and are frustrated with the Kings?
I mean, it's preseason. Yeah, probably not, unless it's that they aren't learning, right? So, like, if we watch this game and all of a sudden the Lakers are at the free throw line 22 times in the first half, and you're like, okay, I get the aggressive thing, but learn how to be aggressive without fouling. Like, figure it out. That would be a problem. If they get crushed on the boards again, and it's a bad way, like people aren't putting a body on somebody, that would be a problem. Again, like if you're gonna miss 35 3-point shots like the Kings did in the opener, and you're only gonna get like 8 offensive rebounds on the night, and the other team's gonna have 9, and they didn't miss 35 3-pointers, that's a problem. That shows you that you're not getting your guys aren't crashing at all. They're not being physical. They're not watching where the ball is going. And a lot of it, I get and I'll add this element too. The Kings don't offensive rebound because early in the season last year, they tried to crash some offensive glass again and again, and they got killed in transition. And the first 2 weeks of the season, they're one of the worst transition teams we've ever seen. They were just literally, it was a layup line on the other end. So fast forward to the Raptors game, not only were the Kings bad on rebounding, but they're also horrible in transition. So they weren't getting the rebounds, and they also weren't getting back and doing the things they need to do on transition. So every day, Mike Brown gives a whole list of things that you've got to do better at, especially during training camp. And coming out of the game, it was transition defense he didn't like. There was some rebounding stuff. You're not worried about three-point shots. Playing defense without fouling, being physical, all that stuff. Those are the things they have to get better at in game 2.
I talked about how the lack of rebounds from Keegan Murray and Matt Barnes, Harrison Barnes.
Be impressive. Shout out Matt Barnes.
Keegan and Harrison Barnes combined for 0 rebounds again. That's something that would anger me. Everything else is just like, it's preseason. That one, I'm like, come on, man. We don't, y'all, that can't happen. I'd be upset with that.
I would agree. And that's one of those things where if that does become the case, and like, again, the Kings, those two don't rebound at all, I hope that they give us those players on Thursday or Friday, when we have another practice, and we're able to just ask that question again and again. Like, what is going on with rebounding? And again, it started with Harrison midway through the season last year, where he stopped rebounding. He dropped down to like 3 rebounds a game from like February on. Like, these are things that the Kings, like they have to rebound. We can't have another incident like Summer League where Keegan Murray has 1 rebound in the first half. They go, Luke Laux calls him out in the middle of the halftime and says, you have got to get a rebound. They go in the second half and he finishes with 0. Like those are things where you're like red flags. Like you have to listen. And if you don't do it, I don't care how good you are offensively, I will find somebody who will rebound, because that's it.
Rebound the basketball. I guess that's what we're looking for tonight. Well, we'll be streaming, I guess. Shout out to all the out-of-towners. Enjoy the game tonight like a normal person on your TV.
Whenever we can get there, we'll start streaming.
Yeah. Hey, if we lead with week 4 overreactions in a preview of the Chiefs game, just know something went wrong. But we'll talk about it. Make sure you're tapped in to the Insiders beginning at 10 a.m. And, of course, Dillon with KC will be here at 12. We are headed over to ESPN 1320. No, we're not. We're on ESPN 1320. We're headed over to 102.5, and we've got the annual Dodgers elimination game next.
Let's go. Not next. Catch running back for an hour and a half, then watch listen to the Dodgers get swept after.
Excellent.
5:30.
We'll run it back, and then the annual season ender for the Los Angeles Dodgers around the corner here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Diamondbacks.
We did it.
Bryce Harper just hit his second home run of the game.
Oh.
7-1 Phillies.
Oh, wow. So that's going 2-1?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, that's not an elimination, right? I had the Braves winning it all.
We can watch the Blackhawks and Bruins in 30 minutes.
Let's go. Should be a basketball game, all right.
I don't know. Are we allowed to watch it?
Oh, yeah, it's not the Kings, so we can watch it.
Yeah, you're right. I think Boston and Philly, maybe?
Oh.
Yeah, Boston and Philly.
I might need to watch that. Sweet.
Well, enjoy it. It's the only game you'll get to watch on TV.
Oh, trivia night. That's how I handle that.
Guys, we got to get out of here.
Bryce Harper keeps staring down this shortstop after every home run. They're going to fight.
That's not weird.
I got to go because I got to make sure I get KSFM on the air properly. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. Well, YouTube, Facebook guy. You can't comment anymore, but thanks for watching.